To preserve the dawn's light, the heroes journeyed north. Their hearts filled with hope and their eyes fixed heavensward. Title drop. Alright, I think this is the first quest of Heavensward. It's been a crazy journey so far. Thanks for hanging out with me. We're gonna do it. A Realm Reborn was successful enough that I'm gonna keep going.
The dawn's light will shine again. So long as we have these specious accusations hanging over us, we will struggle to achieve anything. You must go to Ishgard, as Tataru proposed. I will return to Uldar and set things right.
Seems a little early to go to Uldar.
Pray, do not be so hasty, Master Alphino.
Lord Orchiffon.
Full well do I understand your desire to clear your names. But now is not the time for drastic action. You yet have allies upon whom you can rely. There is no need to act alone.
What's up?
Yes. Yes, of course. Pray forgive my impatience.
I bring tidings. Count Edmond has decreed that the three of you be taken in as wards of House Fortam. Under our patronage, you shall be granted access to the city proper. Pray, consider our manor your new headquarters, from which you may gather information and plan how best to proceed. Needless to say, should any of your missing allies be found, as I am certain they shall, they will of course be welcome to join you there.
Sounds great.
You are more than generous, my friend. On behalf of my fellows, I humbly accept your offer of hospitality.
The Count is a good man, and just. He will treat you with the kindness and respect that a hero and dear friend deserves.
To Ishgard, then. Together. There we shall carry on the Scion's legacy. There we shall begin anew.
Here!
Let's go. I must go on ahead and speak with the Count. Fear not, however, everything has been arranged. The sentries of the Gates of Judgment have been informed of our decision. You need but state your names and they will allow you to pass. My manservant shall be awaiting you at the city gates, ready to escort you to our manor. We shall meet again. Until then. Woo! To the gates. Alright, so here's the plan. I want to do the very first quest of the Astrologian. And then I'm going to get Astrologian up to level 50 off stream. So that I can continue playing like the rest of Heavensward as an Astrologian. Wards of House Fortemps. Ah, yes, you may pass. Oh, give me some good screenshots.
And so they came,
at a friend's behest. Heroes once celebrated as saviors of Eorzea, brought low through treachery, their names blackened with royal blood.
It's like I'm back home in Montana.
With memories of the lost and dreams of redemption, with hope yet in their hearts, they came.
DRG has special dialogue. Maybe you should replay Final Fantasy XIV's story. It's
to
good.
Ishgard, shining city on the mount, overlooking the dominion of Kurthus.
You've got 400 hours to kill.
A great and proud nation, devoted to Halone, the Fury, ruled by Thordan VII, Archbishop of the Ishgardian Orthodox Church. The last bastion of the faith, her walls ever bristling with the sworn swords and spears of her 4 high houses. A land that after 1,000 years of war had forgotten what it was to be at peace.
Apple. Whoa. Where'd you get an apple?
Through gates long closed, the warrior of light and his companions passed, entering at last a city whose history was written in blood. In the midst of the Dragonsong War they came, 3 weary travelers whose arrival would set in motion great change. Though none knew then how great.
From the memoirs of Count Edmond de Fortin. Heavensward. Hello, manservant. The Lalafell baby walk in serious cutscenes always kills you. Yeah, me too. Greetings, Master Sugarheart. On behalf of House Fortin, I bid you welcome to Ishgard. My lord humbly requests your presence and his residence in the Pillars. If you would come with me. Neurom. It's my new home. And this is where I will live for many, many hours. Honestly, it looks cooler than I remember. Wackelmard is there. Some of the best named NPCs around. Doral.
Thanks, Granddad.
Hey, thank you for the follow, Will-O-Wispy. How are you doing? Yeah, but seriously, this Heavensward is more beautiful than I remember. I remember getting real sick of Korthus, but maybe it was just like the area just outside. 'Cause this all looks real cool. Way cooler than I remember. Isn't that right? Timmy. Timine. Sorry. The warrior of light and his brave companions walking the streets of Ishgard at last. What a glorious sight. I cannot tell you how long I've waited for this day. Allow me to present you my family home, Fortemps Manor. I should like nothing more than to show you around, but everyone is gathered to receive you. Come, my friends, introductions are to be made.
My lord, I have returned with the Scions.
I hope your journey was not too taxing. I, Count Edmond de Fortemps, do bid you welcome. As wards of House Fortemps, you shall be afforded every courtesy. My home is your home.
My companions and I are deeply honored, Count Fortemps.
The honor is mine, Master Alphino. Consider it an expression of our gratitude for your service to Ishgard.
Forgive me, my lord, but are you not concerned? To accept foreign guests at such a juncture, especially ones with our reputation.
Do not worry yourself on my account. 'Tis true that Ishgard's first thought has ever been the war effort, hence the closing of our borders. Yet it is in troubled times most of all that men should seek allies, don't you think?
True.
Granted, my decision will have raised eyebrows in the vault and in the halls of the other high houses. But so long as you continue with your altruistic endeavors, I doubt my honored peers will feel moved to voice their concerns.
Then there is naught to fear. Though our numbers are much reduced, we are no less determined to carry on our work.
Full glad am I to hear it. But before you return to your labors, why not take a tour of the city? You would do well, I think, to acquaint yourselves with your new surroundings. After all, you may be here for some time.
About 60 hours, give or take. Okay, I think now I can sneak out of here and find the Astrologian trainer. But where could she possibly be? In fact, if anyone knows where she is, I would appreciate the help. Okay, there's a couple of blue dots over in this direction. That's where we'll start. East, if you recall correctly. Yeah. That seems promising. In the first map of the fountain. Okay, so now these guys. Well, this is the fountain. Southeast part of the city overall. Okay. I'm gonna check over here. I have been an Astrologian before. Like, theoretically, I can... I'll identify her. Is it in here? Yes. Yes. Okay. This all looks very familiar. This is the place. Eye candy, Whisperwind. I get it. Greetings and welcome to the Athenaeum Astrologicum. Perhaps you were drawn by the fate to this place of learning, or perhaps you wish to know more of fate itself. Yes, I do. Then you were wise to come hither, for in the stars are written the fates of every man and woman in Heidelin. It was there in the stars that I read a man would call upon the Athenaeum this very day, a man who would play an important role in my own life. But my apologies. Even the most skilled reader cannot scry the name from the heavens. Would you be so kind as to give me yours, so that I might know who is to be my newest protege? Old. Old? Well, I was not expecting that. But what is a name but an attempt by our begetters to wield power over the lives of their sons and daughters? Lives whose paths have already been foretold, in a sense, that is. My name is Sugarheart de Durandare, and I am an astrologian from the Holy See. Remember that name, for it shall echo forevermore in the annals of Ishgardian history. Well, it will once I put it there. Once we put it there. Put her there, pal. Stairway to the Heavens. Now, where to begin? I suppose I could consult my divining deck for an answer, but it would be too easy now, wouldn't it? Very well. At the beginning it is. Astrology, or the reading of the stars, is a branch of astrological science which originated in the distant Sharlayan. There have been astrologians in Ishgard for thousands of years, but it wasn't until 3 centuries ago when Artoirel the Younger learned that the movement of the stars could also be used to foresee the movements of the Dravanian hordes that the field became popular. Since then, what was once a single science has bifurcated into 2 similar yet ultimately different schools of learning. The Sharlayan school of astrology and the Ishgardian school. The former placing a focus on tapping celestial aether and transforming it into beneficial magics, or astromancy. The latter specializing solely in determining the actions of our dragon enemies to the north. I am a student of the former, the only student of the former here in Ishgard, and have been actively seeking a partner with whom to conduct my research. Let's just say that my fellow astrologians have been less than approving of my path. But that is simply because they're afraid of what they do not know. Once they do know how Sharlayan astrology can benefit the sea and its soldiers, they will feel foolish for ever having doubted me, us. You will be joining me, will you not? Walking the path that has been laid out before you instead of stubbornly denying your fate, postponing the inevitable? Nah, that sounds cool. Let's do it. I see you wasted no time in making your decision. Like I always say, the stars are never wrong. Alas, even a lifetime of study and training cannot unlock all the secrets written in those stars. Myself, I have been a student of the astromantic arts for more summers than I can count. I still often misread the signs shown to me in the skies, though my readings are far more accurate now than they were when I attended the Athenaeum in Sharlayan. No, not the Sharlayan, mind you, the colony that once thrived in the Dravanian hinterlands. I can recall my time there like it was yesterday. For the first 6 moons, I was not even allowed to touch my deck of 60, let alone conduct a reading with major arcana. Most of my time was spent on the scriptorium transcribing old tones on astrological fundamentals such as the 6 elemental houses, divine duplicity, class triplicity, house modality, and polarity, dignity versus detriment. I abhorred the task and would tirelessly pester my instructors as to when I might actually be granted the opportunity to weave a spell or perform a reading. It wasn't until the end of the 6th moon that I realized all I had been transcribing had prepared me with the essentials I would need to do those very things. The positions of the celestial bodies with the 6 elemental houses and their relation to the major and minor arcana of the deck of 60, therein lie the secrets to tapping the ethereal power locked in the heavens. And soon, you too will become privy to these secrets. But not this day, no. I would not have you transcribe musty old tones like I was forced to do. No, the task I have for you is much more interesting. You see, I'm expecting the arrival of a very important guest. My old mentor from the studium has agreed to make the journey from the old world to Ishgard and speak with the Holy See regarding the implementation of Charlian astrological techniques in city-state defense. Alas, the professor and his party are now fully 7 days late in arriving, and I've begun to worry for their safety. I should be much obliged, therefore if you would inquire of the other astrologians here at the Athenaeum, if they have heard aught. Whew. Hurriet? Why would Lord Janequinard think I had information on the whereabouts of a handful of unbelievers from the blood-brine sea? I'm an astrologian, not a fortune teller. I cannot simply look at the stars and scry the location of the Viscount's guests. Unless his guests are dragons, that is. I suppose if anyone knew aught, it would be the Observatorium. We here at the Athenaeum are students dedicated to research. Those with any influence in our field are assigned to the astroscope. Whew. A lot of words. Give me the cards. Hang on, I'm stuck in a bookshelf. Let me guess. Good old Janequinard said he saw in you a vision, and the stars told him you were to study Charlian astrology with him. Am I close? Must be the 100th of his little pets to pester me this week alone. I harbor no ill will toward the ignorant unbelievers unlucky enough to find themselves caught up in the talk of stars and fortunes. But you may tell that sorry excuse for an astrologian for the umpteenth time that I have not heard naught concerning his imaginary friends from faraway Charlian. Just do not tell the Viscount I called him a sorry excuse for an astrologian, alright? I mean, maybe don't say it then? Anybody outside? Hello? Hey, it's Florai. Janequinard is still waiting on word from his missing Charlian instead of making an actual effort in finding them, is he? Of course he is. Is it any wonder that in the nearly 15 years since he returned from Charlian, his skill in astromancy has remained unchanged? Any wonder that he has never yet managed to convince a single peer of the value of the Charlian school? He's a privileged little sprat who spends his more time gazing in the stars in young maidens' eyes than actually trying to read the ones above his head. Alright, you tell the poor man I just returned from the observatorium, and one night at the communal feasting halls happened to overhear the chief astrologian, Forlamort, speaking with one of his aides regarding Charlian. He was visibly upset, and I wasn't about to risk my career over something I care little about. So I merely put my head down and ate my beet soup. But that's all I know, and you didn't hear it from me. I heard something from Flora. Master Forlamort, I thought this day could not get any worse. Ugh. Oh no. I'm not suggesting that meeting you in any way has been unfortunate. It is just that it may not be in our best interest to be seen together as of yet. There are certain people in the sea who do not approve of my studies. Couple that with the fact that you're an outsider and an unbeliever, well, people may come to the wrong conclusions. We must act with caution until we can prove that our intentions are just and for the good of all Ishgard. So I must ask you to travel to the observatorium alone and meet me there. Whew. The observatorium, huh? I believe that is the place south of Camp Dragonhead. Boop. We're getting there. one of these days my kids will make it to school. It's just gonna be like real close. In fact, are any of my kids awake and hiding in the room, hoping I don't notice them? No? Okay. Oof, it's gonna be an uncomfortable time getting them to school. If they were here, I'd tell them to get dressed and get ready. But I think they stayed up too late. And so it's just going to be a real surprise when I burst into their room, tell them to put on clothes and get them to school without, like, waking them up. You forgot Jean Aquidard, or whatever his name is, was House Durandare? Me too. I also don't recall that much about House Durandare. There's a lot of houses to keep track of. Ah, old. Now, allow me to apologize again for not accompanying you here. As for our business with the Chief Astrologian, you may leave the talking to me. Ah, Sugarheart, I might have known it would be you. Who else would be so indecent as to drag an outsider into this holy place of observation? You have always had an unhealthy obsession with the foreign. 'Tis why you are as worthless to the Eighth Neum now as when you returned from that heathen city a decade and a half since. But the stars, they can serve us in other ways than merely revealing when the Horde will attack. Their powers can be tapped. The Aether within can be used for... The Aether should be left be. Had history taught you not about the folly of the Nimians, the Andapori, the Mahachi? Mine uncle, the Charlians, have been wielding astromancy for ages without disrupting ethereal balance. This power, combined with this guardian astrology, could be what is needed to turn the tide of this 1,000-year conflict. Moreover, I have reason to believe that our masters of the vault agree, as they have given me their blessing to continue the research. But I did not come here to trade barbs with you, nuncle. Let us save that for another time. I'm here because it has come to my attention that you may have information as to the whereabouts of Professor Mace and his party from Charlian. For someone who says he's not here to trade barbs, you've been quite generous in your dealing of them today. If it means you'll leave and allow me to continue my work, then I'd be more than happy to let you know what information found its way to my desk just yesterday morn. Serpent Reaver sightings and foul weather prevented the professor's ship from entering the Strait of Marathor, where they would have made their way up the Maiden and into Corthus. After detouring around the south of Villabren, they have finally disembarked at Vesper Bay, where they took the land route along the Royal Allegan Sunway to the Black Shroud. It is there, it seems, they lost their way. A lost Astrologian, ha! It is as my morning reading predicted. Dalamud was in detriment in the House of the Spire, while ascending over the ecliptic. Old, you must journey to the Black Shroud and assist Professor Mace. Allow me to introduce you to Kimparain. He was my personal manservant and shall accompany you. Howdy. We gotta hurry, my kids need to get to school. He is not one for conversation, but his sword arm is among the best in all the pillars. Should see you safe if any dangers were to befall you, and something tells me danger lurks on the horizon. Alright. What's up? It is a pleasure to serve you, my lord. I shall make haste to Quarry Mill and await you there. Alright, can I get to Quarry Mill that fast? Yes. Shoop. My lord, I have questioned the residents of this hamlet and learned that a party of queerly dressed outsiders passed through but a bell ago. Should not prove overly difficult to find them now, but before we begin, might I ask a moment of your time? I would not dare utter ill of my master, but his recent fixation with the finding of a protege, I believe it ill-considered. This passion, however, pure, has left him with more than one enemy within the astrological community. Lord Forlamon has seen to this. I fear not only for how his name might be sullied, but for his life. I beg of you, pray do not drag him any further down into this quagmire. Let him quietly dabble in his dream, but let it remain at that, a dream. No good will come from encouraging him. It will only hurt the Viscount and his family. You must remember that while I serve Lord Jeannequinard, it is his uncle, the Count, who employs me. Now, as for the task at hand, I suggest we find the wayward travelers and hurry back to our respective hearths. I shall lead. Might I ask you to take the rear and see that none might take us unawares? Sounds great. Alright. Speak with Gimperain in the Snake Molt. Is this the Snake Molt? This is the Silent Arbor. And yet, here we are. These are the Charlians we seek. It appears they have found themselves in some trouble. Unhand my grandfather. Ah, feisty. We'll fetch a fine price for that one under the pleasure barge, from the pleasure barge captains. Gross. The soul has spoken. Grab the old man. These wizard types carry on them all manner of begemmed baubles and golden trinkets. Up or I'll toss you to the snakes. Are there snakes here? I thought it was just a name. You want to see the old man again? You leave us the girl. Try anything and he's dead. Wait. I swear by my pretty pink axe I will end them. Grandfather's soul crystal. Why would he leave it here, surrendering any power he might have to free himself from the bandits? Unless you were the one he saw in his reading before we left the old world. But that was more than a moon ago. My grandfather scribed from the cards that he would serve as a bridge for the countless souls to be passed to another. Might you be the other? These men of the forest are careless. Tracking them will be no difficult feat. I shall follow them and strike before they have time to regroup in numbers. The stars have spoken and laid their path not before you, but before our adventurer here. You must take the soul to the Astrologian and place it near your heart. Listen to the tales of those who walked before you and know their journeys as you do your own. As for the tools you require and the knowledge needed to wield them, I, La Viva, shall see to those matters. You saw there was no fear in my grandfather's eyes when the bandits took him. That's because he has seen you come to his rescue. Our lives are written in the stars long before we trod upon this land, and it is not by chance that you stand here today with the soul of the Astrologian in your hand. It's fate. Okay. Whew, Astrologian unlocked. Alright. So, the next time I stream, I am going to be an Astrologian. Good morning, everybody. I'm Old Man Sugarheart. Today we're playing Final Fantasy XIV. We finally made it to Heavensward. In fact, welcome to Final Fantasy XIV, the movie, Part 7, which I actually started last week. I got like 5 minutes into it, but in between then and now, what I have done is I set up my controller hotbars for Astrologian, and I went through and leveled up so that I could just dive into story quests if we get there. Right now, I've got like, I don't know, 5 or 6 Astrologian quests to go through before I do that. So that's where we're gonna be. The Chibi VTuber? Well, thank you. I'm partial to him myself. La Viva. Now listen carefully, for we haven't much time. The Star Globe, which you hold, is both your sword and shield. It will grant you strength as well as protection, but most important of all, it will grant you insight into the current location of the stars, enabling you to channel the heavens aether into your body for use. In all manner of magics, the better attuned you become with the heavens and their malefic and benefic bodies, the better that aether might be manipulated to bring succor or pain. But you already know the Star Globe is not the only tool an astromancer has at his disposal. Yes, the arcana, more specifically the 6 major arcana, play a defining role in what type of Astrologian you will become. Any layman will tell you that the cards can predict a man's future. This is both true and untrue. It's not a future that the card predicts, but the card influencing the man, so certain futures become more attainable. Seeking to tell a man's fortune, you draw a card from your deck. Upon reading the card, you scry that the man will be victorious in the coming battle. What is it that brings this man victory but aether tapped from one of the lower 6 heavens, granting the man strength, making it all that much easier for him to overcome his enemy? Of course, what card is drawn is linked to directly to the target's destiny as well as yours. And you, the one who will see this man to fortune, or will you lead him to downfall? It all depends on your reading. Normally, I would not dare to cover so much in a first lesson, but it is my grandfather who's placed his life in your hands. I'm not about to watch him have his throat slit because you can't not tell the face of an arcana from his back. We have 2 seemingly capable soldiers here to take the brunt of the bandits' blows, allowing them to carve a trail of carnage, while you convince the stars to nudge the 2 in a direction favorable to my kin. I understand this must be a lot to digest, but if you're ever to become a capable Astrologian, you must believe in the path laid out before you and your power to read it, follow it, and ultimately control it. Take some time to acclimate yourself to your new abilities and let me know when you're ready to begin. Whew. I've learned all the Astrologian actions and traits to level 30 to yada yada yada. So I already took a week to go ahead and do all that. I've been in stone vigil for days. It's time to move on. I see in your eyes that you are ready. Whether that actually makes you ready or not, well, only time will tell. Time, unfortunately, is something we no longer have in abundance. Let us take to the shadows and find out where these bandits are hiding my grandfather. May the stars be our guide. He's been dead for 4 days. We going? Stop targeting him. Why would I ever target you? This game really thinks I'd be out here healing my teammates. This is not the way to go.
Thanks, Granddad.
I'm sorry, do I have to learn about the balance? It's the red one. Hey, thank you for the follow, Kuroshi Don. There are 6 major arcanas. We must find the other cards. Oh, I'm picking them up as I go, am I? You guys coming? Cool. Oof. Oh man, you are dying. I didn't think it would happen. That's a level question mark. Guy, should I be worried? Give me the arrow. How dare you? We just gonna let me solo this guy? Come on. Get him off me. Okay. You guys are terrible tanks. Hi there, Gramps. Hi, Designs. How are you doing today? Can I sneak in here? Nope. Woo! You're a Halicarnassus player, and if you recall correctly, you are correct. That's where we are. Feel free to stop by and say hello. Right now, I believe we're in the Central Shroud. This is the place like next to the Palace of the Dead. Is it like Quinfall, maybe? Here, let's get this bat too. He's not gonna leave me alone. Have I found all the arcanas? It says speak with her. That's my objective currently. It just doesn't seem to be coming up. Have I gotten all 6 yet? Would you select the bandit leader? Everyone's healing. It's so much easier with like the party board on the side. Bloop. I was not told there would be 2 Astrologians. Enough of this. Now, 1 giant nerd, that we can beat up, but when there's 2, too many. I am Quimperine, in the employ of Lord Sugarheart. I am sent to escort you back to Ishgard. Are you unhurt, my lord? Jeanne you say? And where is my former student? His constant pestering is one of the reasons I agreed to make the long trip from the old world. I see none but Quimperine in this adventurer. I too have seen no other. Just like you didn't see those bandits until their knives were up our arses. But that is of no matter. It was all as the stars had foretold. Yup. Yes, I saw this adventure long before ever even setting foot on this accursed continent when the Arcana whispered and told me I would find a worthy successor to my soul crystal. Having witnessed how he eased into his new role but mere moments after taking up the crystal, globe, and deck. It actually took me about a week. Yes, I knew at once my reading was true, that this adventurer was the Astrologian I had been seeking. But now, let us see if he has the potential for greatness within him. I mean, don't you just do like another reading and you're like, ah, yeah, he does, I guess. Look to the skies, old, and there you will see 6 stars aglow in pale yellow. This is the bowl. This constellation is thought to be the gate to the first heaven, the heaven which holds the world tree, planted by the matron and nurtured by the keeper. The world tree is the source from which all life is said to have sprung. The trunk of the world tree, or the bowl, grants strength to the weak, allowing them to stand firm in the face of adversity. And you have now opened that gate, and its power is yours to command. Neat. The solid bowl represents a solid foundation. It's not a coincidence that this very constellation has risen to midheaven at this very moment. The moment of a new astrologian's birth. And to think I saw all of this moons ago. Seems I'm better at reading of fates than I thought. Alright, weird flex, but okay. But I jest. It has been a long journey with more than its share of unexpected excitement. I am an old man, and one does not need a deck of Arcana to see that my weary legs will not carry me much longer. Let's make haste to Iceheart so I may give that ungrateful Sugarheart a proper upbraiding. Gonna braid his hair? Alright, leave it to me, old man. The bowl blazes in the welkin, and that message is gone. But what's the bowl doing? Blazing in the welkin. Urch! Hello. Who is this? Where's my emote button? There it is. Hello. Rock, the Traveler. I love that outfit. You look great. Oh, and your cute little hat. And is that a salamander? Oh no, it's a sewer skink. Gross. Anyway, I also like your hair highlights, your eyes, the boots. You got a whole thing going. Very cool. Designs. So this is you, huh? Let's see. Hang on. How do I... Boop. We will be friends. Oh, I will not join the party. I will decline the invite. We're only doing story quests right now. Gonna help me out. You're welcome to come along. I don't know, can you help on job quests? Or do you get kicked out of the party when I do those? I guess let's find out. Level 100. Is that pugilism? Alright, tell you what. Welcome to the party. But what I think is going to happen is I'm going to go to the next Astrologian quest and it's going to make me leave the party. Whoop. Oh, no dungeons? No dungeons. I am level 50. I've done all the number of dungeons that I actually required to move on. Come to think of it, I should drink some orange juice. That's maple syrup. I don't know, maybe I should drink that too. So I should be the level I need to be to continue with the story. So I don't need to do any dungeons. I ran all the dungeons off stream, but let me tell you, my social anxiety, man, it flared up so hard. Like, I could not bring myself to party up with a real human being. Like, I don't know, I just wasn't confident in my ability to, like, heal, like, a pull everything kind of dungeon. Even though I was doing that solo with the NPC parties. Like, they won't run ahead, obviously, so I had to pull everything. It was actually kind of rough. I mean, the NPC parties aren't that good. Hello, Maron Pan. Are you another person who's watching me play games? But I haven't brung myself to heal other players yet. Jason Luday, oh, was that you? Man, I should have hung out and talked a little more then. Jana Quinard, 15 summers passed and that still the flippin' clod, I lost half of my hair tutoring, sending an adventurer to find the man you summoned halfway across Heidelin. Always taking the easy route. I wonder why you still haven't been able to open the second Heaven's Gate. Allow me to explain, Professor. You see, I was waiting here in case you made it to Ishgard before my manservant and Old could locate you. Think of the confusion had you arrived here only to find the Athenaeum empty. Wait, how did you know I haven't opened all the gates? My grandfather is the greatest astrologian in all Sharlayan. There is naught he doesn't know unless he does not wish to know it. You of all people should know that. Perhaps I was hasty in my decision to remain here and see to your training. Train me? You? But what of Professor Mace? Isn't that why you made the journey? My grandfather has already completed his task. He simply came to Ishgard out of courtesy to an old pupil, one who it appears he wasted years on. Wasted? What are you applying, milady? Ah, my dear Laviva, you still do not see it, do you? Without Janacord stumbling into my tutelage nearly 2 decades past, he never would have taken this adventurer under his wing and sent him to us in his stead. It was all as the stars had planned. Your soul crystal, Professor? This adventure has stolen your soul of the Astrologian? Ever the observant Jan. If this adventure had stolen my crystal, Laviva would have read some terrible fate for the lad. No, Old is my successor, something I mistakenly thought you might be. But even I cannot see every future, it seems. But do not despair. I have not given up on you completely. Despite your failings, you have tried your best to promote the Sharlayan school of astrology here in this den of fools who would see aught but and all beyond the Dragon Star. I wish to see you continue the fight, and that's why I bade Laviva to remain here and further your and this adventurer's training. Okay. I see. This is all rather overwhelming. Might I have some time to consider your words? No. You either continue your training with me and your protege, or you crawl back into obscurity. I shall give you both several turns of the sun to study the basics of Sharlayan astrology. It should not be so hard for you, Janacard, considering you've had a substantial head start. Once you've committed all the basics to memory, then return here. In the meantime, I'll be traveling Eorzea, searching for locations where Old and you will unlock the remaining Heaven's Gates. But you were only recently set upon by bandits. Perhaps traveling alone so soon is unwise? Don't you think I know that? That is why you will be lending me the services of your able manservant, Kimperain. I will, yes. Of course, Lady Laviva. Anything for the granddaughter of the Sharlayan's finest professor of astrology. Kimperain, you are the lady. Whew. Very good. I shall see my grandfather to the airship landing now. But rest assured that if you neglect your studies, I will know. Next Astrologian quest will be available from Janacard at level 35. Hey, look, it's available. Alright. Meronpan. Is that code for melon bread? Here, I'll do you a reading. All the things. Wait, what is this? A magicked prism. I don't know what those are. Have some hot chocolate. What do these do? Seasonal miscellany. This Oh, okay. Fireworks. Oh, that's cool. Thank you very much. Somewhere in the world there's a cheer. I can... there it is. Boop. Mahar. Anyway, thank you for the kind gift. Welcome to my collection of friends that I have made on my social anxiety run. How many have I made? I have made 8. Which is not bad. That's like 1 a movie. Anyway, it is good to see you. And you know what? I like the outfit. Did you get that from... I don't know. The colors make it seem like it came from the Fall Guys event. Woohoo! Happy to be here. You are the heart of the party. You look like the heart of the party. Oh, that is very pink and blue. I like the colors. I just got through playing Cyberpunk 2077 yesterday. There was a lot of pink, blue, and yellow. It takes me way back to the 90s. Woo! Alright, for the sake of the viewers on YouTube, what is going on now? Those are big things here. You may have some coffee. Are those better than what I have? Almost certainly. What have I got? A Mithrite Star Globe. It's not bad looking. I like it. I think it upgraded from Cobalt. Let's see. The outfit you're wearing is the Mog Sortre, but you dyed it. Excellent color palette choice. If I do say so myself. And though I do like your Astrologian outfit. It's very Victorian. It actually kind of reminds me of what was her face? Laviva? She kind of had like a similar vibe. It's nice. I'm just wearing the basic Daystar, which you get through leveling. But very soon we're gonna like go on a fashion kick. Alright, I have to continue. For the viewers at home. Greetings, old. The stars tell me you've been rigorously following Laviva's training regimen, though I harbor doubts to that go out and do things while I traipse about the realm constitutes a regimen. She is all we have, so I suppose we have to make do. And as the stars would have it, she's just sent word that she is ready for us to attempt the opening of the second Heaven's Gate. You are aware of the seven heavens, are you not? Just as there are seven realms to the underworld, so too are the 7 realms of the firmament. Each of the first 6 represent one of the 6 basic elements: earth, ice, water, and wind, lightning, and fire. The 7th and final heaven representing the element's astral polarity. The first 6 heavens are represented by the 6 constellations, which each revolve around the pole star. Astrologians of the Charlian school draw on the aether contained in the celestial bodies represented in the constellations by unlocking or opening the gate to heaven that the constellation is correlated with. There is no actual gate. Think of it more of a portal to the soul. You're opening your mind, allowing for attunement with these distant bodies, much like the ones that one attunes with an aetherite, but on a far grander scale. I am definitely not being distracted by a dancing potato. Now, this may come as a revelation, but Hydaelyn is not flat like most believe, and it is, in fact, a sphere so large that when we walk upon it, it only appears to be flat. Because it is a sphere, there are some locations better suited than others for observing certain constellations. That is what Laviva is doing right now. Finding a location in which the next Heaven's Gate will rise to position directly in the midheaven, where it will be easiest to attune with. And it seems she has found one, near the final prayer in Eastern Thanalan. Whew. You've gone full bunny outfit. That's your warrior outfit? Neat. Alright, you've convinced me with your dance. I shall invite you to the party. I must now find Laviva. Shoot, did he say where she was? Boop. Thanalan, that's right. To Camp Drybone. Whoop! Also, are you a level 80 blue mage? I don't think I've ever met one of those. I wasn't sure how, like, the average person felt about, like, the blue mage stuff. I'm flying in the general direction. Is this a way to get there? Whoop. Yeah, you just hit level 80 today. Congratulations. Is that max level for blue mage? I wouldn't be surprised if it was. Here at last, I see. Bandits have kept poor Kimperine busy, harrying our camp since we arrived. I do believe the old man enjoys the excitement, however. I'm certain it beats whipping the arse of a noble brat whoring away his uncle's fortune while dreaming of becoming a real astrologian. I am very well capable of wiping my own arse, thank you very much, and Kimperine has never once complained about his duties. Of course he hasn't. Your uncle pays him to smile and nod. And I'm sure a comfortable position in the pillars beats chasing after cloud rats in the broom to flavor his soup. Are we here to trade banner, milady? Because I was led to believe we'd be unlocking a celestial gate. You'll find that Kimperine has many good uses. I haven't the faintest doubt that he will be most ably handle any ruffians who happen to come stumbling up about looking for prey. Now old and Janaquanard, we must be patient and wait for the constellation to reach its highest and brightest point, a point at which its flow of aether is the strongest in relation to Hydaelyn. OMG, you have that mount? The cube mount? It did look cool. What are you riding on now? It's just a nice looking chocobo. Very cyberpunk. It matches your outfit. And she's got a sphere. I saw that sphere in one of Cider Spider's achievement hunting videos. Which means that must be pretty hard to get. There, old. The balance. Focus on the constellation and attune to its power. That it? The balance represents the heaven of fire, a realm made prosperous by the blessing of the traders, and at the same time, those whose equilibrium is maintained by the divine judgment of Azima the Warden. Azima's might will empower those who would take up their blades and meet divine punishment in the name of the Sun Goddess. I thought she was supposed to be a... Oh, no, never mind. The card is a picture of the star. But the constellation is actually her doing a backflip. And thus has the balance burned ever crimson in your heart, unlocking the gate to the second heaven. They're going to raise the level cap for blue mages to 90 soon. Neat. Now let us speak ourselves to the next location. Little Alamigo, eh? Why so soon, you ask? I would rather that I had you commit yourself to another... Would you rather I had you commit yourself to another several moons of using malefics to put down hedge moles? I thought not. Another 7 stone vigil runs would be torture. The balance blazes in the Welkin. I don't know what it's doing either. I never will. Alright. To Little Alamigo. Come on. Whoop. That's a cool mount. The coolest mounts I ever had were the ones you get from Golden Saucer. I don't have them on this character, but I did do my fair share of gambling while I was leveling up. I was going to save up for a Sabotender Planisphere, but since you just gave me this much nicer one, maybe I will spend it on like a flying carpet or a magical spinning turtle. That fat chocobo is amazing, right? How did I get it? By buying the collector's edition like 14 years ago. There's probably like some other way to get it, but that's how I know it got attached to my account. I've also got like several cosplay outfits. Like I think I've got Cloud Strife's gear. Hey, now that's a Sabotender. You are the entire Golden Saucer. Shoot, maybe I get one of those. Wonder how much that costs. $1 million? Be patient, old. Allow the stars to make their ascents in the mid-heaven. Survey the skies and, Alright. Well, it is dawn, so it can't be that much longer until nightfall. Raise your eyes to the stars and witness the violet glow of the spire. That it? You can still get the collector's edition? Does it come with all the things that like came out over the past like 17 years? However old Final Fantasy XIV is. In the third heaven rises an iron tower of spinning gears and taut springs constructed by the builder himself. It is assailed without cease by the jealous Raubahn, but the destroyer's mighty 11 bolts only serve to power the spire's clockwork soul. Very steampunk. It is through the blessings of both creation and destruction that the strength is granted to he who sees its stars rise under this sign. You have now opened the gates, and its power is yours to command. 1 million, yes. Oh, man, I guessed. I don't know if I've ever made it to 1 million. One of these days I'll win the jumbo jackpot. Using the arcana to draw upon the powers of the stars they represent, this path we walk as astrologians is called the Royal Road. It can be treacherous and fraught with peril, but it can lead men to greatness. Neat. Just keep doing the fashion report? Is that the best way to make money? It probably is. I think I've heard that before somewhere. But the fashion report is like the least fun thing you can do. I'm partial to triple triad myself. Well, that's cool. Your dragon turned into a bird. You've got a lot of cool mounts. What's your total playtime in this game? How many years have you spent acquiring all these things? What's on my VTuber sleeve? That's my little Sugarheart. It's just a heart with a little white diamond shape in it. That's my logo. Your realm is quite the paradox. On one hand, it is full of life and magic and wonder, one of the richest lands in all of Hydaelyn. On the other, it is literally brimming over with strife. How do you tell what your playtime is? Shrug? Win the jumbo cactopot. Yeah, so to win the jumbo cactopot, you select 4 numbers. You can do that 3 times a week. So that's 156 attempts a year. You've got like a 1 in 1,000 chance of guessing right. So it'll only take like 10 years to win the jumbo cactopot. Easy. It's about how long it'll take us to beat the main story quest, so yeah, let's do it. Your realm is quite the paradox. On one hand, it's full of life, magic, and wonder. One of the richest lands on all of Hydaelyn. On the other, it is literally brimming over with strife. Take little Alamigo, the wretched souls displaced from their homes by the flames of war, or Ishgard, mired in its own pointless conflict with an enemy so old it does not even remember why it fights. The foolish believe that it is their fate to suffer, and so they turn their gaze away from the stars, when those self-same stars have the power to show people there are many paths. But that power can only be channeled by the few, those like me and you, and to a lesser extent Jeanne Quinard. And it is our duty to use that power to benefit those who remain lost or misguided. Remember that, and maybe one day you will truly become my grandfather's successor. Ooh, that is exactly what I've been trying to tell the astrologians of my home nation. Why disregard something that has the power to grant succor to the wounded and the power to uplift the downtrodden, to strengthen the weak? The answer to that is easy. Empowering those without power lessens the power of those who already have it. Heal the weak so they might rise up and topple those who made them weak. Why would anyone in a position of power do that? Even our great nation of learning is corrupted by this manner of thought. We hoard our knowledge so that we might remain the brightest. Why do you think that it took so long for Professor Mace to visit you, Janaquinard? Yes, I know that what he told you, but that was not the whole of it. Those of the ruling quarter did their damnedest to stand in the way of my grandfather, worried that his passion for his field would kindle widespread interest in Charlian astrology. They only allowed him his recent trip, knowing he was now too old to do aught of the sort. Fortunately, the ruling quarter did not realize I would be accompanying my grandfather. All these past turns of the suns have been most fruitful. Yet, while you have opened half of the heaven's gates, there's still much of what we like to refer to as the royal road ahead of you. Take what you've learned here in the southern deserts and transform that knowledge into strength. If you wish to know more of the royal road, I suggest you discuss it with Janaquinard back in Ishgard. If my grandfather is to be believed, his time transcribing tomes back at the Studium Scriptorium should have left him more than capable of handling the task. Whew. Let's see. Since late Heavensward, you've never really ended your subs, so you've been playing for like many, many years. And honestly, that's really when it got really good. Hey! I recognize that sweater. That's a cable knit sweater, like the one my VTuber wears. I've actually been keeping an eye out for that one, and I've been thinking of getting it as like a casual outfit. If I ever stop to take time to actually do my glamour. Like, it's such a pretty one. Now that crown there, did that come from the Fall Guys event? Don't forget to hydrate. Good call. I'm currently drinking Celsius Tropical Vibe because it's 4 a.m. Actually 5:30 a.m. I know the term. I do know the term. I actually had to look it up when I made my VTuber. Alright. I'm heading back to Ishgard. I need to learn some more dancing emotes. The most popular one being probably the Manderville. That's just a fun quest line to do. I think people have mixed feelings on it, but I really liked it. Janaquinard, you wish to know more of the Royal Road? I seem to recall it had something to do with reassessing the attribution of an arcanum before reading it, which would result in a slight alteration of predestination, or perhaps it had something to do with the kings and queens of the minor arcana. It was over a decade ago. Man, they've actually completely changed how Astrologian works like several hundred times. Currently, what you do is you draw 3 cards. In this case, I've got like the ewer, the bull, and the spear. Like, you get the same 3 cards every single time. The only thing I remember is that the spear goes on your range DPS, and the balance goes on your melee DPS. Everything else I just throw on the tank. Or if I'm solo, I just dump it all on me. That is the current way how the Astrologian works, if I understand correctly. The bee's knees, was that the like walk dance you were doing? It's a good one. I do want to learn how to do the bee's knees. I don't know where it comes from, but it's been around forever. So it didn't come from like Honeybee Lovely or anything. Are you doing well, old? Well, then that makes 2 of us. I mean, I can't keep so much important news from you. Old Lady Laviva in Kimperain just last night fell victim to another ambush at the hands of bandits. The ever resourceful Kimperain proved his invaluable worth once again with a dashing display of chivalry that would shame any knight in the sea. A statement that attests to the sorry state of our knights. But that is a chat we can have over a different cup of tea. When Lady Laviva attempted to retire to a room at that filthy inn in Broome, I had our sorely disused second floor cleared and furnished with trappings from our own home. She's up there now, and she asked to see you the moment you arrived. Okay. You have wings now. Is that... You've got like a little pocket mog. It's like a Pokeball. I'm not entirely sure what that is. Whoa. The surprising eye contact. Oh! I've never played Red Mage, so that's like part of your weapon, right? Like, that's the magic portion. Kind of reminds me of the mags from Phantasy Star Online. What is happening? You got me a winter sweater. What do I have to give? I will give you... Do I have anything of value? Have some grape purple dye. This is what I have. Perfect. I now match my VTuber. I can start constructing like my VTuber outfit now. It looks good. So precious, right? La Viva. Wait, you don't seem at all surprised to see me here. Did Janaconard tell you of the attack? That damn fool. And after I told him to keep his mouth shut. Though I suppose I must bear some fault for ever thinking he could do as he was told. Now, I suppose you're wondering why I summoned you here to these makeshift chambers, and no, it has not to do with the bandit attacks. It appears are much more common in your realm than I thought. There are times when the heavens may provide you with a vision of the future that is slightly beyond your original aim. In these cases, the stars are not flawed, only out of order. So, by shuffling the card back into the deck, we are in no way ignoring or denying a future, merely postponing a reading intended for a later date and replacing it with something that better pertains to the present. I trust that you will pick up this technique swifter than Janaconard. Be sure to place it in your glamour dresser. I shall. Oh, you didn't see, did I have any prisms? I do. I've got lots of prisms. I will put it in my glamour dresser. That'll be like the first thing I do after stream. But for the sake of the YouTube viewers, I have to keep going. As much as I'm sure they'd like to see me fumble around in my underwear drawer, I gotta keep the action exciting. I'll have to repair it, but we'll get there. Are you ready, my pupil? The gate to the fourth heavens awaits. However, the location I have chosen for attunement will not remain the most optimal for long. You're to travel with Janaconard and I will make the journey with Kimperane. There are no objections? Good. You think you used them to put the jacket on? I may have. Like, at some point I knew I was gonna have to, like, find my own drip. It's a good thing, like, the story armor, whatever came out with, like, the Daystar stuff for healers, whatever the tank equivalent was, looked really good. Wow, that is a shiny green dye. Looking glorious. Right. Oh, right mouse click on you and request repair. That's a thing? If it is Lady Laviva you seek, she left with Kimperane for Limsa Lomensa. If you make haste, you'll still be able to catch them at the airship landing. Me, as much as I would like to indulge myself on the pillows of Rotano pleasure barges, there is a congress to be held in the vault, and all the prominent houses have been summoned. My presence at such an event would be sorely missed, so I fear this next lesson must proceed on without me. I'm certain Lady Laviva will understand. I can always open the third gate another day, or was it the fourth? Third or fourth. It is of no matter. The stars certainly will not be going anywhere. It's like the one thing stars do. Let's see. Request repair. I am not wearing gear that can be repaired by you. But I think I am fully repaired on all my stuff. That's probably why. Anyway. For now, back to gear. He's in photo mode. Yes. I'm trying to photobomb. Any other good things? I've got dance. Yes. That emote was weird. It was punching you in the back of the head. But I'm getting distracted. We need to go to Limsa Lomensa. Was it the... man, never pay attention to exactly where they want me to go. Actual Limsa Lomensa. I was kind of not expecting that. Whoop! So many people. That guy's name was Ice Cream. Lunar Fruit Darkhorn. And here we are. My lord, Lady Laviva is missing. We disembarked the airship together, but became separated in the chaos of landing. Seeing as how the lady has found herself a victim of bandit attacks twice since arriving in Eorzea, I fear she may be targeted once again, especially considering the location. This is my first time setting foot in Limsa Lomensa, but I'm made aware of its landmarks. Might I suggest we search independently so we might cover more ground. I'll start with the several seemingly more disreputable locations, such as the Drowning Wench, the Astrologian, and the Missing Member. Gross. Would my lord be so kind as to search the Fisherman's Bottom? Gross. And the Coral Tower? Okay. Let us meet at the Seven Sage once our survey is complete. Howdy. That's a lovely dress too. Is that the same dress? It is. At that angle, it looked a little more gothic. Alright. Let's go examine the Fisherman's Bottom. I'm sure he won't mind. Whoop. The Kibi. 20-odd summers since I spilled on me ma's loins. Spilled from me mom's loins. Gross. And I ain't once I ever heard the word Astrologian. Now, in the span of 2 bloody bells, I gone and got myself not one, but an honest-to-goodness pair of the living star-goppers. Didn't see where the other fair-skinned lass buggered off to. Ones as that, though, oft end up in the pleasure barges, if you catch me drift. Aren't you just delightful? Also, fishy. Alright, where am I? In the Coral Tower. Where's the Coral Tower? Oh. If it's only like the second place I ever visited in my entire playthrough. I forgot the name of it was Coral Tower. How you doing? Another Astrologian? How odd. It's not often that even in our city-state, known for its diversity, welcomes a single reader of the stars through its gates, let alone 2, and on the same day, no less. Yes, I took a few moments from my duties to speak with her about the city-state. She seemed quite interested in our dealings with the Sahagin, and the Serpent Reavers, and the Garlean Empire. I told her what I could, but she left after only a few moments. It was as if she thought she was being pursued, but the Charlian was gone before I could assign her a yellow jacket escort. And let me see. If I crawl into the bottom here, is that where the next person is? Yeah. Bronber. I seen a stuffy lass in a rum garb poking her lovely head in holes where it weren't wanted. 'Tis rare that we get someone so worldly down in the gurgling belly o' the tower. I had to halt training to work out what the fuss was about. The maid inquired as to where she might find herself a nip or two of some of the strong stuff, so I pointed her in the direction of our resident apothecary, Carvalian, over at the Seventh Sage. Yar. It is fun to be a pirate. I can see why people like Limsa Lominsa. I'm just not much of a water person myself. Where is it? Oh. Right here. Where are ye hiding? Oh. Lord Old, I bear good tidings. Lady Laviva is scheduled to return here within a manner of bells. It seems she entered a contract with Carvalian for the purchase of several of the apothecary's wares. An interesting girl, that one. Very rarely do I see young maidens walk the Lamentin streets without escort, and almost never do they come to me seeking spice. Still, she did appear quite uneasy, as if being followed or watched. Suspicions, I must say, are not uncommon in our fair city. Might she be in some manner of trouble? Those who agreed to speak with me at the Drowning Wench and the missing member claimed the same. My short stay in the Astilica bore no fruit whatsoever. What were ye able to find, my lord? She was at 2 places and now she's not. I see, so we have ascertained that the lady is being followed, and that she is aware of the fact. If this is the case, I believe she will attempt to move somewhere where she will be in plain sight of as many people as possible. I doubt that'll help in this town. Kidnappings and killings are conducted in broad daylight here. And when they happen, most people just keep their heads down so as not to have them removed from their shoulders. 12 damn this town. My lord, I shall set out once more and try to locate Lady Laviva. There is still a chance she may return here on her own, so I ask that you remain in case she does. If she has not arrived at the rendezvous points by the time of her scheduled meeting with Carvalian, then we shall both go to the one location that is most populated after the sun falls in Limsa, the Drowning Wench. Whoa. I am reading a number of words. My throat is beginning to die. It's been very cold and dry here in the US. Come on, wait. Unable to commence duty as a sorry? If you are above maximum, yes. Oh, okay. I have to leave the party. Now I have to kick. I have to kick you. Hiya. It was a fun party while it lasted. I enjoyed our time together immensely. Feel free to join me again another time. Or just pop in and photobomb me. It's all up to you. It appears your companion is tied up. Not literally, I hope. Perhaps you should head for the wench to see if she's there, like your friend believes. Though I fear if she did not make it that far, you may never find her again. At least not alive. Worry not, my starry-eyed friend. If by chance she were to arrive here after your departure, you have my word, no harm shall come to her while she remains behind the Seven Sages' doors. You can't kick me, I'm leaving. You did, you got out too quick. Man, the streets are empty. You're not a cat girl. Am I even in Limsa Lominsa? A woman in black? What's wrong with the woman standing up for you? It's kind of nice seeing Limsa Lominsa quiet. Like, look at that. I don't even see any erotic role players. Oh wait, here's one. I might have seen me a lass scurrying off to Highlane? Something like that. Will someone not save me? I'll save you. Me, brave knight in shiny armor, do yada yada yada, whatever. Get cooked. I have the power of the entire heavens. Get wrecked. That there are those about who would attempt to stall us for most. Mean the lady still eludes them. Follow me. I fear she may not be able to remain hidden for much longer. Where did you go? I was looking at the green text in the chat. Alright, there's a wall. There's a wall, there's a wall. It's a good thing there's a lot of walls here. Maybe she went down here. Old, we must save Lady Laviva. Liva La Viva Loca is going to be a drowning wench if I don't help her. It does seem that way. Hey, could you quit dying? Kimperane, you're bleeding everywhere. Stop it. Which one's the real Lady Laviva? It's Lady Lavevi. Lord Old, I cannot trust my own eyes. Which is the real one? It's the August Astrologian, obviously. She's such a Sagittarius. Hi, Duncan MacLeod. How are you doing? Lady Laviva, you have my apologies. It was my fault. My fault I allowed us to become separated. Do not blame yourself, Kimperane. I sensed danger at the landing, and it was my instinct to run, as I ever have. I forgot I could trust you. Unfortunately, by the time I realized such, there was no sign of you. So I did what I could to blend in, choosing crowded places, speaking with as many locals as possible. Though all the while feeling that there were unseen eyes watching my every move. By the time I realized that my pursuers were simply leading me away from you, the night had already fallen, giving them a perfect opportunity to strike. It was then that I witnessed several of the bandits had disguised themselves in a garb similar to mine. I assumed this was to confuse the three, two of you still searching for me. It was then I conceived of the idea to play the part of the imposter myself. Why hide in the shadows when you can hide in plain sight? So you disguised yourself as yourself. Very clever. That was quite brilliant of you, Lady Laviva. May I ask, were you at any time able to discern who those pursuers were? The amount of effort put into your capture would suggest that they are more than mere pirates looking to sell you to slavers. Unfortunately, no, and I wasn't able to walk up to them and ask them who they were or who hired them. But all of that is behind us now. Let us see if we can salvage some of this horrible night. The fourth gate ascends nearby, Old. Shall we not see it made yours? To the anchor yard. The NPC should be ashamed of himself sitting there needing healing. I am a little disappointed in him. He's just bleeding everywhere. Well, I'll be a barnacle on a kraken's arse. If it ain't the star-gopping lassie come to scry us fortunes. Tell us, which one of ye'll be dying first like? The beet red knight with the carp in his card piece? Whoa, is that a carp in his card piece? or the stern-faced venturer on his high hobby horse. God damn it, how many pirates are in this godforsaken hell? At least 7. Oh, what am I doing? Oh wait, there's another purple guy in there. You get back here. Eva, heal yourself. There you are. Whew. Worked up quite a thirst I have, if you find yourself beset by yada yada yada, and then they're gone. Oh hey, that was the fisherwoman. That was nice. Hey, she looks familiar. Is she the bandit leader? Slap that hat off her. Oh, man, you just got Pikachu'd. Haha, lay down them weapons or I'll cut the old man a new grin under his chin. I cannot believe that actually worked. Nor can I, but then again, never have I fought someone so credulous. Now let us do this as they do in the Fear Babes. The what? You step over here. I let the man go. Easy peasy. Wait, I know you. You're the bandit leader who attacked Lady Laviva's grandfather in the Black Shroud. Someone has a good memory for being so on in years. Well then, this changes everything. First off, I can finally drop this annoying pirate accent, and secondly, I suppose I can simply kill you now rather than pretending to let you go once the lady is drawn close enough. Wait, is she really gonna kill him? Because if she does, I'll just revive you. Stop right there. Unhand the man, or I'll have your head tarred on and on the prow of the galley by cock crow. What? First maniacal marauders, then feline fishers, and now the commodore of the Swivin Thassalocratic Navy. How many more gods is this machine gonna drop on me? Until next time, Lady Laviva. Hey kitty, did you meow for everybody? Yeah, my apologies. I was a fool to fall for that bandit's trick. True. Amazing. In all my years, that was the first time I've ever seen that feigning death trick actually work. But now is not a moment to be dwelling on our many failings. I have the dastard to apprehend. You would be surprised how often people run after being told to stop right there. You do like the American police do, just shoot them in the knee. Lady Laviva, the pirate. She was the same bandit who... Yes, I know. And that changes little, for I still have no idea who she may be or who she may be working with. There's not we can do until the Commodore brings the woman to justice, or until she decides to attack us again. What we can do is what we came here for, Old's training. Warrior of Light cannot revive if the plot tells him he can't. I'm just saying, if I was there, Aerith would have gone down differently. Now, look at the stars and behold the arrow. The fourth heaven, or the heaven of wind, was created atop a lofty peak by Oshan, the wanderer whose footsteps had been guided by the navigator. The wind that blows off Limlayan's seas guides the arrows fast and true, and so shall it deliver the weary souls of those trapped in the mire of confusion, indecision, and over-contemplation. Pew, pew, pew. The fourth heaven has opened its gates, allowing you to access to its sacred penetralia. Anyway, from this day forth, its power is yours to interpret and wield. I don't think I can wield penetralia on stream. I think that's against Twitch's terms of service. That power will further aid you as you continue to hone your skills. Now, let us return to Ishgard. I have a few words for a certain student of mine who felt inclined to forgo this particular lesson. No, old Aerith must die? If she doesn't, King Thordan will take over? Now hold up. What does that mean? Is that new in the remake? Honestly, the amount of content that has to be in the remake, there must be a bunch of new stuff that I've never heard before. Alright, back to the fountain. But I've actually been thinking, like, the, which one? Final Fantasy Rebirth just came out today. Or not today, yesterday? Very recently. And, like, I have an interest to play it, but, like, when the first one came out, I was like, I'll wait for all three so I could play it all in one go. But, like, it dawns on me that that's going to be, like, 180 hours. And what if I don't like the first one? I don't know, I've heard nothing but good things. Let me know if you want me to stream the Final Fantasy remake. Because I do have an interest, but there's so many other games that I'm interested in as well. Oh, old. You might have had the decency to warn me that Lady Laviva was in a mood with me for not joining you. She seemed to think I was the one to blame for your misadventures. Now, why would that be? It's not as if my being there would have prevented the bandits from attempting to abduct Laviva, and those being the same bandits who attacked you in the Black Shroud, which, by the way, is another location I was not at. This is plainly something far beyond our control. And furthermore, it is not as if I was merely sipping cordials and waltzing with the baronets. I was helping further our cause. I spoke with several high-ranking cardinals about Lady Laviva being granted the opportunity to speak in the vault regarding Charlian astrology. What do you think of that? I was politely turned down, of course, but this is the gesture that will one day lead to another gesture, which will one day lead to a head inclined slightly in the direction of another gesture. Little steps, my protege, little steps. Whew. That was a number of words. And then the Ascians become the main character and they turn FF into the Dark Souls verse. Hey, I do alright at Dark Souls. I beat the Elden Ring DLC. I even beat Consort Radahn before they nerfed him. Like, I've got an achievement of beating the hardest, most unfair fight in video game history. Does that mean I'm good? I can handle Dad Ascian, is what I'm trying to say. Greetings, your timing, my friend, is impeccable. For it just so happens that at this very moment, I have need of your assistance. While our lovely Lady Laviva has been out making herself a target for every cutthroat and cur in the realm, I have been focusing my efforts on our main objective. Training? Ha! There'll be enough time for training later. No, I speak of our ultimate goal of spreading knowledge of the Charlian School of Astrology throughout the Holy See. As you know, the Vault recently turned down my request to allow Lady Laviva to speak before them. But I'm not one to be turned away so easily. Now I have a plan. I will entreat the Chief Astrologian for Lamort to draw up an official recommendation. The Vault will not so quickly dismiss the words of a man of such standing. Yes, I know. Mine uncle loathes me with a passion rarely seen even in young lovers, and there is really no reason why he would aid our cause, being a staunch opponent of change and all. But that does not mean we cannot try, and if we fail, well, then we can try again, and again, and again, until he is so annoyed that he writes us the recommendation simply to see us out of his thinning hair. And by we, I mean you. Considering how red the Chief Astrologian became the last time I visited him, I reason it would be detrimental to mine uncle's health should I arrive at his place of research. And we most certainly would not want him to fall ill and collapse before he penned us that recommendation. Whew. More stuff doing. There were a few Souls-like games that came out. Black Myth Wukong was one of them I skipped. I heard it was more like Neo. But frankly, I like the more Dark Souls-like. I think I'd rather play like Lies of P. And I kind of missed the boat on that one. There was another one that came out in Notria, but it came out like around the exact same time the Elden Ring DLC came out, so I never tried that one either. I don't know, it's about time for me to do another Dark Souls-like game. I saw the randomizer for Elden Ring has been updated to work with the DLC, So, like, that might be a thing we do. But if we're going, like, classic games, I've had Disco Elysium in the back of my mind. The next time I find, like, a 24-hour gap between new games we're interested in. They're gonna try and steal Graham's dentures. Someone stop them. Oh, they can't take my dentures? Never wear them to begin with. It's all applesauce and grits here. Who do I see disturbing me this fine evening but Jeanne Quinard's new manservant? I suppose you came here for this. Jeanne Quinard never ceases to amaze, does he? Not only does the lout have the nerve to ask me, for aid, but then he refuses to do me the common courtesy of accepting that aid in person. Ever the entitled little shite, more worried about his popularity amongst the fairer sex than how his actions disgrace his family name. Ah, the slackjaw. I suppose you're wondering why in the world I, of all people, would agree to such nonsense. Well, it is simple. Allowing the heathen Astrologian to dig her own grave in front of the entire vault in the Ishgardian astrology community will only serve to accomplish what I wished from the very start. Charlian astrology has no place in Ishgard. It has no place in Eorzea. It has no place in this world. It is dangerous and it serves no purpose but to take our eyes off of what's truly important. Using astrology to free us from the dragon menace and ensure man's return to Halone's kingdom. Laviva's dithering will only make that much clearer. And Jeanne Quinard, perhaps this will finally spell his downfall. He's only been allowed to continue this nonsense because he's harmless, too caught up in the luxury of being in line to Count de Durendare's title to actually put forth any real effort in furthering his cause. Charlian astrology is but an oddity, which he can boast about at... There's a potato in that bookshelf. Sorry, it's an oddity which he can boast about at balls to get him in bed with slatternly maids of lower houses. His father protected him thus far, but allowing him and this lady to speak, there will be no brushing this under the rug. The shame this brings things forth. Jeanne Quinard will be finished. Someone's got a broken gillbot clipping through walls. Back to Jeanne Quinard. Well, that was Revenant's Toll. There we go. Lots of teleporting going on. Inform me right away once Chief Astrologian Forlamult has denied my request for a letter of recommendation so that we might begin work on our next request. Is it? No, it cannot be. It is? This seal is Forlamult's, but what did he say? No, wait, maybe it's better I don't know. Well, this changes everything. I will have to arrange another meeting with the vault, summon the cardinals to Durandare Manor. We will need wine and sparrow-stuffed pheasant, and pheasant-stuffed goose, and goose-stuffed chocobo, and bards. A whole troop. Not to eat, of course. Hey, you'd stuff them with chocobos. No, I fear I will no longer be able to join you on Lady Laviva's next opening of the gates. Do give her my regards, though, when you see her in Mordona. Oh, hey. I almost went there on accident. It's as if the stars themselves are guiding me. Where's she at? It's not in the Crystal Tower. There she is. Oh, that's the place where we dumped Moonbreeda's corpse. I mean, honored her memory. Gummy bards. I think you meant yummy bards. If my Final Fantasy lore stands true, they're actually spoony bards. For once, we're not the bandits' targets. We came across this young woman as she was being dragged into the hills. Though we drove her abductors away, I suspect they already mustered the courage for a second attack. It's a good thing you arrived when you did. The girl claimed she was a student at the Athenaeum, and recently overheard Janna Kennard mention that we would be conducting another gate opening in Mordona. She journeyed here on her own in hopes of having the chance to witness your astromancy firsthand. I say, we give her something to remember. Okay. Spare the chocobo, right? Like, it's like eating a horse. Like, you do you and all. But, like, it seems like a thing that isn't done. Though I've always been down to, like, eat the weird. Targeting NPCs is a pain. Would you... Stop with the murder. Oh, hey, is that the same bandit leader? No, this one's got a beard. Didn't see this coming, did you? Rise, slave, and tear the bastard's limb from lame. Whoa. Here, have all the cards. Would you stop getting murdered for like 5 seconds? And you guys, stay out of the AoEs. Ugh, it's like I'm doing mentor roulette. My apologies, Lady Lavivia. I did not think... Your only fault was being an insatiable thirst for knowledge. A realm where one must apologize for being a victim is no realm worth living in. Good advice. But why would those men attack me? I believe it is now quite obvious that these bandits were not meant for you, but for me. It would seem that certain parties fear the spread of Charlian astrology and will stop it not to prevent it. The Charlian constellation chart, the bandits, it must have been torn when they seized me. Here, you may take mine. I have the stars committed to memory. I don't know how I'll ever be able to, but I'll think of something. Just you wait. I will repay this kindness tenfold. Lady Laviva, you mentioned something about certain parties wanting to prevent the spread of Charlian astrology. Have you any idea who they might be? He has a dunce cap. That was a he? Also, yeah, I've noticed that trend among Ashgardian astrologists. I do, but I shall require more proof before I can be certain. You and Old should be able to assist me with that. However, as they say, first things first, we have a gate to open. There, the ewer. Focus, Old, focus, and let the constellations aether twine with your own. It is said the fifth heaven flows a mighty river carrying the water spilled forth from the scholar's vessel. And in that water is the strength of all that come before and all who will follow. They spun from the Nemia's loom, through from which might and metal is weaved. And now the power of Ewer is yours forever, and forever shall it point you to victory. Neat. While I cannot forgive our patron for skipping yet another lesson of his lessons, I cannot deny that the passion hidden deep beneath all his posturing may have its uses. Word of our field is spreading, and our inherent nature has begun to stir. Curiosity is proving a better motivator than skepticism and faith. Our time may come soon. Some good screenshots on this one. The Ewer blazes in the welcome, unlocking the gate to the fifth heaven. Okay. I managed to read that one fast enough, so I can assume the others said something about, like, the first through fourth heavens. Woo! But a moon in the kitchen and a maid in the what? I like her robe. The red one on the right. Where can I get that? I like the big puffy fur collar. Do not tell me Lady Laviva was attacked again. I knew it. And with our reading, my talents grow by the day. What is this you claim? A fellow Astrologian was moved by my words and went to witness the unlocking. That's amazing. Wonder who it could be, though I certainly would recall speaking in detail with a young, supple, mind. I must find this woman and hold another special lesson with her. Lesson? Oh, that reminds me, Lady Laviva asked me to teach you a new technique before you head to open the fifth heaven's gate, which you have already gone and done. Ah, but it appears you were able to overcome your ordeal without it. Yes, exactly according to my lesson plan. You still wish me to teach you the technique? Well, very well then, though I do not really see the point. I think I've worked with this guy before. You know, the type who just won't stop sexually harassing people. I've learned gravity. What does gravity do? Get gravitied. Can't gravity me? Must be for enemies. But then why is it on my healing section? I did not design my layout. AoE? Sounds wonderful. Wait, AoE healing? That would be nice. I don't have one of those. I bet it is. Lady Laviva tells me that you are nearly ready to open the sixth and final gate. No AoE damage? Okay. Well, AoE damage would be nice as well. Let's see. Lady Laviva tells me that you're nearly ready to open the sixth and final gate. Yes, I said final. We know there are 7 heavens, but opening the 7th is impossible. Well, except upon our death, of course. An attempt to attune the pole star would be sheer madness, and most certainly spell your doom. But look at me, even now attempting to tutor the great old, when it's obvious your talent far surpasses mine. Forgive me. Lady Laviva has yet to depart for the final location of the gate. Doubtless she fears yet another bandit attack. But whatever the reason, she remains on the 2nd floor and has asked that you visit her at your earliest convenience. Howdy. You've come far since that faithful day, our paths crossed in the Black Shroud. And now, here we are on the cusp of your attunement with the 6th heaven. Time truly waits no man, does it? Before we set forth on this task, I wish to teach you of a technique known as synastry. By temporarily joining your fate with that of your companions, they will reap the star's benefits as you do. As a passable journeyman astrologian, you already wield sufficient control over Aether. You need to only focus it on establishing your bond with your chosen ally to achieve synastry. Oh, that's the one where when I heal them, I heal myself as well? Or whenever I heal anyone, the person I synaster gets healed as well? I can't remember. I can't synaster you. Astrologian attire? That sounds awesome. I believe you're ready to attune with the final constellation. The location of our next lesson is actually not that far. I assume your travels have taken you to Camp Dragonhead? Excellent. I, as always, will go ahead to make my final readings. If each of our previous outings are any indication, the bandits will harry us, will most certainly jump at this opportunity. So I would have Kimperain scout the area ahead of time and report any suspicious activity to the knights garrisoned at the camp. Let someone else bloody their hands for a change, I say. Feel free to tell Jean and Quinard of our plans, though I do not doubt he already has some of his own. Wha! Lady Laviva has already departed? Well, then she must have leapt from the window, for I did not see her use the front door. I dare say that means we will be traveling alone, huh? Of course I will be attending. Why wouldn't I be? And we're off. I wonder if the new Astrologian gear is going to be better than what I'm wearing. I kind of hope it will be. Like, I'm not a huge fan of the Daystar. Like, it doesn't look bad. It just doesn't look me, you know? Alright, there you are. Old and Jeanne. Well then, it appears giving my constellation map to the Astrologian in Wraithfrost was unwise, as my readings for the location of the sixth heaven have proven slightly off. However, the second calculation has shown that we are close. The optical location lies just to the north here, in the derelict tower known as the Steel Vigil. Oh, for a second I thought she was going to say Stone Vigil. Am I using glamour plates? Not yet. I will be. Quit. Kitty. Yes, I heard the alarm. It is breakfast time, but you're going to have to wait. Meow into the microphone. Good job. Meow. You've the look about you. Might I ask if you've seen the star map before? It was on the person of an Astrologian who came to us seeking help after being attacked. Oh, that is a shady looking guy. That is my map, the one I get. Bless somebody. How about you, kitty? I just sneezed on you. But you seem to like it. That is my map, the one I gifted the Astrologian in Wraithfrost. Do you mean to tell me she was set upon again? Your map? Well, then I'm going to have to ask you to accompany me for questioning. The Astrologian claims she wrested this chart from one of her assailants before escaping their grasp. Lady Laviva, why would you assault the selfsame woman you risked your life saving? Because she did not, my lord. Why would you even think something so foolish? This must be some sort of misunderstanding. I was present at the assault. We've saved the young maid, of which you speak, from the party of bandits, and Lady Laviva gave her own constellation map to replace the one damaged by her assailants. My lord Old here was also witness to these proceedings. Well, we have our own witnesses who say otherwise, so until we can have a trial and an educator who can pass his judgment, Lady Laviva will have to come in for questioning, for she herself has admitted the map is hers. It's all right, I've naught to hide, and arguing here will not bring us any closer to the truth. If anything, I wish to confront those women who would bring false accusations against those who saved your life. Very well then, take me where you will. I shall answer your questions, and you will soon learn who is spouting falsehoods. My friends, you need not worry over much, for I shall be in the company of the Temple Knights, where no harm might befall me. I will return once I have proven my innocence. She gonna die. Yeah, it's playing the She Gonna Die music. No harm, quotha. That knight was the self-same Astrologian who we saved in Mordona. The Astrologian who now claims we attacked her. Are you saying the Astrologian was a temple knight? No. Listen, my lord, I'm saying the Astrologian is no more an Astrologian than she is a knight. I'm saying we have been played. We've fallen victim to a ruse that has landed Lady Laviva into the hand of those who've been attempting to kill her since she set foot into Eorzea. Then you're saying she won't be safe in the presence of those temple knights? Those weren't temple knights, my lord. However, they were wearing the colors of our knights most heavenly, And if we were to assault them near this heavily garrisoned Camp Dragonhead, we would be struck full of arrows before anyone asked us why we even drew our blades. No, we must shadow Lady Laviva's captors and wait the opportunity to take her back. How exciting. Can I take point? No? No, of course not. I say we keep our distance until an opportunity to approach Lady Laviva presents itself. And I say that is what I've been saying all along. Now, might I ask that you keep your voice down, my lord? Or it will not matter how concealed we remain. How close can I get? What's up? Pretty close. Anyway. Whee! We creepin'. You, bring us some meat for the journey home. Yes, sir. Our imposter Astrologian has left the company to see... I don't know, she's up to something. We'll just do her a quick murder. Not here. No, you die in the snow. It is what it is. Oh, hey, let's, oh, I neglected to do a gravity. I should not have had that second ale. Get gravitoed. Oh, this gravity's cool. Wom 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 wom. It's fortunate for us that they're on foot. If we had to make it to, say, an airship, we'd have had no means of keeping a... Is that an airship I hear? Can we do the murder? Come on, I gotta get the kids to school. Let me do another murder. Cannot wait for stragglers to fall in. Sir, beast approach the company. He says, running off to find a beast. Can I do a murder yet? I'll stand back in case I accidentally trigger something. Good morning, I hope I'm doing well. Doing pretty good. Like, can I do the murder yet? Any day now. But yeah, I'm doing well. Just kind of hanging out, watching them get into this restricted area. Please allow me to do a murder. So eager for murder, but I'm so good at it. Who's this guy? Just as I expected, these fools have led me straight to answers I've sought since my arrival in this backwoods realm. If I'm not mistaken, my trusty companion should be arriving right about now. I'll be taking this. Wow, that is the weakest chain. The moment you lift off in that airship, the whole land will know you are not true Temple Knights, and you will be made to answer for your crimes. Once we're in the air, it will not matter what anyone knows, you fool. We'll not be returning once we have slain you and your friends. Hawkeye. No one shall stand in the way of my fate, especially not some dog's body of the Forum. That's right, you dog's body. Come on, give me the keep. Here. Let's gravity, everybody. Man, that gravity's good. I got you, sealed missive. Of course I knew the Temple Knights were false. I recognized the Astrologian we saved almost immediately. And I find it insulting that they believed I would not. I also knew that they would lead me to the true perpetrators if I played along, fully aware that you loyal three would follow. And I am pleased that you also knew that we would somehow crawl our way out of that little tussle with our lives. Because I was uncertain for the most of the journey. Well, I was certain Old would make it, for the stars already told me he would unlock the 6th gate here at the Steel Vigil, the very location we ended up at. Despite our unexpected ordeal, your fate, Janoquinard, well, I never bothered reading it, for I thought you would skip the lesson like you have every other one. Old, gaze upon the night sky and open your soul to the final constellation, the spear. The spear is the gate to the 6th heaven, where the Fury resides in a palace of ice carved by your own spear. An ice formed of moonbeams collected by the lover Minfina. The spear fills us not only with the power to overcome our enemies, but also the compassion that is necessary to grant those self-same enemies mercy. And now that power is yours. to see directed to those whose fate requires it. It is done. You have attuned yourself to the 6th lower heavens. Now that you know their strength, the true journey begins. Neat. The spear blazes in the welkin, unlocking the gates to the 6th heaven. Yeah, my congratulations, old. What has taken me more than 15 summers to accomplish, you have done, and more in a matter of moons. But our time together has taught me that, despite what we may believe they are, we all have our roles, and each role is just as important as the other. Without taking both Kimparain and you under my wing, you would never have saved Leviva from her assailants. Meaning, in a way, I saved Lady Leviva. Not that I am one to take all the credit for such heroism. Here, have a thing. Nor shall I take credit for this missive that never would have been discovered were it not for me taking you and Kimparain under my wing. Ah, that cold stare befits this godforsaken place. Point taken. Let us break the seal and see what... This handwriting... I've seen it many times before. It is my uncle's. But that would mean... It would mean the highest ranking in Astrologian in all Ishgard has been attempting to assassinate us. If the tribunal were to hear of this, he would be hanged. And hanging will only earn us another ill-tempered Orthodox Astrologian unwilling to open his eyes for the benefit of our discipline. No, we cannot use this missive to our advantage. As long as this remains in our hands, so too does the Chief Astrologian. Are you saying we use this black missive to blackmail Florimort? I am saying we merely grant the Chief Astrologian his life in exchange for a little assistance in furthering our just and noble cause. No more, no less. I see. Quite the devilit, my dear. Very well, I shall summon mine uncle to the astroscope, where we can present him with our offer. Neat. Where even are we? Deep, deep north. I almost teleported to Camp Dragonhead, which apparently we walked from. It felt like a much longer distance than that. Let me say that. Did I get my Astrologian gear yet? Neat. Is that my key items? It was. There's my items. No Astrologian gear yet. Alright, I'm gonna get him from above. We're gonna pincer attack. Oh, we're meeting him up here, are we? Why must you insist on pestering me, Jeanne Quinard? I gave you your letter, now leave me be. Ah, but that would not be the only letter you've written lately, would it? Perhaps you recall a certain letter to the forum? The letter carried of a party of less than savory characters who attempted to kidnap Lady Leviva and delivered her to the Charlians, not to mention kill me, my manservant, and my good friend Old here, who you may have forgotten is currently an honored guest of House Forton. A letter drawn up and signed by none other than you, Nuncle. Do not presume to misunderstand us. We wish neither to your disgrace nor your death, at least not at our hands. In fact, we wish very little from you. Not, you might say, in the sense that you are never to again use your influence to hamper our efforts at spreading Sharlayan astrology here in Ishgard. Involve yourself no more in the affairs of me or my guests, and your secret remains safe. I will even forgive you for trying to have me murdered. If, that is, you give me your word. It's not as if you left me any choice. You have my word, but know that silencing me will not make your nonsense any more accepted in the vault. There are others who will see you fall, others who care little whether or not I speak my piece. We're very full aware of the peaks we have left to scale. However, we shall not let that discourage us. I have shown a path that I altogether plan on walking, and the stars shall guide my way. The stars foretell many things, my dear, and not even the best readers can see them all. Do not forget this. Let's push him down the stairs. So we've silenced him, but to hear him tell it, he was the least of our worries. Whew. The stars and our faults. Alright, let's open that box. Do I have cool stuff? Do I get to look pretty? No. Alright. Well then. We will continue from here next time. For now, thank you so much for watching. I had fun. I'm so happy to be in Heavensward, and I'm very excited to actually start the Heavensward quest. But like, I just gotta finish up that last job quest. I was like, if I'm gonna be in the snow this entire time, I'm gonna wear a nice warm outfit. And this was the biggest hat I had at the time. Alright. Good morning, everybody. I'm Old Man Sugarheart. Today, we are playing Final Fantasy XIV. And I am going to finish up my Astrologian quests. I believe I've got one more, and then I can actually start the Heavensward story kind of in earnest. Whew. Jean Juanard. Fancy meeting you here. Unless I level up from this quest. Now that Forlamort has so graciously agreed to discontinue his meddling in our affairs, I believe we may find our peers and colleagues more receptive to our proposals. Perhaps I shall begin with another trip to the vault to inquire about them reconsidering my petition to grant Lady Laviva the opportunity to speak with the Conclave. Yeah. We all have our strengths, Jean Juanard, and none will deny yours is convincing seemingly sane people to do your bidding. Old here is a testament to that. Sorry. Old here is a testament to that. I look forward to hearing your progress. As for myself, there's still some questions I need answered. The first being, how exactly did Forlamort come into contact with the Sharlayan assassins? Kimbrain, attend me. I wish to visit the Foundation and learn if there had been any sightings of suspicious foreigners. Might I suggest that Old here do the same in the Observatorium? Perhaps a second call on our new ally will help mine uncle recall aught he might have pretermitted in the heat of the previous moment. You just made that word up. Pretermitted. Pretermitted. Can't even think of like the etymology of that. Seven hells, I rue the day I ever see another Charlian. Please, I've done all you asked. What more do you want from me? Blood? Or are you simply here for the boast? Or perhaps, or mayhap, you wish to know how the Charlians came to be involved in my scheme? Ha! I thought as much. If it was so important, why didn't your Lady Leviva ask me earlier? Her head is so far into the stars she fails to see what unfolds around her on the ground. The truth is, it was never my scheme in the first place. It was the Charlians. They came to me, not long after Professor Mace's ship was diverted into Emmanellain. Yes, I say diverted. The pirates in the Strait of Merylthor, the magically manipulated storms off Rotano, all staged to prevent your friends from ever arriving. But when they did, the Charlians were forced to change their plans. They required help hiring local hands discreetly, something they could not do as foreigners. I agreed to lend them my aid, because I felt we both stood to benefit from the disappearance of the Jeannequinard and that foul chit. It's chit with a CH. I think that means like a tiny, like, board game piece. I have no idea why he would call her that. Pretermitted. Yeah, be hung up on that one for a while. The Chief Astrologian. There is rarely a day when he isn't meeting with visitors from across the realm and beyond. Like the past move, he has been entertaining guests with very distinct markings on their face. So I asked the Lord Forlamort from whence they hailed, and he only answered, the north. Bloop. Well, now I'm in the north. Maybe this is where they hailed from. The Charlians came to him. That could only mean, then, that mine uncle was only a pawn in a much larger game. A game that began long before we ever became involved. Think back, old. The bandits in the Black Shroud and those pirates you described that attacked you in Limsa Laminsa. They all had strange facial markings, as did our false Astrologian. It's not much, but perhaps Lady Leviva will be able to make more sense out of it all, despite the time we've spent together. I have a feeling she is yet to be completely honest with us. But look at me. A beloved relative tries to have me killed, and the next day I begin doubting everyone. What a sad, sad state of affairs. Perhaps to clear my head, I should call upon that young Viscountess visiting House Helenart from her family's stead in the Eastern Islands. This information on Forlamart's associates should be relayed to Lady Leviva immediately. Would you be so kind? I seem to recall them saying they'd be questioning the highborns and the pillars. Highborns. The moon in the kitchens. What? She's gotten crazy. My lord, are you able to learn anything of import at the observatorium? Lord Forlamort was not the one to hire the Charlians. Lady Leviva will want to know. Lady Leviva? Lady Leviva. She was right here. We must find her. Would not think any harm could come to her here in the center of the Holy See, but then again, that is what we believe back at Camp Dragonhead. I shall search the Hopland. Might I suggest you search in the opposite direction near the last vigil? Great plan. Where's the last vigil? Hustle, hustle, hustle. See, now that's the size of hat I did want. I'm sorry, I think you've mistaken me for someone else. Lady Laviva. Old, when you were speaking directly with Kimperain, someone approached me from behind and placed a dagger in my back. To my back. Not in my back. That would have been a little too much. I had no choice but to be led silently away. Luckily, my assailant let down his guard when we arrived in the shadows, and I was able to deliver him a swift kick in the groin. I've been running ever since. That was a really good plan. That is how you do it. So Forlamore wasn't the architect of this scheme to drag me back to the Charlian after all. I had my suspicions. I was a fool to believe they would simply let me leave. Do you recall when I mentioned that there were people in the old world intent on hoarding our nation's knowledge? Well, it appears that my efforts to train you in Jeanne Quinard have attracted their ire. Old, allow me to apologize. I've not been wholly frank with you about my reason for visiting Eorzea. Truth is, I came here because of my father. My father dreamed of rekindling the Holy See's interest in Charlian astrology, believing that it would be of great benefit to the embattled people of Ishgard. He came here several moons after I was born, intending to remain for only a season. However, he never made the return journey. His dream was left unrealized. His newborn daughter left without a father. Never once did I meet him, but every night when I look up to the stars, I know that those are the same skies he too gazed upon, the same skies he used as his strength and his guide. It was only natural that I followed in his footsteps, in spite of the objections from my mother, who did not wish to see her only daughter lost as well. And here I am in Eorzea, almost 2 decades later, pursuing a dream my father never lived to realize. A dream that has become my own. And now, someone is trying to stop me. Well, just let them try, I say. Just let them try. Hey. Lady Laviva, a maiden of your beauty should not wander off without an escort. Monsters hide even in the shadows of the pillars. Maiden, flattery will earn you nothing, Jeanne Quinard. But I will accept it nonetheless. Tell me, what did the vault say about our proposal? They accepted it. We have been given official permission by the Holy See to conduct a symposium on the wonders of Charlian astrology, with you as our guest speaker. Now come, we must hurry back to the Athenaeum and begin preparations. Whew. More than 15 summers to make ready for this moment, and now I only have a matter of days. And now we hustle back. I streamed Sifu for like a solid 4 streams. But I also put in all my free moments into the game so I could practice and get good. And now it feels weird holding a controller and not, you know, just getting all sweaty with it. Old, this has been the most beguiling past few moons. I must say, I truly did not expect the turns my fate has taken. I suppose that speaks much to my capacity as the reader of the heavens. I'm not blind to what goes on in the Foundation, so I will not claim that my life is in any way difficult, but that does not mean I do not have my share of troubles, however trivial they may be. Being anything but first in line to accountantship is not all whores and rainbows. The Count only truly cares about his new appointed heir, just like the rest of my family. They expect great things from him. For me, they expect nothing. It has to be nice to be able to relax. It is. It feels good. For a long time, I tried to prove that I could be as great as my cousin. It is why I went to Charlian. It is why I have tried to do things I had no business even trying. Then, once I realized no one was looking, I simply stopped caring. My actions became more and more outlandish, because at the end of the day, that's what everyone expected. But when you two walked through that door and helped me realize that maybe life is more than the coffin that has been fitted for me, maybe the fate I believed was mine was not mine after all. And for helping me see that, Old, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Good for you, Jeanne Quinard. Next Astrologian quest will be available from Jeanne Quinard upon reaching level 52. Yeah, for some reason the Astrologian quests happen every 2 levels. I don't know if that's normal. Maybe that's normal for the other classes. But yeah, it does feel good to be able to relax. Where am I going? Taking in the sights. Oh, there's a waypoint on my radar. But yeah, it was a terrible game to stream because like the game demands like all of your attention. It really sucks you in and it makes you focus on every little action, every little thing that's happening on the stream. Yeah, it's because astrology was one of the first DLC jobs and they weren't certain how they were going to handle it. Not 100% sure about that. Yeah, it makes sense to me. Welcome, Master Sugarheart. Shall I show you inside the manor? I'm used to people calling me old. Sugarheart was like the first person in the entire game to call me by my name. Though our friends in House Forton have been generous enough to extend to us their protection, we must take care not to impose too much on their hospitality. It is only proper we learn about our new home so that we might become more self-sufficient. It'll take a while to learn the lay of the land, but learn it we must. Then there's the markets and the taverns. We'll need to know where to shop, where to hear small talk. But seem a tour of the city is indeed in order. I thank you for your counsel, my lord. My companions and I shall of course do as you suggest. Very good. Then my manservant shall accompany you. He will be able to answer any questions you might have. But I grow forgetful in my dotage. There's something I must give you ere we part. Their documentation is in order, I trust. Yes, my lord. These documents identify you as wards of House Forton. Given our borders have remained closed for decades, many of my countrymen are unaccustomed to treating with foreigners. Should anyone happen to question your presence here, it may prove necessary to remind them that you remain under the protection of House Forton. But let us hope it shall not come to that. Rest assured, we shall do our part, do our utmost to avoid any situation which might compel us to invoke your name. Old daughter, the city awaits. Let's go. Yeah, Final Fantasy XIV is exactly what I needed after playing Sifu. It's reminding me how to speak again, instead of just silently punching everybody in the face. Which, although Ishgard does kind of feel like the right thing to do half the time. As this is your first time in our fair city, pray permit me to show you the Hoplin, from whence we may gaze upon the splendor of the Holy Vault. Though all other sights pale in comparison, 'tis only meet that you should see it first. I shall then show you around the jeweled croisière, where you may purchase all manner of goods and services before descending to the Foundation's Aether Plaza. If there are no questions. Question. I've done all of this on my own. I've literally been here for weeks. Although, is this the Hoplin? It looks nice. I know I can't play Sifu. I'm not good enough, so props to you for sticking with it. I try to play basically every kind of game in existence, but Sifu was a stressful one. I'm not gonna lie. It did feel great getting good at it, though. I'm still not that great at it. The Hoplin, so named for the bronze great shield borne by our nation's patron deity, is the largest plaza in Ishgard. The magnificent cathedral to the north is, of course, the Holy Vault. The vault is both the Ishgard seat of government and the residence of the Archbishop of the Ishgardian Orthodox Church. Begging your pardon, the statues of the south, are they, perchance, Thornton's famed Knights 12? Very good, Master Alphino. They are the fathers of Ishgard. The brave knights who joined with King Thordan the First, to put down Nidhogg and found this great nation. Our city is rich in history and tradition. There's much you can learn by exploring the pillars, time permitting, of course. Now then, would you follow me? If you would follow me to the Jeweled Crozier, I shall introduce you to Mistress Elias, our master of the markets. You might have to forgive my French pronunciation most of the time. I've not taken any manner of French course. And even if I did, I would probably be bad at it. I did take like 8 years of Spanish 1, so I'm basically fluent in that. That'll come in handy once we get to the Spanish expansion. I'm sure it'll be any day now. Well, you're clearly not locals or traveling peddlers, which makes you all... Ah, wards of the House Forton. How very interesting. Count Edmond has granted us leave to remain in Iceheart for as long as we wish, which may be some time. Accordingly, we will have need of sundry goods, hence our desire to make your acquaintance. That is, of course, assuming you are content to accept the custom of foreigners, should you be uncomfortable. Young sir, we do not discriminate in matters of money. If you have coin to spend, who are we to refuse it? Man, every business I've ever met. Weapons, armor, accoutrement, medicine, materials, whatever you desire, it can be found in the Crozier. Our merchants will be more than happy to accommodate you, as you shall soon see. Our next destination is the Astrolite Plaza in the Foundation, if everyone is ready. French is a crazy language. I wouldn't even know how to begin to pronounce things. And I have JP voices on in Final Fantasy XIV. They pronounce Urianger like Urianger. Which I know isn't the correct way to pronounce it. I mean, Urianger. Like, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Like, is this really what the Japanese think the French are like, just 17 foot tall with pointy ears? I did recently be reminded that the capital of Switzerland is Bern. And that felt very wrong, because I know Switzerland, they speak like French, German, and Italian. And so I expected the name of their capital to be something wacky like Nordrhein-Westfalen. But it wasn't. It's just the name of every other city. And here we have Foundation's Astrolite Plaza. If you've yet to attune to the Astrolite, it would be wise to do so now. Okay, the next class we're pretty much done with Warrior for now. The next thing I think we're gonna be is a Ninja. And so whenever we don't get Astrologian gear, we go for the Ninja gear. Like, I've never been a ninja. It seems like one of the hardest classes to pick up. Because, like, you kind of have to start from the beginning, and after, well, never mind. I don't know. It doesn't seem like a common class to pick up. It might be one of the least played. I don't know. I need to look up the metrics on that, because I'm curious. Ninja is fun in the opening, but the opening rotation is apparently very difficult. Certainly don't know how to play it, but it does seem fun. Yeah, I'm excited to, like, try a class I haven't tried before. Like, I want to be, you know, like an Eastern themed class for Stormblood? That's the next one, right? Because that seems fitting. And so I was thinking like monk, samurai, or ninja. And I think I'm going to go ninja. Like, you might have noticed, I go, like, slightly off what, like, everyone else would do. Like, maybe warrior was, like, a good choice for the first, expansion. But, like, I want to show, like, off the second most interesting class for each expansion. And so I think ninja is a fun play for Stormblood. I'm gonna get me a jester hat. As for our next destination, mayhap we should decide together what else can be found nearby. The Sky Steel Manufactory stands to the west. There our engineers conceive and manufacture weapons for use against the dragons. The Holy Stables, where the chocobos are trained for war, also lie in that direction. To the north and east can be found the congregation of our Knights Most Heavenly. While to the south and east, well, it would be best if you avoided that area. What's up with the southwest? And why is that? I fear our knights may not be able to ensure your safety in the lowest levels, Master Alphino. Hold your nose when you pass the broom, little lord. A delicate flower like you is like to wilt in the fumes. You misjudge me, sir, for I am no lord, but a humble traveler. Oh, come to see the sights, have you? Take a turn down to the Hopland and gawp at the statues. But, well, if you've a mind to learn how the better half live, come, have a drink at the Forgotten Knight, if your nursemaid'll let you. Yeah, that sounds like an invitation. My humblest apologies, Master Alphino. Pray pay the drunken lout no mind. I'm paying him so much mind right now. Oh, but I must. It would not do to refuse such a heartfelt invitation. Yes, I simply must see this Forgotten Knight for myself. I trust you see the wisdom in this old. There are few sources of information more abundant than bustling local hostelry. Not that I expect to hear any such news of our missing comrades just yet. Nevertheless, who can say what we might learn of recent events? Then I'm coming too. I have so many thoughts and opinions on this matter. Like, I am unfamiliar with Ishgardian culture. If we go down there, like, is our standing with the local lords basically thrown away? Oh, I have to take the lord's entrance up top. I'll make things a little easier. Meowdy, Panini. Sorry, Panina. Or blank. Do you prefer blank? I'm a big fan of Panina myself. Whew. Must say, this is rather unusual, not just for one, but a whole party of fresh new faces in my tavern. We but recently arrived in Ishgard and are eager to acquaint ourselves with her more notable establishments, Master... Gibralon, or just Gibralon will do. And I'm flattered you think so highly of my establishment. Can't promise it'll live up to your expectations, but if it's decent food and drink you're after, you can do much worse. Judging by the number of customers I see, I suspect your fare is rather more than decent. Speaking of your clientele, cannot help but note a difference between those who frequent the upper and the lower floors. Spot that, did you? Aye, up here you'll find peddlers, porters, off-duty knights, and so forth, dropping in on their way to or from somewhere else. Regulars maybe, but not locals. Folks from the Broom, they tend to congregate downstairs, where we offer a menu more suited to their taste. Cheaper meals, stronger spirits. All quality, mind, but not of the sort I'd recommend to yourselves. Ah, you speak of the lower levels, yes? Why do they call them the Broom, if I may ask? Because when the weather is foul and the broom rolls in thick, the poor sods living at the bottom who will have to deal with it. I see. And it's not just for the weather. When the wyverns broke through the wards and started tearing up the city, it was the Broom that got the worst of it, while the pillars enjoyed the protection of the high houses and the temple knights. More than a few people are still sore about that, mind. Which is why, considering your present company, I'd recommend you keep your wits about you if you mean to go below. Something sharp in your boot, just to be sure. I shall take your words to heart, sir. Master Alphino, I think it would be best if we return to House Forton Manor. I just butchered that pronunciation and added a word. You go on ahead without me. I'll be staying for a drink or two. Miss Tataru! I'm afraid that is out of the question. My lord, the Count, would never forgive me if I abandoned one of his charges in such a place, least of all, a maiden. What are you up to, Tataru? Look around, Alphino. This tavern is full of people whose business regularly takes them beyond the gates of judgment. With friends like that, I could practically live here and wait for the newest gossip to come to me. Indeed, but will you be safe here on your own? Oh, please. Do you know how often I looked after the waking sands and the rising stones by myself? If I had a gill for every unwelcome caller I've driven away, I'd be rich beyond my wildest dreams. I'll be fine. Not that I doubt the lady's knack for fending off unwanted advances, but I'll be damned if I'm going to let anyone lay an unwelcome hand on the patron of my establishment. That settles it, Tataru. Hold, and I shall return to the manor for now. Contact me by Link Pearl if you require assistance. I will! You don't care what I refer to you as? Take my pick. Congrats on unlocking Astro. Just stopping by to say hi. Sadly, you have to sleep and can't stay. Have a great stream. Thank you. It was good to see you. It's a nice cozy day for Final Fantasy XIV. Like, we might go through like the entire day without fighting a single thing. Not by choice, just because there's straight up nobody to fight. Like, we just started like the main quest line, and they're just gonna introduce character after character. Better drink some orange juice. Gonna need that vitamin C. Welcome, Master Sugarheart. Sugarheart. Shall I show you inside the manor? I forgot my own name. Catch up with you next time, and for naturally irrelevant. And hope you are doing well too. Nice. Have a great sleep. I share that sentiment. Have a great sleep. Tell us, Master Alphino, does Ishgard meet with your expectations? That which I imagine pales in comparison to the reality. I have felt the weight of 1,000 years of history with every step. I took. And when those steps took me past the scars left by the wyverns and the Foundation, I understood how easily that history could end in tragedy. The attack was devastating. The casualties, unspeakable. The wyverns did not discriminate. Unarmed men and women, even children, were given no quarter. Sir Aymeric has ordered his knights to strengthen our defenses, and each house has been called upon to lend what support it can. There's much to be done, yet alas, able-bodied men and women are in short supply. Mayhap we could be of assistance, my lord. After all you've done for us, we would welcome any opportunity to repay your kindness. That is a most generous offer, Master Alphino. You are guest in my home, to whom I have extended my hospitality without obligation, let or lien. Nevertheless, Ishgard's need is great, and if you are willing to aid our cause, I cannot well refuse. Good. What would you ask of us? From what I've heard, you are an intelligent and persuasive young man. Such qualities may prove most useful to us in our efforts to secure provisions from our foreign sources, identifying trustworthy suppliers, brokering contracts, and so on. As for you, Master Sugarheart, I could ask for no one better than a storied veteran such as yourself, a man with the capacity to act swiftly and decisively when needed, to aid Artoirel and Emmanellain in their duties. I beg your pardon? I am more than capable of carrying out my duty by myself. I have no need of our honored guest's assistance. Now, be reasonable, brother. What manner of fool would say no when a famous hero offered to do his work? Hold your tongues, by the fury. The two of you will conduct yourselves with dignity befitting your station and show Master Sugarheart the respect he deserves. Ooh. This is the man who slew Gaius von Belsar and some half-dozen primals besides. He's not here to steal your glory or serve as your errand boy. I feel like I've had that exact conversation with my kids. If you can pardon them their impropriety, Master Sugarheart, I should be much obliged if you would lend my sons a helping hand. My thanks. Fury willing, they may even learn something from you. I even had to come up with a danger word for my kids. It's like a safe word, but like the opposite of that. Like if I say this word, it means you're in mortal danger for your current behavior. When I say Pikachu, that means you are in much, much, much trouble. I had to come up with that because they hated when I would raise my voice with them. Like, a lot. And so I'm like, okay, but I need a way to get your attention without raising my voice then. I'm pretty sure we all have ADHD, so like, there's basically no other way to draw their attention without making a circus out of it. And so if I need to talk like a Pikachu, then so be it. Oh no, kids are crazy. Honestly, a danger word is a brilliant idea though. It's a great way of being like, tread carefully. Like you gotta have one. Like especially if you go to a church. Although like you might make like the other people giggle when you look at your kids and you go, Pikachu. Like you might start a giggle fit in church. It would seem we shall not want for employment over the coming days, though that was never in doubt. Our host's initial reluctance to accept our aid was solely for appearance sake. In truth, he's glad for the opportunity to put us to work. By granting us patronage, House Forton has taken a tremendous risk until we can demonstrate our worth to Ishgard at large. The Count will face considerable opposition from his peers in matters great and small. And so he would have us publicly serve Ishgard, while simultaneously keeping his sons in check. 'Tis an arrangement we may benefit from in unexpected ways. My own duties may feasibly bring me into contact with people who know something of our missing comrades. And as you go about helping our two lords with their various responsibilities, you will inevitably make new acquaintances in Ishgard. Mayhap even new allies. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more confident I am that by furthering their goals, we shall further our own. Yay. Thank you for the silly hats. Lovely. Hang on. Can I... Perfect. Now it matches. It actually looks really cool. Maybe cool is the wrong word, but I like it. It's always nice to have a slow days along with the busy days. Honestly, the story of Heavensward is so good, even with how much talking there is. Yeah. I mean, if you want to see action without talking, watch my Sifu playthrough. It's like 8 videos. But it's like all action. Like, I can't bring myself to speak. Like, I hop in a dangerous room, fight like 18 people, and then go, whew, that was exhausting. And then I go do it again. Over and over and over again. That has no right to look that good, though. I love that it matches your coat, right? Shall we be off then, boy? But where are my manners? Emmanellain and de Forton, second son of Count Edmond de Forton, true-born, that is. Yes, I know what you're thinking, and you're absolutely right. What ill fortune to be born second in a society where the eldest inherits all. Oh, my brother would never cut me off, 'tis true. But who could be satisfied subsisting on a meager allowance, forever overshadowed by his sibling? Not I, old boy, not I. Which is why I need your help to ensure that this business in the sea of clouds goes swimmingly, so that the tales of my great deeds can win me a place in the people's hearts, or better yet, raise me higher in their estimations than Artoirel. Ambitious Artoirel? Artoirel. I have no idea how to pronounce that name. I'll work on it. Ambitious, I grant you, but then I do have a legendary hero to do my bidding. Oh, hey, don't look at me that way. I jest. Anyway, we are to aid the good men and women of House Heillianot. They are steadfast friends of our house, though they've fallen on hard times since the calamity. Poor blighters. As for what precisely we will be doing, well, what fun would it be if I told you everything in advance? Just come along with me to the airship landing. We'll need to take the airship to Camp Cloudtop. Hey, we get to leave. Man, I do look good. Whew. Honestly, you will have to check out my Sifu playthrough. You're glad YouTube recommended my channel. Love my vibes. Thank you. I'm a big fan of my vibes too. Where the heck is the airship ticketer? Ah. We can hustle. Yeah, I did have a lot of fun in my Sifu playthrough. Like, it's a short game. Well, maybe not short. It depends on your skill level, but if when you beat it, you don't feel finished with it. You're like, I can do better. It's kind of like satisfactory in that regard. You're just like, I gotta keep going and going and going until I'm the best. Are you ready to depart, sir? The airship bound for Camp Cloudtop will be leaving shortly. Yeah, let's do it. Like, I don't feel like I'll be finished with that game until I can beat the whole game in like one go consistently. I played a game similar to that
an
feeling.
Airship, conceived within the fecund mind of Sid Garland, renegade prodigy of Garlemald, who had come to call Eorzea home.
Fecund means super fertile.
High into the heavens, where isles of earth and stone floated as clouds, a frontier the knights of Ishgard had scarce begun to explore. To a fledgling outpost, within the sea of clouds, where careworn scouts ever scanned the skies for winged shadows, he came.
It's a bad idea to park your boats on boats. Because what if the boats need to leave? Now the big one has to wait for the small one. I missed several good screenshot opportunities on that disembarking. Awfully cold up here. I mean, Korthus may not be blessed with the warmest weather in the world, but compared to this, it seems positively balmy. And of course, our hero is wholly unperturbed. You don't have to maintain all that strong, silent persona all the time, you know? Never mind. We need to find Lady Lenier. She is in charge of the garrison here. Oh, and when we find her, just follow my lead. Yeah? Excellent. Oh, he's gonna get his butt kicked by a girl. Yeah. I keep looking for like environments that would look good in like the newest thumbnail. And the entry to Cloudtop seems like a good one. Well met, traveler. Might I interest you in a chocobo boarder? Do not tell me this is the first visit to the shop. I shall update my register with your name so that you may access this location in the future. Neat. It's been a while since I've had to talk to a new Chocobo keep. Cloud Top is gorgeous, perfect for screenshots, 100%. Yeah. Like, I've been... Hold up. Where did my buddy go? Oh, never mind. He's on the radar. We'll horse our way there. Wait, can I... I have lost the gift of flight. I mean, it was a miracle I had it to begin with, but still... But yeah, I recently played Aloft, which also has, like, you know, the Skyland vibes. And so I might be able to pull viewers from one to the other. With such a well-crafted screenshot. I might even include my mount here. Fat Chocobo has done a lot to capture viewers' hearts. Excuse me. That's right, you turn around. Walk away. Don't make me read your fortune at you. Oh, is Aloft good? You saw it and it looks like an awesome game? It is good. I feel like there's not a ton of content there. I would probably wait for a few subsequent releases. But it's a lot like Raft. It's good. I like that it's less stressful than Raft. There isn't like a shark constantly eating your boat. But it also has kind of a worse story. There's like hardly any story at all. But it's a fun game to play with friends. Especially if you like building really cool forts and having a mini little ranch. It's pretty fun. I do recommend it. Master Sugarheart, welcome. I'm Sir Laniet de Helenart, commander of the forces stationed here at Camp Cloudtop. Strange though it may sound, I have long dreamed of meeting you. I'm in your debt, you see, and shall ever remain so were it not for you. My younger brother, Francel, would have been executed upon the world of a false inquisitor. Alas, a knight must go wherever duty demands, and thus I've been unable to seek you out, but by the grace of Helone, I've been granted an opportunity to thank my brother's savior in person, and to call upon his generous aid besides. Truly, I know not what I would have done to deserve this double blessing. Neat. Ahem. 'Tis a pleasure to see you again, Lady Laniette. You cut an elegant figure as always, a steel-clad rose, equally at home on the battlefield or in a ballroom. Lord Emmanellain, if it is not too much to ask, I should be grateful if you would allow me to finish speaking with Master Sugarheart. Camp Cloudtop was established to provide early warning of impending Dravanian incursions. The height elevation afforded by the floating isles makes ideal for this purpose. Naturally, it also makes us ready for attack. We're not defenseless, however. The Protector, our largest and most advanced airship, is capable of downing all but the mightiest dragons. Alas, As you may have noticed, it is currently undergoing repair. What is worse, our efforts have been hampered by an indigenous beast tribe known as the Vanu Vanu, with whom we have already had several skirmishes already. No beastman is a match for a man of Ishgard. Bring me a birdman and I'll show him a thing or two. I fear much and more may be of asked of you in the days to come, Master Sugarheart. Yeah, never played Raft because you felt like you have too much anxiety to deal with a shark. You'll have to add a loft to your wish list and check back on updates occasionally to see how it is. Yeah. Like, Raft had a lot of potential to be like a cozy game, but like it was too stressful for that. Like, the end bosses were very unreasonably difficult, and like the shark was super annoying. Like, it's a fun game with friends. I do recommend that game too. But if you're just looking to relax while you play games, a loft is a good choice. Alright, Laniette. Pants.
Thanks, Granddad.
Ninja pants. I'm in it. Thanks for following, Jamielis. I appreciate it. Welcome. While I understand Count Edmond's intentions, I would rather not waste valuable time ensuring that the young lord does not get trampled underfoot. True, it is entirely possible that he may learn something from this experience, but left to his own devices, I think it far more likely that he will make a mess of things. Tell him I would like him to keep watch for Dravanian outflyers. Then, when you have a moment to speak with his manservant in private, make it clear that it is his responsibility to keep Emmanellain from shirking his duty. Can do. That's why you could never play Majora's Mask. I know you got the Song of Time, but the time limit gives you insane anxiety. I actually didn't like Majora's Mask because I didn't like being a kid. As you can see by my VTuber avatar, being a kid is like the last thing I want again. Like, give me adult Link or give me nothing. A request from Laniette. Why didn't she think to ask me in person? Surely she must be standing here but a few yalms away. Or she must see me here, standing a few yalms away. Never mind. What is it? A mission of paramount importance. Keep watch for Dravavian outfires. A mission? Yes, of course. That's why I'm here. I shall do as my lady asks. Honora. I believe that's how you pronounce your name. Master Sugarheart, I do not believe I have properly introduced myself. My name is Honoroi, and I serve at the pleasure of Lord Emmanellain. Emmanellain. I've been saying his name wrong. Well, I'm probably saying everybody's name wrong, but his especially. Lady Laniette would have me accompany Lord Emmanellain on his mission. I understand completely. I will do my utmost to keep him out of harm's way. Hello, Gentle Vibes. Hi, Gentle Vibes. I saw that you uploaded a new Victorian death video up on YouTube. I really do think that's awesome. I haven't had an opportunity to watch it, though. I think I started it and dropped a like on it, but that's about all I could do so far. How am I doing? I'm doing good. Just kind of enjoying the sunshine here on Cloud Top. having a good time playing some slower times in Final Fantasy, getting relaxed, reading, doing good. You did. Hope I will enjoy it. I will enjoy it. Ooh, also, I had a fun streamer milestone. Like, I've had a few game devs, like, reach out to me, ask if I would give their game a try. Like, just, usually, they're not very good games. Like, it'll be like some free clicker game that is probably actually discreetly malware. But a few days ago, a developer reached out and was like, hey, would you like an early copy of a game we're gonna demo for Next Fest? And I'm like, yes! Because I looked at their game, and not only does it look like a good game, it looks like a game I want to play, and it looks like a game the community will love. I can't share any more details beyond that, but I'm super excited. I'm under embargo until the 10th. Were he of another house, mayhap I would not feel obligated to go through such lengths to preserve his safety and dignity. In any case, I appreciate you speaking to him for me. It would seem he actually listens to you, at least more so than others. Or mayhap you are more skilled than most. I suspect that you have had to humor your fair share of difficult men before. Oh, man. I just had like a war flashback of all the difficult men I've had to deal with in my real life. I mean, difficult women too, but I do appreciate dealing with difficult people is difficult. You see that I hit over 600 followers? That is amazing too. I'm very happy with that as well. I'm starting to get like SEO on YouTube, like, so people are actually finding me by searching for things. It's not just waiting for YouTube to randomly serve people, but like if you Google Let's Play Chef RPG, for example, I'm high on the list. Or Let's Play Magical Delicacy. It seems cooking cozy games are kind of my jam. Now that Emmanellain is out of harm's way, we are free to discuss matters of actual import, such as the struggles with the Vanu. We first encountered the Vanu several years ago, when we had just begun to explore the Sea of Clouds. After an exchange of pleasantries and gifts, we received permission to construct a permanent lookout post. There was peace between our people for a year and a half, until suddenly, for reasons unknown, their attitudes towards us changed. They began to attack our foraging parties without provocation, forcing us to rely more heavily on the supplies flown in from Ishgard. But words are no substitute for first-hand experience. Go and see Sir Marielle. She could use your assistance. You were actually on your homepage recommendations too? That's how you ended up finding me? Yay! That's how most people have been finding me. But, right, I can't fly. But like, now... But now people find me in one other way too. And so now I've got twice as many people stumbling upon me. Master Sugarheart, I presume? Lady Laniette told me you were coming. I hear tell you've never faced a Vanu before. Well, spend enough time on patrol, you'll surely cross paths with them eventually. These birdmen are native to the floating isles. I say birdmen, but they're not at all like the Ysale, unless that Ysale's mother was a Gigas. Here, let me mark several locations on your map. If you discover any Vanu in those areas, kill or drive them away. It looks like we will be doing some murders today. Sounds lovely. You love the chonky chocobo, right? The chonkobo. Like, I may be disappointed that I can't fly, but it feels right that this is all I get. I probably should be keeping an eye out for aether currents. Sorry, I fell asleep there for a second. I've completely forgotten how to play the game. Gaily cat. Is that like an alley cat? Also, you are definitely a bat. Oh, you think you can damage down me? He meows. Hang on. Are you actually a kitty? You are a kitty! Look at him. Oh. Little guy. I just straight up assumed that was an actual bat. I never looked closely at those before. You're excited to hear your thoughts on the new Hello Kitty game after I play it tomorrow? It looks hella cute. Yeah. I've already decided on like what I'm gonna be. I'm gonna be a little chubby horse person. I will be old man sugar horse. You know, little chubby horse, right? I think the chubby horse has to come with a mohawk too, though. I'm not 100% sure on that. The character creation, like, it has lots of options, but the thing is, when you're like choosing animals to be, like, you're never gonna please everybody. You steal yourself or a mighty struggle, yet no Vanu. Just a kitty. But yeah, so there are people already disappointed that like they can't create the exact their exact fursona. I think mine would have to be like a polar bear. Or at the very least a silver fox. Now maybe I could be a silver fox. That might be like something I could do. But I don't know, I'm just feeling a little more horsey today. And horsey it is, right? sometimes you feel like a horse. I've actually spent probably far too much of my life feeling like a horse. But to be fair, my mother was a horse. Alright, back to base. Wonder if it'll be worth the price. 40 euro is pretty steep. Yeah, it's... I can't... I'm having a hard time justifying that. Because I'm pretty sure it's, like, free on like, the Apple Store, or at least significantly cheaper. So I don't actually know if it's any good. Or if it's worth that. I've got a feeling that, like, if you disregard that and you just kind of like treat it as its own standalone game, it might be worth it. But then again, like, Hello Kitty is kind of a major corporation in and of itself, so it might do like the Disney Dreamlight Valley thing, where like it's just designed to keep you in it, not designed to actually be fun. And so yeah, I'm cautious of that. But if it actually pulls off being a decent Animal Crossing like clone, like, it could easily be worth 40 bucks. Finish with your patrol. Anything to report? Maybe it was too much hope for a day without a skirmish. At least I can take solace in the fact that Halone has blessed us with a mighty ally. Honestly, you did not like Dreamlight Valley, and they decided to make it real because free marketing, right? Like, I almost played it once, and then I did the math beforehand. They released like a Nightmare Before Christmas patch or season, whatever you call it, and they showed off some really cool like Oogie Boogie pajamas. And I was like, I want those pajamas. So I'm going to calculate how much time it would take me to get those pajamas without spending real money. And it was like a month's worth of work. Now look at these pajamas I'm wearing here. That did not take a month. And I had way more fun doing it. I get ninja feet. Expecting your recent clashes with the Vanu, it cannot have escaped your notice that there are things here are rather peaceful, to the detriment of our garrison's discipline. Despite being built as an observation post, we have yet to record a single intrusion by the Horde. That is why, as far as everyone is concerned, Camp Cloudtop is a backwater of no significance. And of course, the pride of our camp, the vaunted protector, is in a perpetual state of needing repairs. So even were the Holy See to come down under Dravanian attack, we would be unable to fly to their aid. That's why we can park on the boat. Simply put, Master Sugarheart, this is where the ambition comes to die. You have aspirations for advancement, you'll be right at home. However, I'd like to think that enthusiasm can be just as contagious as apathy. If you'll indulge me, I would have you seek out the sentries and stoke their fighting spirit. Psych them up, you might say. I can do that. Maybe. Trying to find my way around here. Can I jump off this cliff? Shortcut. Aha. Whew. You think it's wild that Hello Kitty Island Adventure was a meme name that wasn't a real game? They decided to make it real. Oh, sorry. I think I mashed up two messages together. But yeah, Hello Kitty Island Adventure. I really do kind of believe that like South Park kicked that off in the episode "Make Love Not Warcraft." You know, the famous one. Butters was like, I'm not playing World of Warcraft, I'm playing Hello Kitty Island Adventure. And I feel like Sanrio heard that and were like, hey, that could work. I mean, like, Animal Crossing was big around that time. And it didn't have any real competitor. Like, I'd get started on a Hello Kitty Island Adventure. That seems like a smart move. You were excited for the game as you loved Animal Crossing, but you were like, oh my god, a Disney version of it, but it was a big disappointment. It looked like a big disappointment. It looked like work wrapped in a Disney coat of paint. Hello there, old boy. Slain any Vanu champions yet? No? Oh, well, let me know when you have, so I can make myself presentable for the... Alright. I shall not return to the Foundation. Not friends list. That's the emote. Get psyched! Is it an attack? What should we do? What should we do? I'm just telling you to guard the artichoke. You had me fooled there for a moment, old boy. An amusing jest, albeit a tad cruel. Surely you must realize how unsuited I am for the monotony of mere sentry duty. Yet, still, you tempt me with the promise of excitement. No, this won't do. This won't do at all, Lady Lynette will give me a grand mission as it befits my station. Oh no. Oh no. Apparently the game is on Apple Arcade, for which you could have to pay $7 a month for it. Oh! Yeah, I thought it was like $7 flat or something like that. So if you play it for a longer time, it'll be worth it. Yeah. I am not a fan of subscription services, I say, playing a subscription game right this second. This one's a little different. Like, it gets enough views to justify it. Like, I'm not paying the sub, you guys are, and I appreciate it. You're looking rather grim. Why so serious? The Vanu are no real threat, and Dravanians couldn't give a fig about us. Oh, right. Get psyched. Or rallied. Huh? No? Aren't you an odd fellow? Don't you have somewhere to be? I'm sorry. Get psyched! Please? Was I psyching no one? I psyched myself. Ye gods, where did that come from? Fine, if you insist, I'll make an effort to be more alert. But really, I fail to see the point. We are hundreds of moms away from the front lines, which is just the way I like it, thank you very much. I mean, I kind of get how he feels. Like, I feel that way about work. Like, war is kind of a different thing. Like, much, much different. But, you know, if I could find, like, a cozy job doing nothing of any real importance at my actual job, that sounds great. Is there anything fluffier than a cloud? My beard. What is this? Is it the Horde? By the Fury, whatever possessed you to do that? I'm awake, worry not. After the shock you just gave me, I doubt I'll sleep for a fortnight. Many thanks, Master Sugarheart. Already I can see a change in our sentry's behavior. Beg your pardon? Lord Emmanellain, was it? Emmanellain. Said what? Well, I have no doubt Lady Lenya will do her utmost to oblige him. Shoes. More shoes, please. If Lord Emmanellain is gonna demand a more dangerous duty, then I expect Lady Lenya will want you to accompany him. You might as well speak with her sooner rather than later. There's no use avoiding the inevitable. Sugar, just dropping by to say hi. You'll be lurking. Have a fun stream. You too. It's good to see you. I almost got to raid you the other day. It's very rare that our like streams line up like that. But I had a chance. And we just missed it because you were like, I looked at your screen and it said ending soon. Then we raided the same person. It was pretty cool. Master Sugarheart, Lord Emmanellain has just informed me that a mere sentry duty is beneath him. I understand we have you to thank for his epiphany? Well, there's nothing for it than to give him something more demanding then. Can I count on you to keep him safe? Yeah. Excellent. We're in constant need of fresh water here in Camp Cloud Top, as there are no underground sources that we can tap with wells. However, there's a unique variety of crystal that we have recently discovered which may enable us to obtain water through other means. These spring crystals can be found in Vor-Sien-Seran to the east of here. I would have you and Emmanellain bring one back to us. You must have to contend with feral beasts which populate the lakes, not to mention the Vanu scouts ranging from their nearby settlement. Of course, that all pales in comparison to keeping the young lord entertained. But you have doubtless grown accustomed to that by now. Good luck. Be safe. Hey. Oh, Lady Lenya told you to tell me about my mission once again. If I didn't know any better, I'd swear she's avoiding me. Anyway, what is this? A vital mission on which the success of the very survival of Count Cloud Top rests. The procurement of potable water. Finally, it's about time she entrusted me with a mission of real import. Right. Let's go. I've never thought of like selecting another option there. Like, it seems weird that they give me choices. Like, I imagine not saying anything doesn't progress the story, and saying the other one, like, what could it possibly do? The other one was being like, hey, we gotta go get some water. Come with me. Like, what possible outcomes could be different? He either says, that sounds lame, or yeah, let's go. And if he says that sounds lame, I'm pretty sure I just have to talk to him again to select the first option, right? I can't imagine it's gotten more diverse than that. All the cards. I have the power of God and anime on my side. What are you gonna do? Seems my 6% damage increase wasn't enough. What is it with cats and rectangular things? I swapped mouse mats and the old one is still on my desk and my kitty has just claimed it as her little spot on the desk ever since. Oh. I'm actually curious if cats prefer rectangles or circles. But there's been like experiments done where people like make circles in nature. And then they'll find like a mountain lion lying in that circle. But like, yeah, I don't know why kitties favor like naturally occurring circles and squares like that. I don't see what evolutionary purpose that holds. It's just like a thing. I must claim it. Done. So this is the Vor Sien Siran of legend. And Neria Vanu in sight. How disappointing. I could do with some sport. I know, why don't you and I make it a competition? Whoever finds a superior specimen wins. Honoroi shall judge the entries on size, purity, and say aesthetic sensibilities. Let us begin at once. Search for Crystal Spring. You think it's adorable how big cats will sit in cardboard boxes, right? If it fits, I sits. That looks like a crystal. Is it not springy? Looks like a Jolly Rancher. There we go. While crystal does not appear to exhibit any properties described by Lady Laniette, perhaps you should inspect another. I've got my kitty on my lap right now. Do you want to say anything, kitty? That crystal's no good either. Surely this one, right? Nope. No. About over this way. Behind this giant bird. A crone? Did they mean crane? I mean, it can be a crone, I guess. Who am I to judge? Hey, I got one. Alright. Emmanellain is most certainly dead, right? Like, we left him alone for 10 minutes. I know a plot point when I see one. I do wonder if games have, like, made me incredibly nervous of my own children for reasons like this. I'm like, you're out of my sight for 5 minutes. It's definitely plot that I have to rescue you. Ah, Master Sugarheart, what have you brought your entry for the contest? My understanding of such things is limited, but can this truly be used to draw moisture from the air like a water pump? Fascinating. That would be cool. Man. Gotta re-up on my orange juice. Lord Emmanellain has been gone for an awfully long time. Did you perchance see him when you were searching for your crystal? Even he must realize the dangers of wandering too far in such a place. Mayhap I'm worrying about nothing, but I must ask that you assist me in looking for him, Master Sugarheart. We shall find him more quickly if we split up. Pray, search the southeastern area of Vor-Sian-Seran as swiftly as you are able and rendezvous with me in the north. Farewell and good luck. Back up the hill. Keep running up that hill. I heard that song like blew up in popularity. But like, it did not stick with me at all. I know there's a hill, but I don't know much more than that. You know the song I'm talking about. I think it's called Keep Running Up That Hill. I think it's about running up hills. Hey, look, a small hill. We look around. Oh, here's a great place to pose as an astrologian. Survey the area for a time. Yeah, I could get a decent screenshot up here. Yeah, I come up with a new Heavensward theme screenshot for Final Fantasy XIV, the movie Part 7. Which is going to be my 12-hour video for this phase of the game, for this expansion. I gotta say, my first thumbnails, kind of disappointing. 12-hour video, whoa, yeah, it's not as impressive as it sounds. What I'm doing is just gluing all these 2-hour videos together. Master Sugarheart, Lord Emmanellain has been taken by the Vanu. My lord surrounded, a whole gang of them. Please, you must come quickly. Alright. But yeah, one thing I like to do with my kids is putting like something kind of meditative on the screen, like, you know, a Yule log in the winter, or trains going through Norway. Like they're big long like videos that are basically nothing. And, you know, it just kind of like, it occupies the TV, keeps like a decent background noise going, but keeps them from like, you know, their brains from melting and them drooling all over themselves. I kind of wanted to make the same thing, but for Final Fantasy. For those who want it. Oh, you love the Yule log videos when you're reading, right? They're perfect. Maybe I should put a Yule log video on while I'm working, like just for fireplace crackles. Because even music's been too distracting for me lately. Mostly because work is incredibly boring. The Vanir must have taken him to that village, mayhap to present to their chieftain. I will make haste to the Rose House and tell Lady Lanyette what has happened. Yet by the time I return with aid, it may already be too late. Forgive me for asking, Master Sugarheart, but should you spy an opportunity to sneak past the sentries and rescue Lord Emmanellain, in my absence, I beg you to take it. I know he can be a trifle presumptuous and insensitive and, well, insufferable, but he doesn't deserve this. Run, boy. There's a productivity game called Spirit City where you can put on rain or a burning fire as background noise. And you play as you play, you earn points to decorate your room, your avatar. Yeah. Maybe that could work? It can, but the Steam app has some security concerns for a corporate environment, so Steam has been blocked by my work, which has been like just a huge bummer, because Steam is a large portion of my day-to-day activities. Like, I'm never playing video games at work, but like I like seeing all the upcoming releases and the sales and stuff. And so without that, I've been forced to like spend my work time going to like Steam DB. And the problem with Steam DB is that like I don't have like adult content filters on that. And so like I'm constantly bombarded by, like, while I'm looking at new releases, I'm constantly seeing straight up porn. Security hasn't flagged that though, so I'm guessing that's okay to look at work. Hey, turns out I don't have to fight everybody. Shoot, maybe I do. In that case, YouTube vlog videos are the way to go. Yeah. It does sort of seem that way. Yeah, fair enough. Same here. Can't even download a Chrome plugin. Yeah. I have... That's another shame I have. I've got, like, YouTube metrics plugins to help me measure my stream success. Or my YouTube success. Would he be up there? That's the place where I'd put him. Nah, he's gonna be over there, isn't he? I'm coming, chump. By the Fury, you're not gonna eat me, are you? That's not what you do to prisoners, is it? Old, I'm over here. What's up? Here. Get gravitied. A million cards just to destroy that one guy. Netherlings, come to free our prisoners, spread word like thunder, and cast them out into the cloud sea. Yar. Whew. That was thoroughly unpleasant. Netherlings slink away like gaily cats. Rally warriors of Gundu, let none escape. We're gonna escape. And you know what? I'm having a hard time targeting you, chumps. Here. Live forever. Is that your contribution to the fight? Fetal position? Like, it's probably a smart move for you, but still. Hello? You tend to tune into co-working streams or put on YouTube video with a fireplace or cozy music? Yeah. I need some kind of background noise. Oh, hi there. So much gravity. Help has arrived, old. Oh, Horseface. Orshafon, is you? Is that you? Thank Evans you're here. It's Horseface Killer. Whew. Today is quiet, so you get to hang out here a bit. That's nice. Wait, where am I going? That's right. I gotta keep track of Stumpy here. And come to think of it, you had a fairly new job. Like, it's been about a year now, give or take. Probably less. How are you enjoying your new place? Have you settled in? They treating you alright? I'll have words with them. This way, quickly.
Reinforcements?
Anger of Honu, chief of mighty Vundo, royals like blackest storm clouds. Offer Netherlings to the white. Cloud sea swells, and he comes.
Oof, would you look at that?
The White, mighty Bismarck, Lord of the Mists!
A flying whale? By the Fury, it's a primal. We must away.
Ah. I hope I got a good screenshot there. There was a real quick moment there.
Damn! Bloody typical. All right, we're going in.
Aye, aye, Chief.
All aboard!
It's been 1 year exactly tomorrow. Nice. Still enjoying it? Your supervisor is doing battle with HR about getting your contract renewed in time. Apparently something went wrong because they cannot promote me and they give you a permanent contract at the same time. You went from junior to senior scrum master and you were told you undersold yourself in your job interview. Yeah. I've seen a lot of people get a job as a scrum master, not really understanding what it is. But like somebody who understands like the concept really well can like absolutely slay at being a scrum master, which it sounds like you do, so congratulations. The gods only know what might have happened had we not been around to save you. No need for thanks, though, as it's not as if you haven't done the same for us on a few previous occasions. Alright, more than a few. Which was but blind chance that brought us together this time. In case you were wondering, the Holy See has petitioned the Ironworks for assistance with this creation of theirs, the Protector. Apparently, they just can't seem to get her flying. Anyway, I came to Cloud Top to cast an eye on the ship, only to learn that you arrived some few days before with an Ishgardian lordling in tow. A small world, I thought, just as said lordling's manservant skittered into view, babbling about his master have been captured and you risking all to rescue him. And the rest, as they say, is history. Right. Well, to cut short our reunion, I am here on business after all, and the boys are already hard at work. Don't worry, old friend. We'll speak again soon, I promise. Thank you. It's really been sparking your creativity to make it engaging and fun. You're actually trying to make a type of D&D like campaign for the retrospectives. Nice. I've actually done a few mini Dungeons and Dragons campaigns myself in at work, as you know, team bonding exercises. But lately I've got a lot of like mandatory fun on the queue. There's nothing that bothers me more than when work asks you to spend time outside of work bonding. I'm like, listen, I don't like you like that. You're not paying me for this time. I mean, I'm salary, but ugh.
Alright. Good morning, everybody. I'm Old Man Sugarheart. Today we are playing Final Fantasy XIV
We've got quests from Emmanellain. And then we're going to do the Artoirel quests. And, I don't know, maybe we throw an Astrologian in there. Whee! Well, very well, I admit it. It was an incredibly harrowing experience. I could very well have died, you know? Me, dead. On the other hand, by risking life and limb in the line of duty, I did succeed in uncovering the existence of a new primal, and that, old boy, is no small feat. I have made an historic discovery. Of fact, even Lady Laniette will have no choice but to acknowledge, yes, I am rather looking forward to basking in the sunshine of her praise. Speaking of which, isn't it time we made our triumphant return? Made me run all the way here just to, you know, run all the way back. You wanted to talk to her, why didn't you run there? Not the Gaily cats. What is new? I have been very sick this week. I tried to stream like nothing was wrong. I don't think anybody really noticed. I played Rift of the Necrodancer, and I think it was loud enough that people couldn't detect my illness beneath the fat beats. Praise Alone, I feared the worst. What happened out there? Well, there were some bird people and a whale. A primal? Are you sure? Yeah, now that I think on it, this Bismarck is reminiscent of the white whale of Vanu legend. A massive creature said to swim in the sea of clouds. From what I have learned of comparable summonings, the presence of Vanu's Gone would certainly explain the sudden change in their behavior toward people of Camp Cloudtop. Ah, you mean to say they've fallen under the Primal's influence? I recall reading of such things in documents provided by Master Alphino. Are we forgetting something important, Lady Laniette? A little recognition for our hero of the hour, a few choice expressions of gratitude, respect, admiration, and so on? Why, yes, you're right, of course. Master Sugarheart deserves that, all that, and more for having risked his life to rescue such an esteemed personage. Well, if there's not else to discuss, I would depart for Ishgard forthwith. The Holy See and the Temple Knights must be informed of this new threat without delay. But of course, Master Sugarheart, you've done more than enough here. Pray return to Ishgard with Lord Horshafont, and give my warmest regards to the Count. So that's it then. No more forays into enemy territory. Very well. I can see my services are no longer needed. Take care, Lady Laniette. May our next meeting take place under more felicitous circumstances. All's well that ends well, eh? To the airship landing then, and speak on the journey home. Speak with Horseface and Ishgard. How about we not walk this time? Let's continue to not walk. Hustle. I confess, I've always been rather fond of airship travel. The chill of the wind upon your face, the warmth of the blood pumping in your veins from the excitement. I find the whole experience indescribably invigorating. Or mayhap it is the simple joy of having cheated death once again. In any event, I must make for the congregation and inform Sir Aymeric of all that has occurred. Emmanellain should have returned to the manor by now. Why not go and see if he's recovered from his ordeal? Is that... Yeah. I'm still not as familiar with Ishgard as I would like. Welcome, Master Sugarheart. Shall I show you inside the manor? Yeah. Oh, it's you, old. Gods, why did he have to strike me so hard? Father, he did not approve of how I handled matters in Cloudtop, how he endangered the lives of others through my recklessness and incompetence. It's not easy playing hero, is it? Which of these do healers use? Skill speed? Alright, let's see if we can sneak out and do a Astrologian quest. I have good news and bad news. The good news is preparations for the symposium on Charlie and astrology has been progressing smoothly, as we have expectedly encountered with very little resistance from the vault. Excuse me. They have even gone through the trouble of securing us a spacious venue for the event. The bad news is the spacious venue in question lies in the Falcon's Nest. Lest you wonder, I speak of the same frigid building site in the middle of nowhere that you will doubtless have heard so many good things about. Yes, my friend, that Falcon's Nest. Yet, I suppose this may be a blessing in disguise. I am just not certain what that blessing may be. Perhaps we should make for the hamlet and see? How do I get there? Does an airship take me there? I bet an airship takes me there. Do I just jump off the cliff here? There's the ticketer. No? Huh. I see. So I can get there from here? From the Foundation. I don't know if I've ever been in this particular part of the town. Hello, Hiroritha. This will be the last we met. Oh, the complete opposite side. It is over here? Been a long time since I've needed to travel there on foot. Here, Wart. Hey, man. This gate leads to the Western Highlands, but it won't do you any good if you haven't got any wings. I've got a fat chocobo right here. You, give me a ride. This isn't gonna do for the edit at all. Can I abandon this quest? We'll pick it up later. As long as I'm doing story quests. Let's sip this orange juice for millions of dollars. Welcome, Master Sugarheart. Blech. Shall I show you inside the manor? I forgot how to say my own name. Happens more often than you would think. Let us begin anew, Master Sugarheart. I am Sir Artoirel de Fortam, eldest son of Count Edmond de Fortam. You will forgive my outburst, I hope. I mean no disrespect. I merely consider myself equal to the duties entrusted to me, unlike some. Orshafant has spoken of you often. If you are even half the man he claims, I shall be glad to have you at my side. To the matter at hand, then, we will be assisting my esteemed compatriots of the House Durandal and Ysale. You are aware of our friendly rivalry, I take it. I suffice to say, the prospect of assisting said houses does not fill me with joy. However, it is the will of the Holy See that we set aside our differences at this crucial juncture, but I shall speak more of that anon. First, we must secure transport to the Falcon's Nest. Let us make for the Chocobo stables in the Foundation. So you're telling me I should have done your quest first. That way I could have done my Astrologian quests. He wants me to literally talk to the guy I just talked to. Greetings, Master Sugarheart. I've saddled a black chocobo for your journey to the Western Highlands as per Lord Artoirel's instruction. Will this be your first time riding a black chocobo, may I ask? If so, you're in for a treat. As I dare say you know, this particular breed can fly. Given the right conditions, they can carry you quite high, too, even over Snowcloak. You needn't worry about directing the bird, of course. Like all porters, she's trained to carry you to your destination all by herself. So just relax and enjoy the view. Oh, but be sure not to relax your grip, will you? 2 hands on the reins at all times, if you please. Oh my.
To the frozen wastes of the Western Highlands, once verdant tracts made pallid by the calamity.
Oh shit.
Ishgard strove tirelessly to reclaim.
Sorry about that. He said something about it being really cold.
To the hamlet of Falcon's Nest. Once abandoned, now freed of its pall of snow and ash, he came.
Hey old man, how are you doing this morning? I'm doing okay. I'm fairly sick, but it's Friday, so at least I'll be healthy for work on Monday. Yay. How are you doing this morning? You excited for your first stream? The world looks quite different when viewed from the back of an airborne chocobo, does it not? I still find the experience strangely liberating. To business, Sir Redwald is in charge here. He should be expecting us. Hello. There's a man named Grim Genesis here who has spied us. Howdy. I like your panda. You found the old man. You sure did. Where's my wave? There's my wave. Slap a welcome on that. Hope you get better soon. Yes, you're excited. It's going to be a nice experience, you think? Yeah. You're a sprout just like me. There's a friend. I'm gonna be friends with you. Or your lesser panda. One of the two. Alright, and I hope you don't mind. I'm gonna continue the story. In the meantime, have all the buffs. Oh, I couldn't cast those directly on you. Weird. Well met, traveler. Might I interest you in a chocobo porter? Do not tell me. This is your first visit to this stop. Yeah. Alright, where did Artoirel go? He went this way. It's been far, far too long, Lord Artoirel. And who might your companion be? Pray forgive us our lateness, Sir Redwald. I present you old Sugarheart, ward of the House Forton. Ah, yes, of course. Lord Drillamont spoke of you. I, Sir Redwald of House Durandare, do bid you welcome to Falcon's Nest. Buffs only affect those in your party most of the time. I did notice. I didn't actually know that was a thing, though. But, neat. We are both eager to contribute to the settlement's restoration. How may we be of service? Before we speak of that, would I be correct in assuming that Master Sugarheart is unfamiliar with our recent history? Then, with your permission, I shall recount the tale for his benefit. As you may know, Falcon's Nest was once a hamlet with a small garrison of knights and some few villagers, and then came the calamity. When it became clear that the snow would not stop falling, we had no choice but to complete our withdrawal. The settlement and the entirety of the Western Highlands were to be abandoned. Abandoned to the heretics. Lady Iceheart and her kind have walked these lands with impunity ever since. Aye, but no longer. The Holy See has commanded the reclamation of the Western Highlands and the expulsion of the heretical elements. Falcon's Nest is key to accomplishing these objectives, but as you can see, rebuilding the hamlet is no small undertaking. Our craftsmen require support and protection. Any assistance you can offer would be greatly appreciated. As promised, we of House Forton are at your disposal, Sir Redwald. You need but tell us where to begin. You have ninja? Yeah. Ninja outfit. Because we're going to be a ninja for the next expansion. Several craftsmen in service to House Zamail are contributing to the restoration of Falcon's Nest. These men and women are quite skilled at building and repairing fortifications, but their progress has been hampered by a number of factors. Roth, their foreman, tells me that he has need of a man with your talents. Would you be so kind as to seek him out? Yeah, I can do that. I found him. You're in Dragon Song? Nice. I don't know what that means. Dragon Song. Is that towards the end of the Heavensward expansion? Yes, I'm Roth. Who might you be? I'm old Sugarheart. Ah, the promised help. Glad to have you aboard. I've the honor of overseeing this fine mess you see before you. Sent me over on one of them blackbirds, same as you, to build and mend and tell others how to build and mend. But furies take me, this ice, it's bloody unnatural, how fast it forms. It's icicle sprites, I tell you. Mark my words, there are pockets of them here and there, just waiting for me to turn my back so they can sneak out and do their dirty work. So I need you to search the hamlet and put an end to it. If you stand watch long enough, I'm sure you'll find them. There are 3 parts to Heavensward. Gotcha. And so, I'm obviously in the first part. Are you in the second or third part? Oh, he wasn't kidding. Hey, that's a new ability. Wonder what it does. Divination. I don't know when I unlocked that. I've lost him, but his panda's here. There he is. Right where I left him. Any frost people in here? Heavensward, which is the main part, then Dragon Song, then post-Dragon Song. Oh, okay. Ah, here it is. I'm excited. Like, having played through Heavensward once before, like, the beginning does look as slow as it was, but, like, there's a lot of important exposition going on. Like, they mentioned the heretics have their run of this land that we are now at. Oh, hey, I should attune to this while I can. And that's important because we're going to spend a lot of time with the heretics in this area. And Cloudtop was like sneak peek at the newest trial, Bismarck. Though come to think of it, I don't even think Bismarck is the next trial we do. I believe the next one we've got to do is Thick Ass Thought. I believe that's the trial name. I'm not entirely sure. Sorry, that wasn't a very wholesome thing to say on my wholesome stream. Ha! Now there's a man that looks like he's found his marks. You're just the sort we need around here. The kind that'll hop too when he sees a task undone. That's me. Give me my ninja shirt. Oh, and a pretty dress. You're a dab hand at Warcraft, I can tell. Now that I've any skill at arms to speak of, mind, but it doesn't take an expert to recognize expertise. Thought-ass Thought is the next one? Yeah, that's what I thought. Be a waste to keep you to myself when there's others out what need help same as me. So if you're keen on doing what you've done, I'd ask you head north to the pike, the bloody huge statue out in the wastes, if you've never been. Mason, by the name of Thierramont, is out there tending to the thing. Good man, Thierramont. But I reckon he's taken on too much work for one. Might be there's something you can do for him? Yeah? It's just kind of surprising that, like, they introduced Bismarck so early. And yet you don't get to hang out with him for 100 years? Where am I going? Straight north. I forget when you unlock Aether Currents. It might be during this current mission set, or maybe it's immediately after. Get off me. But I'm wondering if maybe I should spend my time off stream finding all the Aether Currents in whatever area I'm at. Hail to you, traveler. What brings you out this way? Foreman Roth bid you assist me. Well, far be it for me to turn down a helping hand. I've been tasked with the restoration of this sculpture. 5 years of neglect have not been kind, to say the least. Fortunately, I've just the thing for it. Rather, those deep eyes have it. If you could slay 3 and bring me their bristles, I would be in your debt. Hello, Deep Eye. Hang on, while I'm getting my butt kicked. Damage dealt is increased. Neat. But by how much? 6%. Oh, to the whole group. That's good to know. And if I literally play my cards right, I can get that up to 12%. It's one of those weird messages that pops up. Where YouTube's videos with Z's, YouTube's recommended me your streams, also with a Z. I have no idea what that is. Possibly some like extension that like auto plays YouTube forever. Either way, I appreciate the ad revenue for a viewer who's probably not even there. There you are. Have you the bristles? Yeah? Here, eye bristles. I call them lashes, but you know, each their own. Ah, you know how coarse that is? That's why they're perfect for scrubbing the soot from this statue. Beautiful, isn't it? The spitting image of Haldroth, the first of the Azure Dragons, one of Ishgar's founding fathers. A symbol of everything the Dravanians despise. Which is why they've taken to searing it with dragonfire every time they pass by. But no longer will we suffer this desecration of our nation's hero. Soon this statue will be as it once was, a proud, shining testament to the determination of Ishgard, and a message to the heretics that we have returned. The work may be hard and the conditions harsh, but as a proud Ishgardian, I could ask for no greater honor. Oh yeah, he does look like a dragoon. How about that? Let's put on our new dress. Wow, that's pink. It's a little too red. Nah. And about the pretty pants, we need to do something about them too. We do have some more ruby dye, but now it is too red. Snow White dye, and it turns the cuffs black, you say? Alright. There we go. Now I'm dressed to impress. More ninja gloves. Are you for Falcon's Nest? If so, I have a favor to ask. There's this knight, Sir Yuswandra, Isidore. Okay. That took me a while. Stationed at the Anvil to the west of here. She's always treated me with kindness and respect. More than I deserve, to be honest. Any road, while you were away, she came through on patrol, and I think she might have left a package behind. It's a bit of a detour, but would you mind returning it to her? My thanks to you, friend. Oh, the Anvil. I remember the Anvil. I remember. I spent quite a lot of time out here in the frozen wastes. How does one get up there? If I'm reading this map right. This way. Oh, this isn't the Anvil I thought it was. I was thinking of a little camp further down the road. Yuswadwar. What's that? A package? I haven't the foggiest what you're talking about. Here you go. Confound it, that full of a... What a waste. It was a gift, adventurer. Theramol labors day and night without regard for his own well-being. At the very least, he ought to try to eat better. Why not simply give it to him? Why the fury? Have you no sense of decorum? A highborn knight cannot be seen favoring a lowborn mason in such a manner. Nevertheless, I appreciate your concern, as well as your willingness to assist Theramol. May your journey back to Falcon's Nest be safe and swift. Pray, give my regards to Sir Redwald. I'm thinking about Theramont, though. Like, you gave him a gift, and then you're just like, well, didn't work. Like, I could take it right back to him. But like, I also get why he can't know it's a gift. If he brags to all his friends that he got a gift from a knight, that gets back to the Pope. The Pope will be like, hey, you can't have friends. Perhaps? I don't know. I'm just jabbering. I look ridiculous. Like, I feel like I don't look too great in pink. Like, red and white, yeah, I look amazing. But the fact that, like, I've got this pink on me, at least it goes good with kind of the light blue I've got going on. If we're going with feminine colors, like, purple's always been a better look for me. Looks like Santa? He does kind of look like Santa. I mean, I kind of look like Santa. I like this pose. Do you like this, like, 45-degree angle stance? I breathe deeply into the camera. So handsome. Where was I going? Redwald. That pose is a badass Santa. It sure is. Oh, I've lost it. Oh, I can't turn my head quite right. Over the shoulder. Oh, yeah. Where's the flex button? Surely there's a flex. Yeah. The maintaining eye contact while you do it, that's what really drives the flex home. You flex your muscles for Redwald. It should say you flex your muscles on Redwald. If I've got a kid, listen to the movie Rise of the Guardian and you'll see Santa is badass looking in it. Rise of the Guardian. Yeah, I haven't seen that. Which is weird. I've seen pretty much every animated movie with my kids. To the point where I've got like the cast memorized for like all of them. That's right, memorized. I must applaud your initiative, Master Sugarheart. Roth tells me you've been quite busy. Alas, we have not the time to thank you properly. I have a task which I would commit all able-bodied men and women, you and Lord Artoirel included. Like, for example, did you know that the weasel from Zootopia is the same guy who did the voice of the chicken in Moana? That's Alan Tudyk. Now you know. Oh my god, for real? Yep. You might recognize him in Tucker and Dale versus Evil. Or Serenity, Firefly. But he's always doing like weird animal sounds in various animated films. It's pretty cool, actually. He just does good voice work, but like you'd never know. Calm as ever, even when you must surely sense the gravity of the situation. A veteran through and through, just as Lord Drillamont said. Good. We have lost contact with a reconnaissance party sent north to Riversmeet in search of the heretics' hideaway. Whether they were attacked or met with some other misfortune, we know not. But regardless of the cause, we must act quickly, for this is a harsh, unforgiving land which can claim and has claimed the lives of many men. To ensure we find our missing knights as quickly as possible, I have assigned each party a different area to search. You and Lord Artoirel will be working together. Seek him out when you are ready to depart, and good luck. Yeah, some actors are good at making sounds instead of big dialogue. Look at Vin Diesel with Groot. Did you know Vin Diesel is also the Iron Giant in the movie The Iron Giant? He is good at being big things that don't say much. It seems we have been assigned the area near Camp Riversmeet, Master Sugarheart. Lest you are unaware, the camp was one of many our knights were forced to abandon when we withdrew from Korthus Western Highlands. One of the many sacrifices we made in the wake of the calamity. It would not surprise me if our knights took shelter there, but there is but one way to find out, though. Let us be off. Anyway, I think you managed to get me to tap my two, like, obscure celebrity knowledges. Like, knowing Vin Diesel was the Iron Giant. And then on top of that, knowing Alan Tudyk is the chicken in Moana. Hey, hey. I don't think I have any more facts more interesting than that. But surely I do. Recently watched the movie Scoob, which was just awful. Like, it was the Scooby movie nobody has ever heard of, and nobody ever will again. Because, like, you know, you go to your pirate site to look at Scooby movies, and you type in Scooby, and Scoob gets filtered out because you add that extra Y. Hello down there. Why was I talking about that? I don't know. I know an actor from that. The guy who plays Shaggy in that is also the drag queen that dates Jenna in 30 Rock. That's almost an interesting fact. There, below us, Camp Riversmeet, or what remains of it. I see no way to descend the cliff safely from here. Should we fall, the beast below would make short work of us. Come, I know the path to the riverbed below, east of the Black Iron Bridge. Last movie you saw was 1 Million Ways to Die in the West. Not a kid's movie, but the best comedy movie you've seen in a while? Wow. So, you're gonna hate me for this. We might no longer be friends after this, but if I had to choose the worst movie I've ever seen, I would have gone with 1 Million Ways to Die in the West. I thought that movie was terrible. Felt like Seth MacFarlane was just trying to come up with excuses to, like, make out with Charlize Theron. Which, I mean, I guess I can respect, almost. If the reconnaissance party came this way, I see no sign of it. no one has the same opinions. Not having the same opinions on a thing is normal. Yeah, I know, but like to have like complete opposite opinions. If the reconnaissance party came this way, I see no sign of it. Still, it is possible that recent storms have obscured their trail, or that they took an alternate route to Camp Rivers Meet. Until we investigate the camp itself, we cannot be certain. We must press on. I can see where you're coming from, though. Because there's not, like, a lot of comedies like that. And so, like, if it really tickles your sense of humor, like, there aren't a lot of other movies that will. What's the best way to do this? Go down here. I haven't unlocked enough of the map. I feel like I'm going to go down to the riverbed and discover it's on the opposite banks, and then I have to run all the way back. What's the best comedy movie you've seen, then? Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse? I mean, that movie had me laughing. But like a deliberately comical movie. I'm trying. Oof. Let me fight this wolf and I'll think of it. While I have my way with him. Like, I don't watch a lot of movies, for one. When I do watch movies, they're typically like romantic comedies. The Interview was pretty good. The one where Seth Rogen and James Franco go to North Korea to interview Kim Jong-un. I don't know if it's the best comedy I've ever seen, but it's the one that pops to mind. And of course, there's all the classics like Monty Python and the Holy Grail and The Life of Brian, The Meaning of Life. That's a little too easy, though. Oh! Blazing Saddles is probably the funniest movie I've ever seen. I guess we're both old, so yeah. Blazing Saddles, 100%, has got to be the funniest movie I've ever seen. I was thinking of Mel Brooks movies, and I'm like, you know what? They don't hit as well as advertised. But then I remembered Blazing Saddles. That one definitely hit right. Are you all right? I heard sounds of a struggle. Thank the Fury. I thought no one would come. 3 heretics slain and 1 knight saved just like that. You certainly live up to your reputation, Master Sugarheart. What happened here, sir? Is there no one else? We were caught in a furious blizzard to the north of here, my lord. Not but white all around until we saw shapes moving towards us, running towards us, with naked steel in their hands. I cut down a few of the bastards who came close, but the others, there was shouting and screaming. But after a while, I could only hear unfamiliar voices. I found my way to the camp, hoping to hide while the storm passed. But the heretics tracked you here. My lord, the heretics' hideaway lies somewhere to the north. We must move quickly before the snow buries all traces of their passing. For my brothers, we must... Have faith, sir. Justice will be done, but first we must see you to safety. Are these gloves going to be like that periwinkle color as well? Because I'm going to end up using all my red dye on this outfit. Hey, you know what? I'll take it. Like, solid white's fine. Hey, I know that person's face. Lord Artoirel seems to love to forego any opportunity to do something or other. He has the right of it, Master Sugarheart. Whatever remains of the heretics' trail will be gone with the next snowfall, but we cannot very well leave our friend here. I'll see him to Falcon's Nest and gather reinforcements. In the meantime, I would have you search the area to the north of the camp for signs of the attack. Should you pick up the heretics' trail, do not wait for me. Follow it back to their lair forthwith, being sure you leave me some clear footprints. I realize this plan may have placed you in considerable danger, but I see no alternative. Rest assured, we will not be far behind. And old, thank you. To the north. I feel like if I try... Well, there is a ramp right over there. I was going to say, I don't think I can get to that side without crossing the bridge, but maybe that ramp will help? Really? An invisible wall me here, game? Uh-oh. Interesting. Fresh footprints. The tracks continue to the north. But in terms of comedies, I do watch more TV shows than see movies. Mostly cartoons. Like, I'm a big fan of Archer in the Boondocks. In fact, one of my alerts... Oh yeah, my follow alert is thanks, Granddad, from Boondocks. Me too. A good watch when you work from home, right? You leave me alone, Ice Trap. Feel like I missed the footprints. There we are. Wild-eyed swordsman. These guys are fragile. I don't think they had to make them this easy. Also, where's the music? Dang. What other comedies? I'm a big fan of The Whitest Kids You Know. May Trevor Moore rest in peace. Follow the Fleeing Heretic. But maybe not kill him? I can smell you. But yeah, The Whitest Kids You Know is probably the rudest comedy that I really enjoy. Like, I really get easy at, like, it's hard to make me laugh with fart and poop jokes. They're just too easy. And, like, The Whitest Kids You Know does have them. Hey, are we here? Is this your base? Is this where you come to bleed out? Alright, I gotta take care of the ads first. There's not a lot of room for camera movement in here. I'm trying to keep it visually interesting for everybody. I don't really know how to zoom with a controller. Also, hi to everyone who's new here. I use a controller, which is kind of weird. Like, I wouldn't recommend playing an MMO with a controller 90% of the time, but Final Fantasy did a really good job. You do have to spend a long time customizing your hotbars just right, though. If it's not too personal, what do you do for work besides give children's around the world gifts from one time a year? I see what you did there. I'm a software developer. Mainly for financial companies. So, about the most boring programming you can imagine. Writing software that, like, calculates interest rates and shit like that. It's the worst.
Looking for me, I presume.
Yeah.
Ah, the child who glimpsed the truth.
No, it cannot be.
He cameth unto me, as didst thou, alike in gifts, yet set upon different paths.
So you two know each other?
He speaks true. Warrior of Light. Like you, I have been blessed with the Echo. The visions terrified me at first. They came without warning. I wondered what I had done to deserve them. But I had no time to ponder such things once the calamity came. The land turned against us, and in a matter of hours, Falcon's Nest was buried under 10 fulms of ice and snow. We had no choice but to flee for Ishgard. We came to the wall, and while we searched for a way through, there was an avalanche. So I set forth for Dravania. I knew full well what might happen where I found, but I could not survive on my own. I was found, of course, and not by a mere dragon, but by the great worm Hraesvelgr.
Oh, that guy?
And it was then that I knew why I had been given this gift. For with it I heard his voice and saw the truth through his eyes. I was chosen to deliver this revelation to the people, to bring dragon and man together as they once were and should ever be.
What of the innocents who died when you attacked the Foundation?
It wasn't supposed to be like that. You have to believe me. It was beyond my control.
How could it have gone any other way?
Children taught to fear the skies, who saw their loved ones slaughtered. Yet the Dravanians, though they know where the fault truly lies, fell upon them with such fury.
Men die, and their children forget. But we are everlasting. To us, then is as now. Thou canst not comprehend the violation, the outrage, the fury.
I will make this right. I am neither a saint nor a savior, just another sinner. Yet I will not forsake this cause. I cannot. I will see this cycle broken and peace restored. We can do naught else, for we are now as one.
Okay. Master Sugarheart, praise Alone, you are alive. We came as swiftly as we could, but I see we're too late. So they were lurking in the cellar of this farmhouse. 'Tis a pity Lady Iceheart escaped, but we must not let that detract from your accomplishment. We have them on the run. You have dealt with our foes. You've dealt our foes a telling blow this day, my friend. Man, I'm butchering this. And I shall see that your efforts are recognized. Yeah, she did get away when she casually walked away. We're in the same field, but you're a financial strategist for a trading firm. Yeah. Not very exciting, is it? I can see why you're starting streaming too. Like, there is money there, but the amount of people who just want to, you know, destroy your home and sell everything you own if it made sense for the company. It's too damn high. You'll never truly be rich working for somebody else. At least that's what I believe. Not that being rich is my goal. Like, it never was my goal. It's not anybody's goal most of the time. They just want to live comfortably. Businesses really do want that to be as hard as possible. Establishing an outpost in so remote a location could not have been easy, the tenacious devils. Hello, kitty. Yeah, you're a good kitty. The knights have matters here well in hand. Let us return to Falcon's Nest and share our discoveries with Sir Redwald. Come, after tracking heretics across malms of ice and snow, I would say you were due a few hours rest next to a warm fire. Well, the first reason you're streaming is that you want to teach people to create their own simple investment strategies on Excel so people can have more ways to make money in this weird time. Gaming on stream is a bonus. Actually sounds very interesting. I gotta say, when when I noticed your channel was Excel focused, I was like, that can't be good, right? Not to be too skeptical, but like seeing somebody working with spreadsheets feels like it wouldn't be very entertaining. But lots of people are very interested in learning how to make money. Why the gambling industry is doing so crazy well lately. So yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm in. Teach me how to not be poor. Because I'll check that out. Like, the pandemic was like my first experience with stocks, and it didn't go well. Like, it didn't go like terribly poorly. Like, I just understand so little about that aspect of things. You chose Excel because it's more simple for people who don't know how to code? Yeah. So you do like the real complex Excel stuff. I kind of figured you would. But yeah, Excel is straight up a programming language. Like, you could probably run Doom in Excel. Recently, people got Doom to run on a PDF. So it's not totally out of the realm of possibility. It also makes sense that, like, you know how to code. When you're in the top of, like, any sufficiently complicated industry, like, the ending up programming is just, like, a natural thing. Like, whenever I meet somebody who's, like, a really high-level biologist or chemist or physicist, they're constantly, like, yeah, so I had to learn to program. Makes sense that in a financial industry you would do the same. well, you know how to code. Let's say you're far from me, probably. I'm not like other software developers. Honestly, like, it's just logic. Other than that, like, knowing how to find the answer is really all a talented programmer knows how to do. And it's easier now than ever. Like, I'll tell you what programming is like for me nowadays, with recent strides in AI. Like, I clock into work, get my assignment, and then I use a new IDE called Windsurf. It's based on Visual Studio Code, but it is AI driven. And I basically tell it to write the code for me. Like, I know enough to know if what it wrote is going to work or not, but it does a really good job. And so, like, we're getting further and further away from actually needing to know how to code. It does add a bunch of useless stuff, though, which is really weird. Ooh, I'm having trouble breathing here. It's my illness. Give me a moment. I'm back. I'm gonna do something for me that's like a little weird here. So, when I blow my nose, I make a lot of noise, or at least I really, really think I make a lot of noise, but I've never actually heard it. Like, I hear it inside my head, and it sounds crazy loud. And so, I want to hear it from, like, the other side. So I'm going to blow my nose right now. It's going to be loud. And then I can hear myself in the playback and actually know what it sounds like to other people. How was that? Was that as weird as it sounds? Oof, got a little dizzy with that one. True, with AI, everything is easier and faster, but you think that people still need to learn things and use AI as a tool rather than using AI as a replacement? I'm fine. Oh. I gotta be careful what I say about using AI. Like, you have to understand what AI is good at. Like, it is going to be kind of like the dot-com bubble way back in the day, where people will, like, live and die by, like, making smart choices with AI very soon. You have to just treat it like what it is. And what it is something that Google's very efficiently for you. Like, it's not coming up with new information. It's just, like, finding and putting together the information for you much more efficiently than you could. Like, if you try to make it do clever things, like run your customer service thing or, like, interact with humans on your behalf, then, like, you're gonna have a bad time. It's not that loud, but yeah, still weird. Cool. I can't wait to hear it on playback. I've wanted to hear myself... Very weird. I've wanted to hear myself blow my nose for a long time from the other side. When my daughter was born, I would blow my nose and my daughter would cry. Like, every single time. Like, I could be 3 rooms away, blow my nose. She would hear it and start crying. And so I was like, is this the most horrifying sound in the world? Is it upsetting that a human being makes this noise? Lord Artoirel, Master Sugarheart, full glad am I to see you both hale and healthy. What news? You mean to say you've hunted the heretics down on your own and slew them before reinforcements could arrive? By the Fury. I believe we've made great strides toward purging these lands of heretics, and I mean to say, when I deliver my report to my father in the Holy See. As will I, Lord Artoirel. May it serve to remind our superiors what House Durandare and Forton could achieve through continued cooperation. Indeed. I trust you and your knights are coming to handle the rest? Content to handle the rest? We most certainly are, my lord. During your short time with us, you and Master Sugarheart have accomplished far more than I thought possible. Cannot in good conscience impose upon you any longer. Pray return to Ishgard with my thanks. As you wish, Sir Redwald. We thank you for the hospitality. Gee, that's not good for self-confidence. Yeah. I mean, like, she was a baby. So, like, it could be, like, any loud noise could set her off. But, like, I was never quite sure if she was crying because it was loud, crying because she thought I was dying, or crying because she thought I was in pain. Or yelling, like, what is the sound my nose makes that horrifies her so? I really need to know. My nose didn't always used to honk like that when I blew it, either. At some point, I got sleep apnea. And apparently I just suck at breathing. I don't know how how that became a skill issue for me, but it happened. Welcome, Master Sugarheart. Shall I show you inside the manor? Yeah? I need to stop saying it like that. I know what I'm doing, and it's not wholesome. She got scared of the loud noises, probably. Master Sugarheart, I would speak plain. From the first, I questioned your motives and your competence. Unjustly, I now realize. Rumors have a way of growing more fantastic as they spread, and quite frankly, those surrounding you beggar belief. But Horsefant swore that all the stories were true. He championed your cause and begged Father to grant you patronage. And he duly listened, because for all his wisdom, he has never been able to say no to my dear half-brother, a legacy of my father's sole indiscretion. Mother hated him, of course. Even on her deathbed, she refused to acknowledge him, and to be honest, she was not alone in her feelings. But that's not the worst of it. At Camp Riversmeet, when we came upon the wounded knight, I knew immediately that one of us would have to pursue the heretics alone, an onerous task fraught with danger. And you were the savior of Eorzea and the honored guest of House Forton, my new comrade in arms, Horsefant's dear friend. I told myself it would be a test, but part of me hoped that you would fail. Yet you accepted. Wait, what? You wanted me to die? Yet you accepted the task without word of protest nor any sign of fear, and you duly tracked the enemy down, faced him alone, and lived to tell the tale. Plainly, Horsefant had the right of it all along. That I doubted your strength bespeaks mine own weakness. But I will not doubt you again, Master Sugarheart. On that you have my word. Please hesitate to hope for my demise in the future. Piety. Now that sounds like a healer trait. He said, guessing randomly. I had something I was gonna say. It can hang. A chocobo whistle. Wait. If that was the last of the Artoirel quests, now would be a great time to do the Astrologian quest. The next 2 Astrologian quests, apparently. Oof. I'm feeling kind of woozy. That nose blowing exploded my head. I think I'm gonna call in sick to work for a 3rd day in a row. I have good news and bad news. The good news is preparations for the symposium on Charlian astrology have been progressing smoothly, as we have expectedly encountered very little resistance from the vault. They've even gone to the trouble of securing us a spacious venue for the event. The bad news is the spacious venue in question lies in the Falcon's Nest, lest you wonder. I speak of the same frigid building in the site in the middle of nowhere that you will doubtless have heard so many good things about. Yes, my friend, that Falcon's Nest. Yet I suppose this may have been a blessing in disguise. I am just not certain what that blessing may be. Perhaps we should make for the hamlet and see. I can get there quickly now. Boop. Uzi, you hope I'm okay? I'm gonna be fine. I'm on the upswing. But I don't know what it is. Like, getting older, illness hits me so differently from when I was younger. Like, my problems are different. Like, when I was a kid, I just, like, threw up constantly and everywhere all the time. Now I'm an adult, like, I don't throw up nearly as much, but, like, I get weird muscle pains. Like, really painful muscle pains. Like, that was never a thing when I was sick as a child. Like, I'd get sore, but, like, my muscles would be fine. And I get, like, the weirdest, like, temperature shifts. Like, I get chills and, like, right now, I'm in shorts and a t-shirt, and I am sweating profusely, and I am freezing at the same time. Like, it's... I would say that would be a terrifying symptom if I was young, but that happens every single time I'm sick now. Greetings, old. It appears that not only is our symposium to be held in a tiny hamlet moms away from civilization, crawling with people who cannot even spell astrology, let alone grasp how it works, but that no one in the whole town has even been informed of our arrival. The 3 of us have been spending the last bell speaking with whomever will listen, inviting them to attend the event, so at least we won't be speaking to an empty forum. Worry not, my friend. We have saved the entire district just for you. Wink. Okay. I'm supposed to go this way? Whew. You hope I'm okay, and it sounds like a wise idea to call in sick to work. Yeah. I'm even considering, like, calling my kids in sick to school. Like, I'm dizzy and drugged up. Like, maybe I shouldn't be driving my kids to school today. Like, I'm sure it'll be fine. But, like, they're just getting over an illness themselves. So unless they look, like, super healthy today, I might just, like, extend their stay and be like, you know what? No school for you either. We'll just sit here and watch Travel Man, starring Richard Ayoade. Charlie in Astrology. Hey, you? A heretic? Because you're talking like one. There's only one kind of astrology in Ishgard, and it ain't the heathen kind. Considering as you're an unbeliever, I suppose the knights might allow you to yap and yammer, but cause too much commotion, you'll be disappeared like that other lad. Now when was that? Bloody heretics. An outrider, and his wounds look deep. Is there a cutter nearby? Man, let me just... Here. There you go, buddy. What is this sorcery? My cuts! They knit themselves. Are you a healer adventurer? If so, I have another request for you. I just healed him out at reflex. I didn't even know that was a story point. There were others in my scouting party. We were all wounded, some of us more gravely than others. You need to go. Have a good day, old man. Take care of yourself. You too, Bobby XL. And I will be checking out your stream later. Have fun playing Monster Hunter Wilds. I'll be joining you in Monster Hunter Wilds, but not for like the $100 early access. I'm looking forward to it. All right, kitty? There were many others in my scouting party. We were all wounded, some of us more gravely than others. I fear my fellow knights may be in grave danger. Would you seek them out and tend them as you did me? I will report to Sir Redwald, but I fear that by the time he can muster reinforcements, several men will have perished. Where am I going? Oh, that's way out there. I guess we walk. And heal everyone with the power of heresy. How are you doing, kitty? You're a little early for breakfast. The fun thing about my consistent schedule is, like, my cats have gotten used to it. This one in particular, like, he'll wake me up if it's time for me to stream. He'll, like, make sure I sit down and get started, and when he sees me, like, start talking, he'll leave me alone for a bit, and then when it gets, like, to about 2 hours, he comes back to remind me that it's almost time for breakfast. Like, being the corpuscular being he is. Like, he doesn't mind waking up at 4 a.m. He's probably, like, you know, tracking phases of the sun. He's like, oh, I'm seeing like a glimmer of light outside. It must be time for breakfast. Because it does seem to be getting slightly earlier every single day. That he comes in and says, hey, it's time for breakfast. He's a smart kitty. Oh, slow-footed knight. Be healed. You've activated all 17 of my trap cards. So I forget where I got my like hotbar layout for Astrologian. Like I didn't come up with this all on my own, but the hotbar I use came about before like the Dawn Trail Astrologist changes. And so I've got these 3 play buttons here. And I feel like I'm putting them in the dumbest place. Or maybe I could do this a little better. It seems like 2 out of 3 I want to cast on the tank, and so maybe the one that ended up separately down here, play number 3, which is like my healingest card. Maybe that one should be replaced by the damage one that goes to melee or ranged, whichever's closest. Or whichever I draw. I thank you, adventurer. I shall tell the fury of your kindness when I kneel before her at the gates to... Oh, let me just heal myself in front of you. There you go. How did you... It was as if I was never dealt a single wood. What manner of magics do you wield, friend? The heretic kind. Spread the word. Astromancy, but I thought the stars only served to grant us insight into the Horde's movements. Why are there not more astrologians in the field? You and your companions are in the Falcon's Nest to discuss that very topic. Perhaps I can persuade others in the garrison to attend. Now I must hurry back to the hamlet. My captain will want a full report of the day's happenings. Wait, where am I going? All the way back there? You know what? I'm not walking there. Brain's moving a little slow. I don't know if I ever got an Astrologian to level 60. I must have. But like, I don't know where this goes after this. It feels like the Astrologian story couldn't end well in the direction it's heading. Like, yeah, I'm showing everybody how great it can be, but I feel like I'm setting myself up to be assassinated. Where have you been? When you did not return, we visited the northern gates and found the area astir with night activity. You left the hamlet to aid wounded scouts? You could have been killed, or eaten, or killed and eaten, or eaten and then killed. What is this? You say your display of astromancy has impressed the knights into attending our event? This may work to our advantage. If the knights begin clamoring for astrologians to be assigned to their ranks, then the sea may just listen. Let's find these good men and inform them that the symposium is about to commence. Yay! I do like commencing symposiums. It's one of the things I'm known for. Thal's hoar-frosted balls. Not a single person came. I told you this was a terrible plan. Use the confusion from the jam-packed symposium to approach the target, she says. You'll have her out of the hamlet before her companions even know she's gone, she says. Even a blind babe could see that no one would gather for a talk on astrology in the middle of a swimming. Ah, the astrologian who tended to my wounds. As you can see, both me and my fellow knight made swift recoveries. Thanks to your wonderful magics, of course. Reinforcements from the garrison never arrived. Yeah. I spoke with, Sir Redwolf, maybe, myself, perhaps. Perhaps he felt there was no need for reinforcements after I, convinced him what an able healer you were. Yeah, that's it. That was most certainly the reason, yeah. And as much as I would like to attend, the captain has already assigned us another mission. I apologize to you and your companions. Perhaps we can make it, the next symposium? Carry on, then. Well. So I guess we just sit here and do magic tricks? Well, that is that, then. The vault wins. Do not think of it as such, Lady Laviva. This is but one hurdle we must leap. The vault wants us to stop and turn around, and they will continue placing hurdles before us until we do. But we cannot let that discourage us. We must carry on until we reach our destination, or they run out of hurdles. Ha! You cry over hurdles. You know not how lucky you were. Did you come for the symposium? No, I wouldn't let anyone see me at that gathering. I'll be branded as a heretic and sent to witch drop, or worse. They just slit my throat and toss me out like the beast, like as they did that other astrologian from the old world. The other astrologian? When was this? When you reach my age, all of the summers melt together. My hair still had color, so it must have been at least a score. Mayhap more, mayhap less. Dude, feels. There was an astrologian who was... but it was long ago. It could have been anyone. Could not have been anyone you knew. We cannot dwell on the past. We must needs find a way to interpret the cards we have been dealt, so that they may benefit the present, our present. No, it could not have been anyone I knew. I never had the chance to. I think she thinks it's her dad. You're right, Jeanne Quinard. We mustn't let the vault or bandits or closed minds prevent us from achieving what we came here for. The stars will point the way. And we will help the people of Ishgard see that as well. Honestly, it probably was her dad. The timeline lines up. Roughly a score ago, how many astrologians are there in Ishgard? Spouting heresy? Well, like, everyone's spouting heresy, but like, astrologian heresy. Speak with Jenna Honard. It tell me specifically to go to the Aethanarium. It did. Okay. I gotta remember to set my trap cards. The Astro Aquarium. Lady Laviva did not take the old man's recollection of the slain Astrologian well at all. I understand that hearing a fellow colleague's death might unnerve someone, but you think she would have just lost her father. Oh, Quonara, what have you done? I will not live down this offense. You see, the Astrologian of whom the old man spoke, it so happens that I knew him well. His name was Ruffin. He was my old friend. He was my friend and confidant when I studied in Charlatan. My only friend. He followed me back to Ishgard when my stay in the city-state was cut short by the Exodus. His dream was to rekindle the interest in the forgotten techniques which gave rise to Ishgard astrology. But this was the time when the Holy See was even more opposed to foreign ideas than they are now. That evening I discovered him bleeding at his bureau. It was one of the saddest in my life, but even the hour of his death, Ruffin remained strong, and he made me promise that I would not let his dream fade because of the closed-minded. Not that has gone particularly well thus far, yet perhaps if we reach a greater accord with the stars, they will show us the way forward. Yeah, that sounds likely. Okay, so it wasn't her dad. Well, we gotta tell her that. The vault went and outdid themselves. The location of our next symposium? The Convictory. Makeshift camp for a band of bickering knights. I've spoken at length with Lady Laviva about how we might handle this second inconvenience so as not to meet the same fate as we did in Falcon's Nest. I fear the worst, but the lady believes we may be approaching this all wrong. That we should embrace the situation and use it to our advantage. I believe she's merely unaccustomed to the thin alpine air, and her wits are not in order. Perchance, we should make for the camp and see for ourselves? Where's the Convictory? Okay. Well, as long as it's in the neighborhood. Hoop. Hoop. There's probably a million good videos on YouTube on how to find all the aether currents, right? But could we have one more? What I mean to say is, like, since we have to go touch all the aether currents again anyway, if I made a video showing everybody where they are, surely that would be handy to some people. Oh, I feel like I'm making us stupid by heading down this way. Please tell me the Convictory is down low. There's no way it's in there. No, I think there's a way around this cliff. Oop. That's my alarm telling me I need to get the kids to school. Which is like a 50-50 shot I won't. Yeah, kitty, it is time for breakfast. You are correct. But as you can see, I am quite busy. You will just have to be angry. Hey, a chocobo keep. Nice. It's almost as good as an Ethernet. Tread lightly, old. This is not the work of bandits. Kimperain's hurts were dealt by convictors. You were assaulted by men sworn to protect us? This is madness. The vault led the knights to believe a party of Astrologians would be arriving to aid them in the scrying the location of the Horde's next attack. They took out their frustration on poor Kimperain when they learned I can foretell the whims of dragons about as well as I can those of Jeanne Quinard. But no, we must not let this discourage us. If words have no weight with these men, let our magics do the speaking. Got it, we kill them. Be healed. You're an Astrologian. You can't heal people. That's not what Astrologians do. I'll fucking lay it up. I'm sorry. Well, perhaps you would like to lay back down then. My wounds. It's as if they were never there. Wait, who's gonna believe that I slew the dragon if I haven't the wounds to show for it? I don't know whether to thank you or slit your throat. No, I suppose I wouldn't be able to do either if you hadn't healed me with those queer magics. So this day I will see fit to forgive you. The pain, it's gone. How did you... Well, he had the most reasonable response of all. Hello, kitty. Meow into the mic. You. Oh, it's her. What's wrong, Laviva? You were tapped too deeply into your mental reserves? Perhaps you should take a moment of respite. Do you... Hey, look, the sun rose. It's a bright sunny day all of a sudden. I love a nice sunny winter's day. That blood is not the knight's? Ah, the loyal lapdog. Without you to state the obvious, where would your masters be, pray tell? You again? One might think that these markings would betray my identity, but you Eorzeans have a singular capacity to look without seeing. I'm amazed you're not all constantly wandering into bonfires or off of cliffs. I've grown wary of this masquerade, and I am done with entrusting my fate to the realm. Are you okay, kitty? What am I feeling here? You need your nails clipped? Sorry. His claws felt a little funny. They weren't stabbing me as normally as they do. Anyway, I have grown weary of this masquerade. I am done with entrusting my fate to this realm's blundering mercenaries. My name is Sully, and I am here to take Lady Laviva into custody so that she can be transported back to Charlian and tried for her crimes. Taken into custody? On whose authority? You're here without permission of the Forum, performing acts which amount to treason. Your grandfather has already been detained and questioned. I'm giving you the opportunity to turn yourself in and put an end to this farce once and for all. Do as I say and no one will be harmed, yourself included, Lady Laviva. But Lady Laviva, I thought you and your grandfather were dispatched on an official expedition. It seems Laviva has not told you everything. Did you know it was her father who was killed nearly 15 summers past? 15 summers past, Jeanne. Your adventurer friend seems already to have put two and two together. Why he didn't tell you earlier, I cannot fathom. What else are they leaving you out of, Jeanne dead during dire? But silence. This is my final warning. When you see me again, you will either give yourself up or you'll die at my blade. Think on that, Laviva. Old Lady Laviva's wound is deep. I do not believe I can heal it on my own. Lend me your aid. Eh? Doink. Thank you, my friends. For someone who claims she was hired to bring me back to Charlian, her aim was quite true. Hey, Laviva, this Sealy claimed that you are not here with the blessing of the Forum. Is this so? Why do you not see fit to mention this? My grandfather knew the Forum would never allow us to come to Ishgard, and that their contemplation over the matter was merely a tactic to stall out and discourage us. The stars had spoken to my grandfather. He was not about to turn a deaf ear to them. I kept silence because I did not wish to let this petty politicking of men thousands of malms to the north stand in the way of our dream to spread the word of Charlian astrology. As such was my father's dreams until he was killed for it by close-minded peasants. But Ruffin never spoke ill of those he wished to enlighten, even at his end. How do you know my father's name? Your father and I became close friends when I was in Charlian. When the Exodus forced me to return home, he asked if he could accompany me, saying that he wished to try and convince those who once believed in the star's power to look to the skies again. And we did for several moons. My countrymen were deeply skeptical. I slow to warm to the idea of heathen magics. Some were even rude. But he never gave up on them right until he was... I was there at your father's last moments. I heard a commotion come from his room late one night and went to check, only to find him bleeding and slumped over his diary, which he was writing when he was attacked. With his last strength, he handed me the diary and asked that I do not blame my people and that I continue our work. I believe this belongs with you now. I don't know how I can forgive those who killed my father. Do not expect you to forgive us yet. But knowing that he did, even at the moment of his death, perhaps will help you one day understand. You've always reminded me of Ruffin. Even before I knew he was your father, your passion for your discipline equals his own, or may even exceed it. Father, did you know what fate awaited you in this realm? Did you see all this? Did the stars merely pave the way for me? If they did, then I shall not allow anyone to stand in your way. You're right, good man, and so I shall allow this breach of etiquette. If you fail to address Lady Laviva properly again, I'll have you spit shining the privy back at their manor. Oh, leave him be, Jonquinard. Without Kimperane here, I'd have been tied up and shipped back to the old world moons ago. Stars have him here with me, and he is not going anywhere, and neither am I. I'm done with symposiums. That is not what my father wanted. He came here not to speak of astrology, he came here to use it, and so that is what I shall do. There are still many convictors who can benefit from these magics. What a better way to convince people of your greatness than by ensuring that they remain alive long enough to sing your praises. Janet, will you tell me of my father? I would be delighted, my lady. Unless that is, you mean now, as I have a prior engagement with a pair of lovely baronesses from House Ysale, and I would not wish to keep them waiting. Whew. Do you go all the way back to the Athenaeum? Astrologicum? I think he did. Whee! To think that my old friend Rufin may have seen what grim fate awaited him in Ishgard, but chose to come anyway, knowing that it would both inspire both me and his daughter, gods. Sometimes these celestial machinations are simply too grand in scope to grasp. However, if it is as we believe, then we must, as Kimperane stated so bluntly, make sure that not disrupt us on our path to this fate. Perhaps it is time I revealed to you a more powerful form of Malefic, so that you might be better prepared for the trials that are to follow. That furrow upon your brow suggests you could have used the spell earlier in training. In retrospect, I would be inclined to agree. Alright. Rawr. Alright, now the next story quest is in House Forton. And we will head in that general direction. Alright, that is all for me for today. Thank you so much for watching. I had a good time. I hope you guys did too. I will be back next week with more Final Fantasy Fridays. Tomorrow we are playing more Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Last week we saw if it was worth playing, and it was worth trying at least. But I want to see if it's worth sticking with. Proper intro. Good morning, everybody. I'm Old Man Sugarheart. Today we're playing Final Fantasy XIV. I believe we might go back to, I want to say Eorzea, but this is still part of Eorzea, I think, technically. I think we're going to go back and see some friends soon. Like our buddy Raubahn. See if he needs a hand with anything. Good morning, Sugar. Good morning, JC. How are you doing? Welcome, Master Sugarheart. Shall I show you inside the manor? Yeah. Who am I talking to? You. Ah, Master Sugarheart. My lord the Count much desires to speak with you regarding your time with Lord Artoirel and Lord Emmanellain. If you would remain here for a moment. Okay. Can do.
The hero returns. I cannot thank you enough for saving young Emmanellain's life. Aye, he told me everything. I've also received letters from both House Ysale and Durandare praising your conduct, and that of House Fortom. You've won us much honor, my friend.
My lord.
What is it? Speak.
Pray forgive the intrusion, my lord, but I bring grave tidings. Master Alphino and Mistress Tataru have been detained on suspicion of fomenting heresy.
What? Explain.
They were observed entering a tavern in the lower levels on some half-dozen occasions. There, it is claimed, they made a number of inquiries. Inquiries which brought them into contact with certain, elements. 'Twas this which prompted a knight of the Heavensward to demand that they be questioned. Sir Grinno, my lord.
Sir Grinno is a brute. An exceedingly accomplished brute, but a brute nonetheless. Alas, he is also a son of House Ysale. How quickly we forget the petty nature of men. I'd wager your friends are no more than pawns in another of my countrymen's games. Such is the way of things between the high houses.
You were doing paperwork and didn't realize how late it got? You're alright? How am I? I'm doing okay. After I got sick, I threw my back out and things have been pretty rough since, but I can... Yesterday was about how bad my back feels on a normal day, and so I think I'm over the worst of it, and I can just resume my earthly duties. In fact, I have to go into the office today and do a bunch of boring meetings, but at the very least, I can I get a corporate lunch on the house. We're having Thai food, which I haven't had in a long time. I'm not like it's not that it's my least favorite, it's just that I feel like I've never had good Thai food, you know? As in, like, I go to bad Thai restaurants. But I think I can't go wrong with pad Thai or cow pat. Do I have some lidocaine patches? I do, actually. Definitely legally sourced and not smuggled. I've got... I do have those, but they are very expired. And so they don't stick as well as they should. Though you have won the hearts and minds of many of my countrymen, there are those who will never be swayed. Men who will dismiss your efforts and resent your successes, even as we celebrate them. 'Tis like that one such a member of Houses of Mile is manipulating Sir Grinno, for he is not a man to dabble in politics of his own volition. You may genuinely believe your friends to be guilty, though I am quite certain his masters know better. Yet the truth will avail us not if we cannot prove their innocence. You'll do well to speak to Sir Aymeric and the congregation of our Knights Most Heavenly. He will know more of these charges. Yeah, I can do that. But yeah, I've been sticking the lidocaine patches on my back with, like, scotch tape. Where's Sir Aymeric? He is over here. Because the pain of peeling tape off my back is much less than Firmalbert. Sorry, I got distracted by Firmalbert. Aymeric. It has been too long, old. Would that this visit came under happier circumstances. You are come to plead for Master Alphino and Mistress Tataru, I take it? Yeah. Word of their detainment reached us while I was delivering my report on the Vanu Primal. Truly, I know not which is more ludicrous, these charges or that flying feathered whale. That Sir Grenot's accusations are baseless, I have no doubt. Refuting them will be difficult, however, as he is a knight of the Heavensward. I speak of the personal guard of the Archbishop, the 12 finest knights in all of Ishgard, sworn to serve his eminence alone. Suffice it to say, their testimony is unimpeachable. I have not the authority to challenge their actions. After all the Scions have done, routing heretics and defeating Shiva, helping us defend the steps of faith and drive back the Dravanian horde, after proving themselves true allies on countless occasions, is there naught we can do? I fear there is but one path left to us. We must demand trial by combat. But of course. In trial by combat, sanctioned by the Inquisition, the victor's claim is judged true, regardless of the petitioner's standing. Under Ishgardian law, the trial by combat pits the accuser against the accused. In this instance, Master Alphino and Mistress Tataru would be expected to face Sir Grenot, and a second of his choosing, another knight of the Heavensward, most like. Two of them, by the Fury, that can hardly be considered fair. Master Alphino's magical talents will not have gone unnoticed, meaning that he will have no choice but to participate. Mistress Tataru, on the other hand, is quite obviously bereft of martial skill and should be afforded the right to name a champion to fight in her stead. Lest you doubt, I'm ready and willing to serve in this capacity, as I'm sure is Lord Horshaphon. But all here present know that you are the most accomplished warrior among us, and mayhap in the realm at large. Yeah. Then it's settled. I will visit Master Alphino at once and inform him of our intentions. Old, meet me at the tribunal when you have made ready. Until then, my friend. I do vaguely remember this bit, but kind of shocked it happened so soon. We haven't even really done anything in main Ishgard. This is a fun room. Great for RP, I imagine. Listen carefully, old. When the trial begins, the petitioner will be asked to restate his charges, and then the accused invited to respond. Then, in accordance with the law, they will be asked to restate their request for a trial by combat. Once the high adjudicator acknowledges mistress's Tatter's right to name a champion, that is when you make your entrance. Oh, I cannot wait to see the look on Sir Grenoux's face when he sees his true opponent. 'Twill be priceless. So much pretty fire stands. They are pretty. I need more fire stands in my house. More braziers. Braziers? More seriously, should you begin to lose heart, look to me in the stands and I shall cheer so loud, you'll wonder how you could ever have contrived to doubt yourself. Now, you ready? Yeah. Good evening, sir. Hope I'm doing well. I am doing well. I hope you're doing well.
We are gathered here today under the watchful gaze of the Fury to ascertain the guilt of 2 souls in a trial by combat. Petitioners, step forward.
Good morning, Bella.
Sir Grenoux, for the benefit of all here present, I would ask you to repeat the charges which you have leveled against this man and this woman.
I, Sir Grenoux de Zemile, brother of the Heavensward, did bear witness to these 2 foreigners consorting with heretics.
I love this voice.
Let the accused step forward. Alfino Leveilleur, Tataru, you have heard the charges leveled against you. Will you take up arms to refute Sir Grenoux's claim, and thereby prove your innocence in the eyes of gods and men?
I, Alfino Leveilleur, am innocent of this charge, and claim my right to trial by combat.
I, Tataru, am innocent of this charge. But I am no warrior and cannot fight. So, I claim the right to name a champion.
To the old and the infirm, the young and the weak, this right we allow. Very well. Who will stand for this woman?
The old and the infirm. As it turns out.
Just as I was beginning to doubt the efficacy of the Ishgardian justice system. Come, my friend. Let us put an end to this mummer's farce.
Oh, I wish our courtroom had that.
O Halone, render unto us your judgment. Raise up the righteous, and cast down the wicked.
I have my pride.
I have the power of star signs. Bloody waste. Come on then. You wanted this, remember? You do like the AoEs, don't you?
I've got you now.
Alphino's in trouble. He really isn't. Ooh. Look, I just killed that man. Sir, pull a crane, cold fire. Ew. Oh, I am not safe right there. That is the exact place where I am not safe. I was like, oh good, there's a gap.
This isn't funny.
I mean, we won! The Fury has spoken. Alphino Levieur, Tataru, you are hereby acquitted of all charges. Blessed are we who receive of her wisdom and justice wrought by her divine hand. Petitioners, accused, go forth in peace. That's how they should have settled the Depp and Hurd case. I agree. Although, like, I bet Hurd fights like a crazy person. Delivered from an untimely demise yet again. My thanks, as always. I just murdered a soldier. What did he ever do to you? He had a family, maybe? Oh, he had a family, definitely. And they're next. By the Fury, what a splendid victory! To see how you strove in the face of adversity. What did I do to that word? Adversity. Two brave young souls bound together by the puissant bonds of camaraderie. Why, it stirred me to the very depths of my soul. Having been treated to such a rousing spectacle, it seems only right that I present you with a humble token of mine admiration. Pray receive of me this chocobo whistle. Oh dang, for real? With it you may summon a black chocobo, fully trained and ready to fly. Wait, like this one here? You brought him to court, did you? Magnificent, is she not? Strong, yet sleek. Elegant, yet eager. What say you, old? Will you take her in for your steed? I'll take her, but like my fat chocobo, so much cooler. Lord Horshavant, chocobos are prohibited in the Supreme Sacred Tribunal of Hellenic Inquisitory Doctrine. Your steed must remain outside. Come along now. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not the only one who was surprised by that. Is that where the kids found their huge ass feather? I don't know. Aether currents are now accessible. Collection expanded. Aether compass acquired. I've obtained a black chocobo. When riding this mount, you will have the ability to fly, provided certain conditions have been met. To fly in a given region, you must first find and attune to all the local aether currents. In order to attune to some aether currents, you will need to complete certain quests. However, most can be discovered via exploration. To aid you in this endeavor, you've also obtained an aether compass, which will provide you with both the bearing and distance to the nearest aether current upon use. The aether compass can be found under the collection in the duties section of the main menu. To review your progress, select travel from the main menu, followed by the aether currents. Nice. I was actually thinking of making like an aether current video, since this is a fresh playthrough. Like, I can show everybody where they are. Like, that's fun viewer bait. I can trick people into watching me play. Black chocobos are all well and good, but the true reward for your effort is the exoneration of your comrades. They shall be released upon completion of certain minor formalities, which I mean to see to personally. In the meantime, pray return to Fortalt Manor. The Count has done so already, and will doubtless be eager to discuss the day's events. I sure do like discussing things. But man, that trial was over quickly. Speaking of which, this has nothing to do with anything, but orange juice. I want to make sure the experience keeps flowing. Welcome, Master Sugarheart. Shall I show you inside the manor? Yeah. Falling asleep now. Have a good rest of your stream. Good luck with all your murder. Oh, thank you. Good luck with all your dreams. May they be of murder as well. I know mine are. Maloney smiles on us yet again, Master Sugarheart, guiding you to victory and setting your comrades free. I confess I did fear for your safety, which is not to say I doubted your prowess, you understand. I merely knew the strength of your opponents. You do have a habit of exceeding my expectations. Besting 2 of the Heavensward while the city's elite looked on? By the fury, anyone who hasn't been paying attention to you will surely do so from now on. Yeah. My lord! We've just received a message from the vault. His Eminence, the Archbishop, requests the presence of Master Sugarheart. An invitation from the Archbishop? What an honor! A personal summons is indeed a great honor, and given recent events, you would be wise not to delay. Go, Master Sugarheart. We shall speak anon. The priest will be waiting for you outside the vault. Identify yourself to him, and he will escort you inside. We get to meet the Pope. Yeah, I kind of figured he'd be right up the middle. Because if I was the Pope, I'd sit right up in there. Ayo. We are honored to receive you, Master Sugarheart. This way, please. Where'd my... Oh, I'm going into a church, so I had to take my hat off. Nice touch.
Your Eminence, it is my honor to present to you the Warrior of Light.
I have heard the tales of your many grand endeavors. The Lord Commander has also been most effusive in his praise. I am Thordan VII, Archbishop of the Ishgardian Orthodox Church, and I bade you come here that I might offer my personal apologies. You will forgive me for not calling upon you as courtesy would dictate, but as you can see, my more sprightly days are long behind me.
Same.
But
Oop, sorry.
your companions were wrongly accused of heresy and subjected to gross indignities. This, I am sorry to say, was the result of negligence on the part of our nation's protectors. Negligence born of an excess of zeal. Is that not so, Sir Zephyrin?
Yes, Your Eminence. Regrettably, it would appear that we of the Heavensward were in receipt of erroneous information. Sir Grinno has ever been headstrong. He pressed charges before the truth had been ascertained, for which I most sincerely apologize.
An unfortunate misunderstanding born of an earnest desire to serve Ishgard, but one which should never have occurred. For who could doubt the character of those who bested Shiva and drove the Horde from the steps of faith? Not I. That much is certain. That will be all, Sir Zephyrin. I would speak with our guest in private.
Your Eminence? As you wish, Your Eminence. That will be all for today.
Privacy is a luxury rarely afforded one in my position. Now, tell me, young man, what do you know of the Asians? Much and more, I shouldn't wonder, being the bringer of light. You should know that I myself have met with them, have entertained them as guests, even. Those harbingers of chaos and strife offered us power that we might continue our war against the dragons. I have no intention of aiding their cause, of course, nor less of being their puppet. Yet, were I to refuse them outright, I should learn naught of their true objectives and remain powerless to stop them. Thus have I hearkened to their words with interest and paid lip service to their beliefs, biding my time and preparing for the inevitable conflict.
Pope seems like a nice guy.
And why do I tell you this? Because there is naught in this world they fear more than the power of the Warrior of Light. If we are to rid ourselves of these vile interlopers, we must needs work together. With our combined strength, I have faith that we can wrest Eorzea from their grasp and pave the way for a lasting peace. Think on it.
Yep, surely this is the one pope in a video game that you don't have to battle to the death. I'm trying to think of other games where, like, the pope was just somebody you met and you're just like, okay, cool. You're not important to the story. Welcome, Master Sugarheart. Shall I show you inside the manor? Like, even in, like, Crusader Kings, like, the Pope is some guy. But, you know, he's exactly as evil as everyone else.
There you are. I confess, I was more than a little concerned when I learned that you had been summoned to the vault. What did they want with you?
Silence, heretic. I just spoke with the Pope. He's a cool guy.
Well. A formal apology and an admonishment of those responsible. I see my fears were wholly misplaced. By the gods! The Archbishop freely admits to consorting with Ascians. So, their ambitions extend to Ishgard as well. We will have new primals to contend with ere long, of that you may be certain. 'Tis but a matter of time. Yet shorn of the support of our missing allies, what can we realistically hope to achieve?
In the midst of all the excitement, I completely forgot to tell you. When I was asking around about the Scions, I heard the most awful rumor. General Raubahn is to be executed for crimes against the Sultanate!
If the Flame General dies, we will lose a staunch ally, and the one man capable of holding the Sultana's assassins to account. Lord Orchiffon was wise to counsel restraint, but this business will brook no delay. We cannot permit this execution to take place. We must save Raubahn.
Yeah. Lucky number 7. What's that achievement for? I've done everything definitely more than 7 times. Like, this is like episode 37 or 38 or something. Unless you're like watching by the quest, then it's like episode 240. Though the situation calls for urgency, it would avail us to charge headlong into Ul'dah without a plan. It would avail us little to charge headlong into Ul'dah without a plan. Before we can formulate a plan, however, we must learn how things stand in the Sultanate, which is why I propose that we visit Limsa Lominsa. You heard me right. While you were about your altruistic endeavors, I acted as an intermediary in trade negotiations between House Forton and the Lominsan Consortium. During said negotiations, an opportunity to send word to the Admiral presented itself, which I duly seized it. I'm happy to report that we have yet a stout ally in Limsa. The General has pledged her full cooperation in any effort to rescue Raubahn. Accordingly, I have agreed to meet with her, that we might discuss how to best proceed. Naturally, I told her to expect us both. Your presence never fails to embolden our allies, after all. When you arrive in Limsa Lominsa, make yourself known to Sergeant Xanthale at Bulwark Hall on the lower decks. He will permit you to the bridge. I do like bridge, although I'm more of a fan of cribbage. Zoop. Man, is it gonna be nighttime this entire trip? The Admiral has been expecting you. Say the word and I'll take you to her. The word.
Friends, 'tis good to see you safe and well. I will admit I had not counted on you seeking, let alone finding refuge within the Holy See, but full glad was I to learn that you had.
Thankfully, we had allies there who took us under their wing. And theirs was not the only aid we receive, I suspect. When we fled Uldar, we fully expected to become wanted men, known to all and hounded at every turn. Yet that did not come to pass. On the contrary, 'twould seem the charges against us have not been made public. Might we have you to thank for that, Admiral?
Sharp as ever, Master Alphino. On Marshal Terrapin's urging, the Elder Seed Seer and I demanded that the Syndicate suppress news of the Scion's alleged crimes until such time as irrefutable evidence could be found. Our argument was simple. Lacking proof, to accuse the saviors of the realm of so unlikely a crime would have the people up in arms. In their wisdom, the Syndicate agreed, as you yourself have seen.
Nice.
There is something you should know. Some few days prior to the banquet, the Elder Seedseer and I were summoned for a private audience with the Sultana. There, she revealed her intent to announce her abdication, that she might pave the way for the establishment of an Uldan Republic.
What? But such an announcement would have plunged the entire nation into chaos.
She was well aware of that. 'Twas for fear of what might ensue that she summoned us. Her Grace wanted the Elder Seedseer and I to lend Raubahn a helping hand, you see, to aid him in preserving the peace during the transition.
So, having somehow caught wind of her plan, Lolorito and Teleji plotted the Sultana's assassination in the hope of maintaining the constitutional status quo. But they must have known that her death would sow as much chaos as her abdication. Chaos from which Teleji alone might feasibly stand to profit. Surely Lolorito would never knowingly... Ah, could it be? I dare not hope.
What?
The Uldan authorities have yet to announce the Sultana's passing. To allay any suspicion that may arise from Her Grace's absence, they have issued a statement to the effect that she is presently convalescing from illness.
Mayhap they're waiting for a fitting moment to break the news, or mayhap they know of some other reason to delay.
Something else has been bothering me, Admiral. I was dismayed to learn that General Raubahn is to be executed. Yet upon hearing the news, I could not help but wonder why he had been kept alive for so long. Pray mistake not my meaning. I am, of course, overjoyed that our friend still draws breath, and that he might yet be saved. But if his enemies truly wished to eliminate him, they could have done so immediately. I see no reason for this delay.
Aye, you've struck upon an important point, Master Alphino. Following his capture, Raubahn had been held in the Marasaja pit within Uldar. In recent days, however, he has reportedly been moved to an unknown location. Queerly, 'twas not the Brass Blades who spirited him away either, but a band of soldiers decked in blue.
The Crystal Braves.
Aye. If I read the winds aright, the arrangement between Lord Lolorito and the Braves has come under strain. At any rate, if we're to rescue Raubahn, we'll have to find him first. And you'll be glad to hear that I have already entrusted the task to those best able to see it done. Our friends of Doma.
Raubahn's survival is vital to the Eorzean alliance. We can ill afford to lose him. But I cannot send troops into Uldar. It would spell the end of the alliance And war, like as not. If there is to be a rescue, it falls to you and yours to attempt it. Would not have it any other way, Admiral. It was I who found the Crystal Braves, and I who must take responsibility for their actions. Spoken like a true leader, Master Alphino. By way of a first step, would you seek out our Doman contact? You will find her among the frontier hands at Revenant's Toll, working in the kitchen. Can I just, like, go right into Revenant's Hall? Revenant's Toll. Been a while since we've been here. Look, there's Braves just standing around, eyeing me up. Is this not the place? Upstairs. Hustle, hustle, hustle. Hello? Igiri. That name sounds familiar. Master Old. I knew in my heart you were safe, but to see you again in the flesh, words cannot well express my relief. Even as the victory feast was taking place, the Crystal Braves turned upon us and took the Rising Stones by force. Amid the chaos, some few of my compatriots were able to slip away unnoticed. Since then, we have remained in Revenant's Toll, keeping watch over the mutineers while awaiting your return. You've done well by us, and we Domans do not soon forget our debts. We swear to do all within our power to aid you. Those are some mushy-looking peas. And I think these pumpkins aren't ripe yet. Shortly before you arrived, I received word from Limsa Lominsa that you were searching for General Raubahn. As the Admiral will have informed you, he was recently moved from his cell in the Marasaja pit. At the same juncture, Ysale and the 3rd Unit were observed leaving the Rising Stones. This can be no simple coincidence. Their purpose, we believe, is to escort the Flame General to the scene of his execution. Suffice it to say, we have people shadowing the 3rd. If you would join the hunt, pray seek out Doware at Highbridge, where I too am bound. You can see this is where, like, most people who don't like Final Fantasy XIV kind of like get it. Where is Highbridge? Not in the north. I want to say it's in the south. But, like, to have a quest that's like, go to this location, you talk to one person, then they're like, go to another location. Honestly, there was a time when that really would have annoyed me too. Oh, I am in the wrong place. Where am I going? Honestly, I kind of prefer it these days. Like, what's the alternative? Like, instead of going from one place to and talking to people, you you hunt 5 walruses and claim their tusks. In every single quest that you do. At least this one's got a bit of a story to it. And it's much better once you, like, start paying attention. Hello. Oh, cool, they're in full ninja garbs. I've been expecting you. Time is of the essence, so I shall be direct. Ysale and his men are bound for Halatali. We believe this is where they intend to carry out the execution. Hozan is presently keeping watch over the entrance. Let us make haste and join him. I want to be a ninja. Now I'm excited for Stormblood, where I will be a ninja. Where is Halatali? To the south. I think it might finally be daytime, but you can't tell under all the rain. Bug girl. Hey, where's my people? There you are. You've come at a good time, my friends, but moments ago the traitor Ilberd arrived and entered Halatali. From this, we may be certain General Raubahn is being held within. That's true. We're flying through quests now. How much time do I have? I got plenty. Let's re-up on the orange juice. Since we're flying through story quests. Rings. There's no time to lose. General Aldine may be executed at any moment. You must enter Halatali and free him from his captors. Please, see to your preparations and tell me when you're ready to proceed. One of our own will accompany you inside. I am ready to proceed. I have had my orange juice. Luckily, no one will spot me in this clown outfit.
Pray, forgive me my lateness.
Lady Ugiri!
Master Alphino, I am pleased to see that the light of resolve shines in your eyes once more.
Ah, yes. How pathetic I must have seemed to you when we last met. I am ashamed to record it. For a time, I was well and truly lost. But with the aid of my comrades, I have since refound my purpose, and I shall take care not to misplace it again.
Since your escape from Ulda, my fellow shinobi and I have shadowed the Crystal Braves every step, in hopes of learning the Scion's whereabouts. Regrettably, our investigation has yet to yield any useful information. Pray, forgive us.
You need not apologize, my lady. We are grateful for all that you have done on our behalf. Besides, Raubahn is no less a friend, and we cannot well abandon him to his fate.
Hozan, the 3 of us shall attend to the Flame General's rescue. Pray, draw away the guards by the entrance. Take Dowade and Higiri with you.
Oh my god, he exploded.
With me!
Not a soul from the Colosseum is to be seen. This bodes ill. Take the lead, old, I shall follow close upon you. All the guards.
Away with you!
Tali's a fun place. Last time I played the game, I spent a lot of time here. With my social anxiety, I was trying to find ways to like play the game without other people. And one of the ways is you can like get like a group of your own dungeon crawling NPCs.
Leave this to me.
I forget what you call them. It's like your... What is it called? Your frontier group? That's not it. Frontiers is the PvP thing. But you had your own little squadron. And like people would like write you a letter and ask if you could join, and you could like put together your own little party. And you can dress them up. It was actually kind of fun. That said, there's a million fun things to do in Final Fantasy XIV. Like here we are in like hour 80. And I have done so little. The general, but where are his captors? I mislike the look of this. General! You came. I did. Can't stand on your bubble. He is bound by some manner of Magitech device, yet I dare not force it open. May well be booby-trapped. I've heard of such devices. The Crystal Braves will possess the key. Split up and look for it. That will not be necessary. Pray do not take it personally, my friends. You are the victims of harsh economic circumstances. Happily, you will not suffer for long. The poison will convey you swiftly into the bosom of Thal, where I hope to join you after the passing of many prosperous years. You stay away from our bosom. That's our bosom. Good morning, Silent Sleeper. How are you doing? Farewell, friends. Oh, and do try to relax. I hear the struggling only makes it worse. Confound it, the mist stifles my healing. Leave me. Save yourselves. We cannot let them escape or force the gate. Sorry, I was busy reading. We've got 25 minutes to destroy the portcullis. I don't know if we can do it. Take that, you acerbic jam. The way is clear. Yeah. The mist remains. We must stop it at its source. Alright. I shall tend to the general. Pray, see to the mist and the key. The braves have the key. I mean, obviously. You mean they didn't sell it at the market? Alright, where's the thing? Let's check every corner. It's not in this corner. Are you sure the acerbic jam does not have the key? Got which button was my Asuna for a second. Oh, I'm permanently poisoned. That makes sense. Is it back here? It is not. The Hall of the Provocatores. Hey, yo. Oh, you found some jam, did you? Hang on. I'm getting atomized. Alphino, stop dying. Seriously. That takes care of the mist. It's still looking pretty green. The mist is cleared. Cool, cool. Next, to find the key and free Raubahn. I wonder, do I get to kill Yu Yu Hase myself? Because that would be neat. This keeps hitting me. Zorp. The identification key to a Magitech device. That kind of makes sense. Whenever I hear Magitech, I think of the armor. But I forget that Magitech is just kind of like the technology. Alright, we've got 20 minutes. Will we make it in time? I want to say, speaking of Magitech, I think I heard a rumor that someone would really like to make a remake of Final Fantasy VI. Someone high up. It may have just been talk, like, man, I would really like to do that. But I wonder if maybe after they finish the Final Fantasy VII remake, if they had Final Fantasy VI ways. How we doing? My thanks. Slowly, General. You're yet weak from your ordeal. Nevertheless, we must quit this place. I should have known. What are clever contrivances to the Warrior of Light? Well done, hero. Ilberd. You mean to struggle, then? Very well. If you would stand in my way, I will cut you down like all the rest. Come, Scions, let's get this over with. Ooh, maybe I do get to kill these guys. Golden Eye Yugiri, huh? He seems pretty weak. Maybe we can kill him.
I have you now.
Okay. He has me now.
I'll tear you limb from limb.
Alright. Ow, my limbs. Alright.
For our amigo!
I don't think Alamigo really wants me dead that badly either. Like, I get it, you're from there. You got feelings. But I failed to see how, like, executing Raubahn helps Alamigo. Oh, maybe he's got some kind of deal.
This changes nothing.
In the New World Order.
It is over, Ilberd. Lay down your arms and surrender yourself to justice.
Justice? Justice for what exactly? 'Twas not I who assassinated the Sultana, boy.
Ere we debate who is responsible for the assassination, I would ask whether an assassination took place at all.
Oh, clever little shite. If you think you fight for justice, lad, you'd best wake up. The truth is, you fight for whoever bloody well tells you to. Can you not see you're being used? By the Scions, the City-States, even the Crystal Braves. They none of them care a whit what you want. Only what you can do for them. And how do I know this? Because I'm the same. A pawn to be used as my masters see fit. All I ever wanted was to liberate my homeland. And I ate dirt to make it happen. But what have I achieved after all these years in servitude? Nothing. Not a bloody thing. If we ourselves are not free to think and to act, how are we ever to reclaim our homeland? Know this. There is nothing I would not give to take back Alamigo. Nothing!
You'll not get away!
No, Master Alphino. Now is not the time.
I'm but a cripple and a fool. And still you came for me. I'm in your debt.
We are all of us fools of fate, General. But even fools have a part to play.
Cut to the person dressed as a jester.
Rest assured, I was not planning to die till I'd avenged the Sultana. Still, your words are welcome, lad. Know this, Ilberd. There is nothing I would not give to see you pay for what you've done. My wealth, my arm, my life. Nothing.
General, are you aware that Lord Lolorito has yet to announce the Sultana's death to the public?
What? No. No, I was not aware of that, nor of anything else outside my cell. 'Tis passing strange, though. I assumed the bastard would make it known at the first opportunity, and set about tearing down the Sultanate.
As did we all. And it is indeed strange that he did not. Strange, or perhaps revealing. Now, I have no conclusive proof, nor do I wish to give you false hope, but I have reason to believe that Her Grace may yet live.
Whoa. That's some very false hope there.
What? But how can that be?
Forgive me, friends, but it is not safe here. Let us continue this conversation without...
Seriously, Alphino, did you just make that up? This is the first I'm hearing of it. The General is safe. What news without? My lady, the guards have been subdued as per your command. We have since kept watch over the entrance. There has been no further activity. Then Ilberd and his minions have fled to via some other egress. Scour the perimeter for signs of their passing. At once, my lady. General Aldine, I presume, and the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Who are you? Identify yourself. Pray, do not be alarmed. My mistress is a friend, and I come bearing a message of goodwill. For your own safety, she bade me direct you to the steps of the waking sands. Know that Master Urianger awaits you there, along with others sympathetic to your cause. This is no ruse, I assure you, General Aldine. If you will come with me, I have prepared a carriage, that you may travel in comfort, safe from prying eyes. I've spoken with Urianger via Link Pearl. He confirms the main story. Raubahn is in safe hands. Let's make our own way to Vesper Bay. I think I still have tickets. So many. Like 78. Swergum. Oh, it has been a while.
My dearest friends, praise be unto the 12 for delivering you from the clutches of treachery.
Father!
Pippin, my son, and Master Papashan besides.
Forgive me, Father. I should have been at Her Grace's side.
Save your tears. The Sultana yet lives.
Is that true?
You.
It was I who arranged this gathering. And judging by your perplexed expressions, it would seem introductions are in order. I am Dulala, head of the Order of Noldthal, and member of the Syndicate.
What you said about the Sultana, is it true? Is she alive?
Young man, I understand you were with the Sultana when she drank from the poisoned goblet and collapsed. Would I be correct in assuming that you did not personally verify Her Grace's vital signs?
That's true.
Why ask when 'tis plain you know the answer?
Calm yourself, General, and let me finish. The truth is not as you imagine it. You are all victims of a most ingenious ruse. A ruse conceived to eliminate the threat posed by Teleji Adeleji. 'Tis my belief that Teleji plotted the Sultana's assassination alone, but that Lolorito caught wind of his plot and exploited it to his own ends. He sought to manipulate you into eliminating Teleji for him, and you duly obliged. At one fell swoop, he removed his two foremost rivals, all the while remaining above suspicion.
God strike me down for a fool. But the Sultana, how can it be that she lives?
She lives because Lolorito willed it. Her own lady-in-waiting is but one of his many little birds. By her sleight of hand, the poison was switched for a less deadly draught before it could reach her mistress's lips.
Some manner of sedative, perchance, of a potency sufficient to induce a slumber like unto death.
Were I to guess, I would say Her Grace is being held somewhere, dreaming dreams of a brighter Uldar, even as we speak.
Oh, Nanamo. I will never forgive Lolorito for his part in this.
Though Lolorito's hands are far from clean, they did pluck her grace from the jaws of death. That must count for something. And though one may call the man's methods into question, it cannot be denied that he knows the value of stability, to the very gill, like as not. He craves power, 'tis true, but he has no desire to depose the Sultana. I had never taken sides in your feud with the monetarists, but it was not for want of concern for our nation's welfare. Indeed, 'twas out of the desire to see order restored that I furnished your Far Eastern friends with information, and arranged this gathering. I hope you are ready to work, General, for there is much work to be done. Our first priority must be to bring matters back into balance. Lest you forget Her Grace's words, the true wealth of Uldar lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her people. As for the more worldly kind of wealth, I am content to let Lolorito help himself to whatever Teledji Adeledji left behind. You, meanwhile, must do that which you alone can do. Rescue Her Grace and take your place at her side once more, for her sake and that of our nation.
That was a lot to take in. Like, I'm not sure I believe it. It's been a long time, but I could have swore the Sultana, like, straight up is dead. But what do I know? I had not counted on Prioress Dualala herself appearing in my defense. My suspicions regarding the Sultana proved more prescient. Much remains to be done, but in rescuing Raubahn, we've taken the vital first step towards resolving matters in Ul'dah. We couldn't have done it without you, Old. Thank you. Let's see. What do I do these days? Oh, I heal. Jailbreak. Good morning, happy Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day to you too. Taru, yes, General Raubahn is now in safe hands. What, another assault? Very well. We shall return at once. Pray notify the Count of our coming. It would seem we face another crisis. The Dravanians are preparing to resume their siege of the Holy See. Though I am loath to abandon the Sultana to her fate, we lack the necessary evidence to act upon Duwala's claims. That being the case, I propose we leave Marshal Terrapin and the others to investigate, and return with all haste to Ishgard. I mean, alright. Feels a little unresolved. I feel like there's more we could do here. Does anyone else have trouble finding Valentine's Day cards for kids these days? Like, for the past several years, every time I look for cards for my kids, like, I can only find like 2 or 3 different kinds. Like, I got Barbie Valentines for my daughter and like Transformer Valentines for my son, and they don't like obsess over either of those things. They don't mind them, but like Pokemon and cute kitties would have been like way better. Ah, there you are. Sorry for cutting your reunion with General Raubahn short. I wouldn't have bothered you, but the city is awash with rumors of another Dravanian attack, and Lord Horshaphant was desperate to get a hold of you. Speaking of whom, he and the others are waiting for you inside, so you'd better head in. Alright, well that does actually sound like a good reason to pull me away. Welcome, Master Sugarheart. Shall I show you inside the manor? Yeah? My friend, I thank you for answering our call with such alacrity. As I'm sure you're now aware, the Dravanians are once more gathering for war. Master Sugarheart, Master Levier, I must apologize for this abrupt summons, but we thought it best to have Mistress Tataru contact you by the most direct means available. When the observatorium's bells toll, 'tis a warning that cannot be ignored. The Holy See has ordered that we make ready for battle. In case you haven't heard, a band of trappers returning from the west claimed they saw a cloud of dragons big enough to dim the midday sky. Nidhogg's minions gather once more for war. But I would not have you take up arms in another of our conflicts. When first you came to Ishgard, I offered you my protection. If I cannot ensure your safety here, I cannot well accept your aid, much less ask for it. Science of the Seventh Dawn, you are faced with a choice, to remain in besieged Ishgard or seek sanctuary elsewhere. I would not presume to influence your decision, but I must ask that you make it swiftly lest our enemies force your hand. You haven't been to the market for such a thing in a long time, but there were definitely plenty around when you were a kid in the 90s and the thousands. Yeah, like I remember being a kid and there were like just dozens of Valentine varieties to choose from. I was partial to Ninja Turtles myself. Though we flee to the ends of the world, 'twould seem no place in this troubled age is free of strife. Once more the horde descends upon Ishgard, and once more her weary defenders must take up the spear and bow. The Count would have us seek shelter from this storm, but I, for one, grow tired of running. If we are to shine the light of the dawn, we must do so in the sight of our fellow man, not hunkered in a hole. What say you, old? Humph. Yeah, I'll stay and fight. And fight we shall. Let it never be said that we abandon our allies in their hour of need. I'm really curious. Like, I assume if you chose any other option, like, you still get railroaded down the main quest. But, like, why did it give me other options? What happens if you choose them? Didn't even know there were those for kids, though I guess there were less romantic ones that you used for your friends. I imagine that maybe you could make a few. Yeah, like, I do appreciate the handmade Valentines that come in sometimes. But, man, kids these days are busy. Like, kids have it rough. I feel like people forget that. But like going to school, coming home with as much homework as they do, like, and a lot of the times like kids have to stay to school till like 5 o'clock when like their parents get off work. Like, it can be rough. The choice we make this day may have grave implications for our order. It is only right that Tataru should have a say. Come, let us all meet outside and discuss the path that lies before us. My daughter boiled over recently. She snapped at Mom, which is never a good plan. But, like, you know, she got pushed to the edge and was like, how come parents get to do whatever they want all the time? All I do is work. I was like, oh, honey. Nobody gets to do what they want. We're all miserable and life is hell. Anyway, do your homework and then I'll make cinnamon rolls.
Ishgard cannot well endure another assault. Even should her knights succeed in turning back the Horde, the casualties will be catastrophic.
But what other choice do we have? It's not like we can talk it over with them. Dragons and men aren't exactly on speaking terms.
With certain notable exceptions.
You don't mean Iceheart?
When last you spoke with her, she lamented her crimes, did she not? Then there remains a sliver of hope. If we can persuade Iceheart to act as our intermediary, we may yet be able to convince Nidhogg to abandon his bloody course.
If there is to be a meeting, I would accompany you.
Estinian.
Even with your intermediary, Nidhogg's blood rage may render him deaf to reason. However, the mere attempt may afford our forces precious time to prepare. Of course, you might also consider a more direct approach to ending this conflict. With the power of the Eye at my disposal, and the vaunted strength of the Warrior of Light, we could conceivably slay the beast outright.
If we are to risk a face-to-face meeting with the Dread Worm, I for one would feel safer in the company of the Azure Dragoon. However, I should only turn to your lance if my words failed to find their mark. Is that clear?
Perfectly. I shall assume that Iceheart enjoys similar diplomatic protection until instructed otherwise. A word of advice. Think carefully before divulging the particulars of this plan to Sir Emeric. 'Twould not do to have the Lord Commander accused of consorting with heretics.
Indeed. I thank you for your counsel, Estinian. We shall be honored to have you with us.
I am glad to be of service.
Is this our first time meeting Istinian? I think it might be. You're modeling furniture at 7 a.m. with half a coal. It's not all fun. You don't really miss school, though, to be honest. Same. To be honest, like, my childhood was actually kind of the worst time of my life. That said, things have gotten much better. I'm really, really enjoying being an adult. In fact, I'm looking forward to being an even older man. I think things are just getting better for me and have been consistently. We've chosen a difficult road. Even should we succeed in winning Iceheart to our cause, our plans for parley will swiftly come to naught should the Holy See decide to strike first against the Horde. We must petition the Lord Commander's aid ere we set forth. I only hope that Sir Emeric will be willing to muzzle Ishgard's forces on the strength of our vague assurances. Taru, I would ask you remain at Fort Once Manor and inform the Count of our decisions. Tell him that the Scions of the Seventh Dawn mean to do all in their power to ensure that Ishgard and her people survive. Yes, sir. This is the second time you've met him? I believe that. It must... Giving the timing... Like, it must have been like a month ago. At least. Alright, hang on. Enter the seat. Where is that? In the Foundation. I know where that is. You're introduced during a meeting with Aymeric. That's right. Okay, I remember now. For people watching on YouTube, that was like 8 hours ago. For me, it was like last month. We are slowly grinding our way through. Sometimes I worry that it makes for a bad playthrough because, like, you know, I'll have heard something a second ago and then a little later I'm like, wait, what? The Sultana's dead? When did that happen? Yesterday. You would speak with the Lord Commander? Pray make it quick. Alright.
I want the defenses of the outer ward rechecked. See to it that the ballistas are in good repair and supplied with enough ammunition for a prolonged siege.
At once, my lord.
Ah, 'twould seem I have visitors, and unlike those messing beyond our walls, these ones are welcome.
Pray forgive us for interrupting you in the midst of your preparations, Sir Emeric, but our suit concerns the impending assault. To speak plain, we believe there is a chance the invasion might be halted before it even begins. I can divulge little more at this time, but I must nevertheless request that you advise the Holy See to refrain from launching any preemptive sorties whilst we seek to put our plans in motion.
I will gladly lend my support to any endeavor that could spare the blood of my countrymen, but I would know more of the cause you would have me champion. Will you not share aught of this mysterious undertaking?
Know that I have offered my lance to aid in this endeavor. I cannot claim that its success is assured, but our actions should serve to delay Nidhogg's advance at the very least. Which is more than can be said for the ill-conceived counterattack advocated by the sea's more vocal crusaders. They offer glorious death, but little hope of victory.
Aye, their proposal does not inspire confidence. Our resources should rightly be spent shoring up the city's defenses. The Azure Dragoon and the Warrior of Light sallying forth together to face the dread worm Nidhogg. I must admit the mere thought of it does much to dispel my misgivings. Go then, carry out your plan. I shall do what I can for you within the Holy See.
You've been around quite a few sprouts who don't even remember the quest that you just completed. I'll be honest, sometimes I'm reading chat and don't hear the things people say, especially during like voiced cutscenes. Like, it's something I hope to get better at, that I like both keep track of the story and the people talking to me. I think it's something you can get better with with practice, but yeah, sometimes I also have no idea what was just said. Having secured Sir Americ's support, we may proceed without fear of a preemptive Ishgardian attack, which is not to say we can afford to dither. History tells us that Dravanians will attack as soon as their horde reaches a critical size. Before that happens, we must needs track down and win over Lady Iceheart, and then locate and parley with Nidhogg. In short, time is against us. If you're ready, Ystinian, let us be about our task. Yeah.
Such commotion.
Yes, Your Eminence. The bells of the Observatorium warn of our enemy's approach.
So, the dragons are coming. Let them come, in their hundreds and their thousands. With the divine blade in our hands, we shall rend their flesh and drown the heretics in their master's blood. Even Nidhogg and his foul brood shall be powerless to resist us. And when we have rid the world of their pestilence, we shall turn our attention to our Ascian allies. See that they are suitably rewarded for their invaluable assistance.
If I may, Your Eminence, the Paragons wield powers strange and unknowable. Can we be certain that they will not see through our deception?
We can be certain of naught save the righteousness of our cause. If you would be a true leader of men, you must possess conviction as well as caution. We seek to excise the root of an evil that has blighted us for 1,000 years. The risk is worth the reward.
And what of Estinian and this Warrior of Light? They have plans of their own.
Leave them to their purpose. We must each play the role we have been given. You and your chosen brothers most of all.
For the glory of King Thordan.
Okay. Got a little demon-y there at the end. Was not expecting that. Hey, I get a little wind-up Alphino if I do this. Before we set forth, we must needs inform Tataru of our plans. I shall await you at the St. Rignet's Forum. Tell your friend we may be sometime. The road you have chosen is neither short nor easy. Of that, I need no reminding. Come, old. Let's head back to Fort Thompson Manor. Okay. I think we're cruising through quests. When there's like nothing to do but talk, it sure takes a while. Like the last quest at the end of like A Realm Reborn. Welcome, Master Sugarheart. Shall I show you inside the manor? The last quest in A Realm Reborn took a long time. Like I'd get through like 4 or 5 in 2 hours. Here, I think I'm probably going through like 15. Our course is set, Tataru. And maybe sometime before Old and I return to Ishgard. Well, you just be careful, alright? Oh, and don't worry about me. I'll be busy listening out for news of our lost friends. If anyone can find them, it's you, Tataru. Farewell for now. Oh, before you go, you must put this on, Alphino. I made it specially. No, I couldn't possibly. Very well. Actually, that looks so much better. By the 12, it fits perfectly, and the quality is actually rather good. I'm glad you like it. I've been practicing on my needlework while I listen to rumors and the like. A good receptionist is always learning new skills. My thanks, Tataru. Whatever else awaits me upon the road, I shall not fear the cold. 'Twas the least I could do. Now, I must get back to the tavern, or I'll never catch up with all the gossip. Best of luck on your journey. Yeah. Personally grilled with the popcorn emote. I know, right? I just love the story of Final Fantasy XIV. It's so well written. Like, things keep popping up and I'm like, I didn't even think about that. Like, Todderu mentioned, like, keeping an eye out for, like, our lost friends, and I'm like, oh man, I've even forgotten about, like, Thancred and Papalimo and what is her name? Uda? Something like that. Y'shtola. It's been months since I've seen them. I've forgotten completely who they are. You've said your farewells, then? Aye, we are ready to depart. I suggest we begin our search for Lady Iceheart without delay. Very well. But she will prove an elusive quarry. Where do you intend to start looking? In the absence of any fresh intelligence of Ysale's movements, I propose we pick up the trail where she was encountered last, the Corthus Western Highlands. Let's speak with Sir Redwald, was it? As the commander of Falcon's Nest, it is like that he will know if any heretic activity has been reported in the area. And then there was all the Lollarito stuff that like came to light just recently. I'm like, I didn't think of any of that. Like, it all makes perfect sense. Ida, that's it. I was fairly close with Uda. But I might have been thinking of the producers. Well, Master Sugarheart, what brings you back to the Falcon's Nest? Judging by the company you keep, it can be no trifling matter. The Azure Dragon I know, of course, but I do not believe I have met this young gentleman. You like him? He's yours. Alphino Levier at your service. You are not mistaken as to the gravity of our mission, Sir Redwald. As I am sure you are aware, the Observatorium has warned that the Dravanians gather for another assault. We believe there may yet be a way to avert the coming conflict, but only if we can find the elusive Lady Iceheart. Thus we have come to the Falcon's Nest in hope of acquiring the latest intelligence on the heretics' movements. I see. Then you would be best served by speaking directly to my men. Patrol is due to return from its sweep of the surrounding lands any moment. You may also wish to question the knights assigned to pick over the remains of the heretics' refuge at Gorgongadech Mills. 'Tis possible they have unearthed information that may be of use to you. Master Sugarheart knows well the place I speak of, for it was he who first discovered it. Let's divide our forces then. I'll stay and await return for the patrol, while you two visit this refuge. When I've completed my inquiries, I will join you there. A wise use of our time. Come, old. I'm eager to learn what Sir Redwald's men have found in the heretic's lair. Me too. And I'm back to not being able to fly. Hustle, hustle. Speak with the expedition leader. Not before I wander out into the snow. Would you look at that? An aether current. I'm gonna like hold off on grabbing those because I think it might be a good idea to record a video of me discovering all of those or finding all of those for people who might have trouble. At the very least, I can grab all of them off stream because it's kind of boring. Plus, no one's gonna like tune into like hour 97 through 112 to find all the aether currents. Hustle, hustle, hustle. I wish we made bridges as cool as this these days. Back in the old days where like you didn't bother figuring out like how much it took to build these things. Like you didn't try to minimize expenses of the materials needed, and you end up building like the most boring looking bridge you've ever seen in your life. It's just no fun. Hey yo. Master Sugarheart, our findings, you say? Well, there's something of a tale there. No sooner had we chanced upon a promising looking sheaf of letters than we were ambushed from the shadows by great white beasts. 'Twould seem the heretics foresaw our coming and left behind their pets to discourage further investigation. Several of our number were badly wounded. And you cannot carry out your duties until the creatures are slain. We have not the time to wait for reinforcements. Let us deal with these pets ourselves, old. They in here? Dealt with. Good job, Alphino. I want pet polar bears. Trying to get the camera angle right. Astrologian is definitely one of the flashier jobs. And so like the screen is just filled up with galaxies. That's half of why I like it though. Alright, we killed the itty-bitty polar bears. The beasts are slain then. My thanks, Master Sugarheart. We may return to our duty without fear of mauling. Yeah. How much time do I have? I've got more time. We can do another quest, at least. You wish to track down Lady Iceheart. Is this not so? The records were... we discovered ere those beasts mauled my comrades appeared to be some manner of correspondence. We had not the luxury of pursuing the contents more closely, intent as we were on surviving an onslaught of fang and claw, but I'd wager those epistles contained more than friendly salutations betwixt lonely heretics. My interrogation of the patrol proved fruitless. Either we divine some clue from these letters, or we wander the snowfields and pray that the gods lead us right to Iceheart's door. There's hardly a choice at all. Aye, 'tis. The epistles. I haven't heard that word in, well, probably since the last time I played this game. Alright. Where are you guys hiding the last epistle? It's not down here. Is there one upstairs? Yeah. In the bear stables. Somebody wrote a letter to a polar bear. Have you recovered much of the heretic's correspondence? Yeah. Splendid. Added to the contributions from Master Levier and Sir Istinian, we now have more than a dozen letters. What have we here? Every one of these pages is a record of the dealings betwixt the Gorgogni Mills heretics and their fellows in the Alpha Amphitheater. There are requests for foodstuffs, clothing, and all manner of provisions. Iceheart's followers must yet inhabit the ruins we had thought abandoned. Heavens? Sounding out the amphitheater. Alright, yeah, let's go. I've got time. I don't think we're actually going to fight Shiva again. The Alpha Amphitheater, the very place where you witnessed the manifestation of the primal Shiva, was it not? If that's our destination, the journey will be long indeed. The amphitheater lies on the other side of the treacherous tract of snow and ice that cannot swiftly be crossed. And we must place our faith in the Aethernet. As you may recall, our dear friend Moonbrita succeeded in recreating the Alpha beacon after it had been destroyed by Lady Iceheart. At the time, it was assumed that the resultant Aetherite would only be temporarily viable, but given that the heretics of Gorgogni Mills seem to have been in regular contact with their brethren at the amphitheater, I'd wager it still functions. I suggest we make for the Aetherite within Snowcloak without delay. Correct me if I'm wrong, Istinian, but in the course of mapping the Snowcloak tunnel system, a passage was discovered leading out into the Western Highlands, was it not? Might it be possible for us to reach the Aetherite from this side of the wall? It should. House Durandare posted soldiers from the Western Highland entrance after the tunnels were cleared, but they will not deny us entry. Whew, that was a number of words. You need to speak with Trist Chambel. Where exactly is he? That gravity falls on the other underside of the bridge. I feel like the best way to go would be this way. The land kind of gets a little confusing here. Like, are you down in the pit or are you up on this, like, little ledge? I'm gonna say you're in the pit. I wonder what this would have been like on release. Like when Heavensward was new. You just imagine all the people floating through all of this. Am I... Okay, it says it's down. So, here we go. We made it. Hey, kitty, it's almost time for breakfast. You stay calm. Ah, the guests of House Forton, accompanied by the Azure Dragoon, no less. I cannot imagine what brought you out this far, but you're welcome to enter our tunnels if you want. Assuming the Ak-Alpha beacon still functions, we must pray to the 12 it does. We shall arrive at our destination in mere moments. Though I do not expect to be greeted by the primal Shiva, we'd nevertheless be prepared for a frosty reception. The heretics are not like to rejoice at the appearance of uninvited guests, particularly ones with our history. Yeah. Hi, kitty. Relax, breakfast is coming. It's so bitey. An impressive structure. I wonder how many ages it has endured. Perhaps you should ask its occupants. They seem a friendly bunch. Dogs of Ishgard, it is not enough that you banish our beloved saint. Will you not be satisfied until the ice is slick with the last drops of our blood? Stay your weapons. We come under the flag of parley. We wish only to speak with your mistress, that we might broker a peace. You think us fools, boy? It'll take more than honeyed words to earn our trust. You'll walk with the Dragon Slayer, and we know all too well what he is capable of. My reputation precedes me. They give us little choice. Come, brothers, may dragon wings bear us to victory. All right. Pew, pew. Pew. You will not defile this sacred place a second time. I might. No, wait, we did not come here to fight. Waste no more words on them. They are deaf to reason. They seem alright. By the fury, they partake of the blood of dragons. Is that what it takes to be a scaly? That was more of a lifestyle choice. They really do just keep coming, don't they? Oh, it says wild-eyed. I thought it said wide-eyed. I was just like picturing like these guys with like little hearts in their eyes for the dragons. Louis Stwax of the first line. Okay.
Know your folly.
Focus. Release!
Like, we're in no danger of losing, but I'm still kind of surprised how long this is going on for. 12 for Fend, at last, a foe I might sink my lance into. I didn't know you were a scaly Hystinian. I mean, you do you. But, like, I guess I could have guessed. That healer damage, right? They fight like demons. 'Tis death to remain. Fall back, brothers. Retreat to the cinders. I see no sign of Lady Iceheart. Would that we could have questioned one of them. What would you ask that we do not already know? They make for the cinders, and so must we. Even if should an ambush await us, 'tis certain there will be more heretics to question. The cinders, ye say? I must confess the name is unknown to me. Mayhap you'd be so good as to enlighten us, Estinian? I suspect is the heretic's way of referring to the Dreaming Dragon, an island of sorts found in the middle of a frozen lake of Ashpool. Some 500 years past, 'tis told the Azure Dragoon of the age fought a dragon of titanic proportions. After a savage struggle, the mighty creature was weakened unto the point of death and forced into a magic slumber by an entire chapter of the Holy See sorcerers. Ere long, a rain of ash and cinders did begin to fall upon the sleeping serpent's motionless form, covering the creatures at length in a shout of gray. Of course, the thick layer of ice has since formed on top of it, but you may be sure that I speak true. Fascinating tale. We should make haste to this Ashen Isle. Yeah, that sounds good. The Dreaming Dragon lies far to the west. Before we approach the frozen beast, however, there's another place I would visit. I'm told the convictors have set up camp in Twin Pools. Their leader, Jean Talat, has information of use to us. Ah, but mayhap you're not familiar with that name either. The convictors are dragon slayers, after a fashion, but I'm willing to wager they encounter their fair share of heretics. If we are indeed walking into a trap, I would learn all there is to know of our foe. A sound suggestion. Let us speak with these convictors. then and temper our haste with a measure of caution. Hawkeye. All the way over to the Convictory. Is that just straight along the river? Almost. Alright, out of the way, burgers. This is probably the most frustrating part of Heavensward, not being able to fly to your destinations. Because I'm sure just at least once I'm going to like do my best to travel to a location in the Corthus Highlands here and discover that I'm like a level too low. But maybe not this time. I think I've been to the Convictory before. That's you in Guild Wars 2? Man. I wish I liked people enough to enjoy Guild Wars 2. Because that game was pretty cool. I liked being a little mushroom-hatted plant man. It was fun. But I mean, all MMO RPGs are kind of social games. But part of me just likes knowing other people are in the universe. Like, I play just kind of, well, for fun. Not to make friends, but to engage in the story. Well, what do we have here? Hoping to join the esteemed ranks of the Convictors, are we? The hard-eyed lad looks promising, but you have a frail look about you, boy. I give you about 3 days ere the wild claims your corpse. I beg your pardon. Be not so quick to judge. I have seen this frail youth fell heretics with a flick of his wrist. And who are you to question my... By the Fury! That armor, that lance! The Azure Dragoon himself graces our camp. Pray forgive my disrespect, sir. I'm Gentilot, leader of the Convictors and fellow slayer of dragons. May I ask what winds, fair or foul, carry you into our humble camp? Lady Iceheart, is it? I know her by reputation. I'm afraid I've seen naught of her or her people. That said, my own men can be somewhat lax when it comes to making reports. You may wish to question them yourselves. Thank you, we shall. Old Istinian, let us make our way through the camp and see what information is to be had. Okay. Your character is 2 feet tall and hits people in the shins with an axe. It's fun. See, I never got into like the short guy game as much fun as people have doing it. There's just something a little immersion breaking about being like 2 feet tall for a warrior. Like, that's the reason I'm not playing a Lalafell, even though I am one in real life.
Well, good morning, everybody. I'm Old Man Sugarheart. Today we are playing Final Fantasy XIV. We're in Heavensward, and definitely not in the Golden Saucer, because I definitely don't have a gambling problem. Hang on. Let me remind you of the gimmick here. I mean, like, I'm in the area, I might as well. So you're going for 1, 2, 3, unless you can't possibly do it, and then you go for the highest number you can. And did I get the worst possible score? Yeah, I sure did. Second worst possible score. We got this. Aww. Wow. And while we're in the neighborhood, might as well check the jumbo cackpot. I swear I'll get back to the action in no time. Did I win $1 million? Who gives me the millions of dollars? Is it you? Wow. 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 All right. We didn't win this week. That's fine. Wait, can I buy a new one? Normally, you never want the gambling facility to pick your numbers for you. I trust Final Fantasy XIV for some reason. As long as the last number is different, I'm happy with whatever number they pick. Alright, where am I going? I'm going to the Camp of Convictors. That's way out there. But yeah, my dirty little secret is uncovered. I just absolutely love the Golden Saucer. I'm a huge fan of Triple Triad and the Chocobo races. Sometimes I play Mahjong when there's nothing else to do. What else do I do? That's pretty much it. Apparently the big money is in the fashion show. But I never end up doing that. The big money might be in farming the equipment for the fashion show. Like the real big money. I've decided not to get any of the Aether Currents. So we're going to be running everywhere. The thing about the Aether Currents is some of them are locked behind quests. And that's basically the only reason why I'm not doing it. Really? I think I was in like the one spot where it wouldn't let me jump. Like, that's the only thing that makes it not worth it to me. Like, I thought they were just scattered around. I forgot that I did quests to get them before. Because when will I ever come back here? Like, after Heavensward, possibly after the first, you know, third of Heavensward, do you ever come back to this region? And if so, or if not, then, like, why would I bother learning to fly here? Alright. 5 minutes in, we're ready to start the quest this story is about. Surely one of these people will have encountered heretics while out hunting. Pray, speak with as many as you can, old. Boorish Banneret. Nay, I know of no heretics. Do you honestly expect me to keep track of every rate Vermont and Bertinant that wanders into our camp? Those are super common names. Boorish Bowman. Huh? Are there any heretics in the area? I've not the faintest idea why a heretic could pass under my very nose. I should be none the wiser. I hunt dragons, my dear fellow. The big ones. Forever do I scan the skies for signs of my prey. I care not for the miserable creatures that scurry upon the ground. I like you. Ysale. Looking for heretics, you say? Why don't you go bother Piraquois or someone? I have enough trouble keeping these preening fops fed and clothed as it is. 'Tis no business of mine what folk do with themselves out there in the wilds. Piraquois? Some matter I can help you with, my lord? Heretics, is it? Well, I've never seen one myself, but that ain't to say I haven't heard a thing or two. We'd be grateful for any information you can share with us. The gods know we've gleaned precious little from talking to the rest of these people. If it please, my lord, I'm Piraquois, a soldier by trade, though not much of one, if I'm honest. It weren't for the love of stabbing folk that I took up the spear, you see. Now, it was by the order of Sir Jean-Los's father. Still, as long as they keep paying me wages, I ain't fussy as to what they make me do. Not everyone's as patient as me, though. Plenty of low-born lads who get pressed into service start grumbling before they've even seen their second battle. And once they've gotten to thinking how unfair it all is, it don't take much for the heretics to turn their heads. From what I hear, a simple promise of freedom tends to do it. That may explain how Lady Iceheart was able to expand her following so swiftly. Sad to say, some mates of mine gobbled down the heretics' tripes and asked for seconds. Told me they were off to the Western Highlands to light a signal fire. That's how you let the heretics know you're serious about joining their ranks. Send up some purple smoke and the bastards come to you. Is that so? Why then, I am minded to start a fire. Alright. Oh man, that could have been the quickest quest in history if I didn't spend the first half of it gambling. My record is 1 minute and 49 seconds for a quest. I think it had to do with the old squad which witch hunted Titan. They were having me gather cheese and wine and such. Alright. Purple flame, purple flame. I get it. If we are to lure our foes to our position, then we must find a means of producing a signal of purple hue. As it so happens, I once heard a tale of a trapper who dropped hide of a woolly yak onto his campfire. Aside from the terrible stench, the story also described in detail how the smoke from the smothered flames was tinged a deep violet. If you are a monster hunter, I'm so excited for Monster Hunter Wilds, of some note, are you not old? It should prove a trifling task for you to procure a number of hides. We may need to burn more than one ere the heretics notice our beacon. Master Alphino, you and I shall gather some wood for the fire. It will take both of us to find enough dry fuel in this frozen wasteland. Let us meet again at the Dreaming Dragon with the fruits of our labor. Aight. Woolly yaks, huh? Not before I've had my orange juice. They're up to the north. I imagine the north looks a lot like the south. Quit shoving me back. Quit shoving me yak. Ever since its exposure following the calamity, the ice encasing the Dreaming Dragon of Ashpool has slowly been melting. The fetid stench of rotten dragon flesh, the stench is now driving the local fauna into a frenzy. Let's see. Slay the slavering woolly yaks and polar bears drawn to the dragon before they set their sights on you. You're a weird looking polar bear. Look more like a harem. Oh wait, I know gravity, don't I? There it is. Fate is a little intense. Honestly, why am I staying here? I want to kill enough of these guys. Oof. I already have. And it looks like I need to kill, I don't know, like 15 of them? I'm not going to put you guys through that. Yeah, yeah. I've discovered a new location.
Apparently it is up on the hill, though. Ooh. Where are you at? Are you on this thing? Yeah. It would seem that collecting firewood is a new experience for Master Alphino. His must have been a privileged upbringing. Have you the hides we need? Yeah. What a bright fire we've got going.
I should have known it would be you. Word reached me of a struggle with a small but well-armed band of trespassers. Forgive my comrades their hostility. Few come here uninvited, and fewer still with good intent. Now, tell me why you are here.
We want to stop Needhog's attack on Ishgard.
So, you seek to stem the Dravanian tide with talk? A romantic notion. If you but knew the truth, the spark which lit the flames of this animosity, you would understand the futility of your quest.
Story time?
Shall I relate it to you? The sordid history my gift has shown me. That which the Holy See has taken such pains to suppress.
Yeah.
'Twas more than a millennium past when an Elezen tribe first sought to claim the lands of Kurthas as its home. Unfortunately for them, Kurthas was already home to dragonkind, and they were not inclined to make way for the invaders. Thus did a bloody war begin. A war which might well have rumbled on until one or the other side was exterminated, had it not been for the resolve of a single woman. That woman's name was Shiva.
Oh, dang.
While those around her fought and died, she attempted to parley with the dragons, and in so doing discovered them to be possessed of profound intelligence and reason. The great worm, Hraesvelgar, in particular so enchanted Shiva that she found herself growing to love the creature, whom her people considered a monster. In the eyes of a near-immortal dragon, however, the fleeting life of an Elezen is as that of a freshly cut rose. Scarce has the flower bloomed before it begins to fade and wither. Such melancholy musings plagued Hraesvelgar, who had found in Shiva an unexpected and beloved soulmate. He knew that all too soon, death would snatch her away from him. Unable to bear the thought of their separation, the maid bid the worm consume her, that their spirits might be entwined for eternity.
That's horrible.
Though loath to perform the deed, Hraesvelgar ultimately gave in to her plea, and soon thereafter the tale of their ill-fated love spread throughout the two warring factions. No more could they raise blade or claw against one another, knowing that the souls of their kin were so inextricably bound. In the days that followed, man and dragon learned to live in harmony, and together built a nation unlike any the world had ever known. For 200 years did this blissful age of peace continue, as it would to this day, had vilest envy not stirred in the hearts of the Elezen. It is said that worms owe their longevity to the boundless reserves of vitality found within their eyes. And 'twas in this belief that a traitorous band of knights deceived their allies of some 2 centuries, and took by force that which they coveted. Nidhogg, he who now stands poised to unleash his wormlings upon Ishgard, was the great dragon who lost an eye to Elazan treachery. And until he prizes it from the hands of the traitor's progeny, no amount of conciliatory words will stay his fury.
You are wrong, Lady Iceheart. Lest you misunderstand, I do not doubt your vision of the past. 'Tis true that Nidhogg greatly desired to reclaim the Eye. Indeed, it was for that very reason that I kept it with me as I roamed the land, attempting to draw him away from the city.
Good gods!
Until recently, Nidhogg seemed unable to resist its allure and pursued me relentlessly. Needless to say, that is no longer the case. Now, it would seem, he has fixed his attention on Ishgard itself, though he knows full well the Eye does not reside there.
You believe he targets the capital for another reason?
I believe reason has all but left him. Through the Eye, I feel much of what Nidhogg feels, and the dragon's thirst for vengeance will not be quenched by aught less than a sea of blood.
If Nidhogg is indeed lost to reason, might we not seek an audience with Hraesvelgr instead? He has thus far shown no inclination to aid in the invasion of Ishgard, and may yet welcome our efforts to broker a peace.
You still believe that a peaceable solution can be found? Very well. I will take you to him. Our road will lead us to Dravania, the homeland of dragonkind. There we shall ascend unto the clouds, where Hraesvelgr resides.
Neat.
Is aught amiss, my friend?
Heartburn.
I sense the many battles are beginning to take their toll. Rest a while, and should you lose sight of us, Dravania lies beyond the mountains to the west.
Curious. The vestiges of thy mistress's blessing are not as faint as once they were. Thy will to succeed grants thee unusual fortitude. But will it be enough?
Hey. Nice. Level 56. we're about to get some new t-shirts. How's this one look? Did I just crash the game? Not as cute as I was hoping. Alright. You are old, yes. Pray do address me as Ysale if you wish. 'Tis passing strange, is it not, that fate should bring us together thus? Never did I think to walk alongside the warrior of light. But history is full of such unexpected alliances. Shall we make our way into Dravania then? The chill of the Western Highlands is unrelenting, and I would sooner be under the sheltering canopy of the Chocobo Forest. That does sound neato. Now that our level is an even number... Wait, where am I going? Straight up this way. Now that our level's an even number, we should go back and do some job quests. Aha. The Dravanian Forelands.
Beyond Abalathia's spine, the great mountain range that spans the continent of Aldenard from east to west. Into the deepening shadows of Som-Al, where lies the ancient home of dragonkind. To a land where the soil slithers and the skies seethe with sinuous shapes, they came.
That cutscene would have been so much better in the daylight. What's up? We now stand on the threshold of Dravania. The path to Som-Al will take us far to the west, beyond the embrace of the forest branches. It'll be a long and demanding journey. Might I suggest we take our rest at the village up ahead and see that we are properly provisioned. There's a village here, but I thought these lands were the sole domain of dragonkind. Why would anyone choose to live in such a perilous place? Wild chocobos. Tailfeather was built by hunters who make their living capturing and selling the beast. Their leader, Marsashamp, is an acquaintance of mine. Being a gregarious sort, he will no doubt welcome our arrival, and he will also possess the more recent knowledge of the road we seek to travel. Trust there are no objections? Only to this ceaseless chatter. If we're to meet this acquaintance of yours, let us do it before Ishgard burns. Hawkeye. It is so fitting to be here. So close to the release of Monster Hunter Wilds, which is next week. Because this area reminds me so much of Monster Hunter. Wait. Onto a horse. Cat, if you want up, just jump up. You don't have to claw and bite. Hey, we're here. Let's get attuned. We can even talk to the Chocobo Keep. Oh, you can take me all the way to the Convictory, can you? Neat. Alright, where is the guy? Just dawned on me that the Convictory is actually closer than Falcon's Nest. I thought like maybe the Convictory would be in Ishgard itself. Aw, this little baby chocobo. Hello, guy. Where is he? In here. Hello? Machamp? How are you doing? Well, tan my hide and call me Leatherface. We have visitors. Oh, if it ain't the lovely Ysale. It's been too long, girl. Yeah, that it has, Marcacham. Yeah, that it has. My companions and I are on a pilgrim to some all, and might we stay in Tailfeather a while and prepare for the next leg of our journey? Of course, of course. Stay as long as you like. In fact, I wouldn't suggest leaving the forest at all. Draglins have been absolutely breed and murderous of late. Forgive me, sir, but I'm not sure I understand. Do the dragons not bother you here in the forest? Bother us? Did Ysale not explain things to you, boy? You've seen them towering Kaloum trees all above, haven't you? If we were flying above the canopy, you'd barely be able to see the ground. And as you'd expect, the local wildlife's canny enough to stay hidden beneath the leaves, which is why the dragons do their hunting elsewhere. And we can do ours in peace. I see. Thank you for the explanation. You're welcome. Now, I know it won't stop you Ysale here, but dragons ain't the only things you need to keep an eye out for, especially if you're all set on heading west. I will take this t-shirt, thank you. I visited the Dravanian Forelands, and all I got was this lousy t-shirt. Alright, let's take a small break from the story. Catch up on our job quests. I think there might be like 2 of them. Before we get too invested in the Forelands. Is this the quest Feather in the Cap? Yeah. I'm happy to report Leviva is fine and well, and hasn't been attacked by bandits, dastards, curs, Charlian spies, or disgruntled knights once since her last encounter at the Convictory. After restoring health to all the Convictors so they might return to getting wounded again, she journeyed northwest to the Dravanian Forelands. If that journey was without incident, she should be in Tailfeather now, tending to the chocobo hunters there. Might I suggest we go and join her, old? I was just there. There we go. Bloop. I was here seconds ago. Old, it is good to see you again. I pray you have not been neglecting your training. Now, you may be wondering why I chose Tailfeather of all places to visit next. Well, the truth of the matter is, I did not choose it at all. It chose me. The hunters here somehow heard of what we'd done at the Convictory and placed a formal request to have me come and tend to the hamlet's wounded. I would like to believe this is proof, though, that word of the benefits of Sharlayan astrology is slowly but surely spreading through the realm. But enough talk. There are still many ailing souls that require succor. Would you and Jean Juanard mind assisting me as you did in the Western Highlands? Whatcha? An honest healer here in Tailfeather? Now I've seen everything. Where'd the music go? It's quiet. Too quiet. Praise the 12, I'm healed. Hello? Ha. I don't know who you are, but you're good in my book. It's really convenient that this quest was exactly here the second we unlocked it. I'm worried that the next job quest we do is going to be like at the foot of Samal or something, and we're going to have to do a big walk. These men and women have chosen a horrendously dangerous profession, and Chocobo's talons can rip open flesh to the bone, and a single kick can knock an otherwise hale hunter out for a senite, if he survives it. Many of them seem surprised, grateful, of course, but surprised that we were helping them. Does this hamlet not have its own healers? Do the temple knights not dispatch their hospitaliers this far from Ishgard? The Holy See only cares for the war with the dragons. Cannot be bothered with a handful of hunters, despite the fact that these hunters are its citizens. I was told upon my arrival that they managed with makeshift poultices created from using some herbs gathered from around the hamlet. When the wounds are more severe, they turn to their sole barber, who, well, is also the local butcher. I'm sorry, my frustration with the situation, coupled with the day's efforts, have me slightly drained. Might I be allowed a few moments of respite? Kimberrain, old, would you be so kind as to accompany the lady on her stroll? It has been far too long since the Sharlayan assassin showed her face, and a reading I conducted earlier this morning showed a day rife with conflict and confusion. You can read? Speak with La Viva in the Chocobo Forest. Why would you go out there? You were just talking about how the local wildlife can straight up kill you. And you're like, I'm gonna go for a walk. You up there, of all places. Oop. There's one of them now. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Onward, my chunky steed. Oh man, again? Oh, I thought Kimberrain here was a bandit. Hey, quit it. Get hit with everything.
I've got 10,000 buffs. Here, have another. My orange juice wore off. Which apparently is not here. Orange juice? There you are. Yeah, I have my vitamin C. Hang on. Now I'm ready. I'm glad you came, old. There's something important I must tell you. Since Jean Renard gave me my father's journal, I have spent nights poring over his writings, trying to piece together what I could about his life. It appears he was hardworking and just. He trusted all and truly wanted to help people in need. He believed that knowledge should be not hoarded like food, but shared amongst the intellectually starved. He also knew that there were those who would see him stopped, persons who used their influence to trick and frighten the Forum into believing that knowledge should be kept at one's breast. Persons who saw my father as a threat. His final few entries all speak of how he feared for his life, of how one man in particular was working to see him dead. That man's name is not important. For in the end, it turned out your father was killed by the very people he was foolish enough to trust. People who, in their slaying of a good man, proved that they were unworthy of the knowledge he so freely offered them. And now here you are, making the same mistake as he. Continue with this foolishness, and you too will suffer his fate. Huh? Do not dare talk of my father as if you knew him. You know nothing. Your mind is as closed as the minds of those back in the old world who believed that hiding in their books will shield them from the pain and suffering of a real world. Such passion. It is a pity it remains misdirected. My employer only wishes to see you back, safe in Charlian. The Forum recognizes your talent. You are an asset to our nation and its people. We would have you live a long and prosperous life so that you may rise even higher than your father ever had the opportunity to. Ah, but we both know you are far too stubborn to take this gift so graciously offered. You would rather fight, and you know, so would I. No more games, La Viva. Let us end this right here, right now, with your precious stars as witness. Spare no one, not even the girl. Okay. Get him, Quimp. I keep forgetting I have gravity. Hang on, I gotta target Quimp.
even though it's nearly impossible. Get your health back up to a normal amount. It's a shame all the tail feather hunters are gonna die though. Or maybe not. Cecile the Poisson. The Pursuant, obviously. Sealy. That's her name. Whoa, Sealy. We're being fought by a gruntamungus dinger gabble. Hate it when that happens. I will not die like your father did on foreign soil at the hands of barbarians. Are you the barbarians that killed him? And who did kill her dad? The irony. You alright? I heard a commotion and came as quickly as I could. As quickly as these four? You remembered the hunters so gravely wounded not less than a bell ago. Scylla! Thank you so much for the subscription. How are you doing this morning? You live in the southern hemisphere, right? It's been very, very cold up here lately. So I hope you're having a much more temperate time. Alright, anyway. Not as quickly as these four. You remember the hunters so gravely wounded not less than a bell ago. Memory serves me. They could barely lift a finger, let alone rush headlong into a heated battle and help turn the tide. Don't be so hard on the silk shirt. Turns out we didn't need his help any road. Who'd have thought, eh? Real live fighting astrologians. Now I really have seen everything. Laviva, I dare say those men will not have risked their lives had they little respect for us or our craft. You were right. Our actions have done more than promote Charlian astrology than any long-winded discourse. Why, I expect this very night the tale of your daring deeds will be told 100 times over in the mead halls across the Forelands. Which means it will not be long before the Forum has heard as well. We Charlians may have officially abandoned this realm, but our ears remain. If one who hired Sili is who I think he is, then I expect not less than a formal edict of extradition to be issued. An edict of extradition? But Charlene has no power to force Ishgard to deliver you into their hands. Furthermore, what exactly is it you've done wrong but allowed others to partake in your great nation's bottomless well of knowledge? As I did more than 15 summers ago when I studied in her halls. Things changed after you left Jeanne. Maybe even, many even believe it was my father's death that tipped the scales in the favor of closing Charlian's doors and locking away all our knowledge. The Forum deems it so. I could be arrested and imprisoned for the theft of their national resources, and I see no reason why your Holy See
has already shown disdain for our efforts, would stand in its way. So what do we do? Your grandfather? Your father? They have given up so much to see you here. We cannot just concede defeat now that we have finally begun to make headway. Never said we would, Jean. I have no intention of giving up or giving in. Doing so would deny the sacrifices made by my father and grandfather. The stars have shown me the path I must take. There is no other, and it begins back at Tailfeather, healing those who aided us. And I will see the two of you in Ishgard once I have settled matters here. Imperain will see that I arrive unharmed. Yep. You're good, a bit tired, and no, you live in Rhode Island, but you are from Brazil. I see. I keep getting that backwards in my head. Thought you were a mail carrier in Brazil who had moved there from Rhode Island, but it is the other way around. And what a terrible time to be a mail carrier. Is it below zero where you are? I can never tell, like, when you're close to the ocean. Yeah, it's been terrible. Oof. I hope you haven't fallen too many times. I know I have. Alright, we're going back to Ishgard. It was around 4. Yeah, I can never tell, like, what the temperature is gonna be around, like, the coastal areas. The ocean always throws off, like, what I think the temperature is gonna be. I'll be like, it must be freezing in Oregon, and they'll be like, it's 100 degrees. The wind's blowing straight from Hawaii. Lady Laviva has still not returned from Tailfeather. But do not worry. I have had word that she simply intends to stay for a few turns of the sun longer. What we should be worrying about, however, is the Forum and their pending decision on our companion's extradition. If an official edict is drafted, I fear we may find ourselves at the mercy of the Vault. And if that were to happen, there would be little we can do to keep Laviva here, short of starting a war. If only we had more time. When I was studying in Charlian, I heard whispers of an ancient astromantic spell which could stop time and the very movements of the heavens. All my professors denied its existence, of course. Alright, looks like we get the next one at level 58. Right? Yeah. Alright, now back to the Forelands once again. Super windy, like 25 miles. Ugh. What's the humidity in Rhode Island? Like, I'm from Montana, and the temperatures drop real low. But with like zero humidity, as long as you stay in the sun, you could feel warm in like just a t-shirt. I saw this like picture that was like meanwhile in Finland, and it's a guy like sitting near like 8 feet of snow in a tank top drinking tea. And that's how Montana felt. But I moved far south where there is actual humidity, and then when it's like 25 degrees, as long as it's cold, it's a stinging cold. The humidity is usually above 50%. Yeah, I would say you have it more brutal than some of the colder regions, although people would argue. Because people always argue. People like to gatekeep the temperature. They're like, you think you know cold. I was born in the Arctic. Had to survive on whale blubber.
This is going to be our new shirt. I don't think I like it better than the clown suit. I'm going to be real. The clown suit grew on me. I dare say you're wondering what could possibly be worse than the dragons, eh? Well, I'll tell you, the bloody anath. They're what you might get if you crossed an antling with a megalocrab and taught the thing how to walk on two legs. They never used to stray far from their hives out of fear of the dragons, but they've gotten a lot more aggressive of late, sending out their war parties for malms in all directions. They even take to harassing the Dravanians in their own lairs, if you can believe it. And when they venture into the forest, which is more and more, by the way, they certainly ain't afraid to come after my lot. I can only imagine how much worse it'd be closer to the Ganas home territory. Twould seem that much has changed in Dravania. The Nath were not wont to cause such strife when I lived here. You lived here in Dravania? Aye, 'twas in the time of following the calamity. My family was dead, my home was gone, and I had fled from the bitter cold to these lands. I knew not the paths of the forest then, and wandered out from the protection of its boughs. That was when I chanced upon Hraesvalgar. He had descended from his mountain lair to hunt for food. My exhausted mind could not content with the sight of a majestic worm, nor the vision of his presence visited upon me. Thankfully, Marsachan found my unconscious form at the edge of the trees and nursed me back to health. And in tail feather, I remained for some time. Hence your familiarity with the locals, but I interrupted you. You were saying the Nath were once a peaceful people. Peaceful is not the most fitting description. They're a fiercely territorial tribe, and any who intrude upon their domain are attacked without hesitation or quarter. Outside their borders of the homeland, however, they were rarely hostile indeed. We were even able to trade with them on occasion. They've changed then. What of it? We've not the time to creep through the underbrush on some roundabout route. I say we make straight for Samal and crush any unruly insect we meet underfoot. A more direct path, then. Very well. Let's follow the trail west of the forest and make for the statue of the Stained One. From there we should have a fair view of the road that leads to Samal, shall we? Proceed to the Stained One. Where's the Stained One? North. Can you take the river? Let's take the river. I won't regret that. Woo! Nice. Is there a way up there? Nope, we just keep wandering this way. Thextera. She seems slightly bigger than the rest. Alright. If I was gonna stain someone, I would do it right around here. A hostile presence. I got bogeys.
wrecked. Back in Montana, I camped out by a hot springs once in my youth. I was in the Boy Scouts. And we camped out by the hot springs in the dead of winter. It dropped to negative 37 degrees Fahrenheit. I had 7 blankets and the top 4 were frozen solid by the time I woke up. And being a small child, the dumbest thing I did was hang my swimsuit out to dry. It became basically a plank. I did not skinny dip with the rest of the Boy Scouts, however. They wouldn't have it. They were like, put some pants on, old man. Also, why are you old? And I was like, I was born this way. Don't judge. But I always liked swimming in extremely cold weather. Like, not in, like, cold water. But if you go into, like, a hot tub in the winter or a hot springs, like, your hair will freeze in the air. And so you'll have, like, really sharp, frosty hair, and it's great. Like, it's such a unique feeling to have frozen hair. And I feel like most people haven't experienced frozen hair, but it's just one of those special feelings that you can't quite forget. It's something like, what was her name? Julie Andrews? She'd sing about it in, like, a few of her favorite things, you know? Singing about her frosted tips. Should we chance to meet Marsachon again? Remind me to thank him. Had he not warned us to expect the Gnath, I doubt I would be standing here. Mid ruins that I would tentatively describe as Ishgardian, the style, if not quite identical, betrays a definite resemblance. You have a scholar's eye, Master Alphino. The structure is, in fact, over 1,000 years old. It is a remnant of the age when our ancestors and Dragonkind lived together in peace. Huh. You claim this as evidence of your harmonious past. I was taught that these buildings were constructed by heretics in honor of your Dravanian masters. A rebel inspires no such awe in me. Stubborn fool, how desperately you cling to the false teachings of your beloved Holy See. Enough! Both of you. You threaten the success of our mission with this incessant squabbling. Old, pray reason with these two. Gods above, even Old has lost patience with you. We have a common goal. Lest you forget to prevent war, which will claim countless lives on both sides. If we are to accomplish this, you must learn to tolerate each other's presence. Trust in Old's gift. In time, the secrets of history will all be brought to light. Let that be enough, Ystinian.
You would have me keep my counsel until old visions confirm the truth. Very well, but bait me not. Our meeting with Hrelsvagar will likely provide the catalyst the old's gift requires, as it did mine. Let us press on. I've got a t-shirt. That looks terrible. Be red, please. Still looks terrible. Alright. You would have me look purple. Can't you see I'm having a fashion crisis over here? Actually, the purple's kind of growing on me a little bit. Yeah, I'm not even gonna move. You've not earned that from me. Actually, the white's kind of growing on me. It looked like when I was going to dye it red, it would make the sleeves kind of pinkish. This might be the best I can possibly look in this shirt. Spy you the three great towers to the west. Ishgardians know them as the Ankh Shrine, a place that serves as roost for Hrelvagar's lesser kindred. If we reach the peak of Salmal, then we must first beseech these dragons to open the way. But do not be disheartened, the one who leads them is a friend. Or of rather more concern is the disposition of the Nath. Let's continue to survey the approach to the towers and see if the path is clear. We might get to Thok-ass Thought today. Or is it pronounced thick-ass Thought? If we do make it to the trial in the next 40 minutes, y'all are welcome to join me. Otherwise, you may have to wait till next week. Hang on. Normally, I've got a pretty big YouTube crowd, but I haven't heard a peep of them. Am I live on YouTube? I sure am. Alright, sorry about that. Just wanted to make sure they weren't missing out. I think maybe even the Final Fantasy fans are excited for other games currently. And I can't blame them. There are 3 games I really want to play right now. I want to play Keep Driving because that is a really fun indie game. It's a good hidden gem that a lot of people are going to miss out on. I played it last night off stream, and the entire time I was thinking, man, the stream would have loved this. And so I think we might go back and play more. Other than that, I also want to play more Avowed. Like, right now it feels kind of mid. Like, definitely not worth $70. It's worth more like $40. But I want to see if it gets better, because I feel like it can. And then on top of that, I want to play Monster Hunter Wilds, but that's just not out yet. 'Tis as I feared. The road ahead is teeming with Nath soldiers. Massachant did not exaggerate then. These beastmen have grown brazen indeed if they would threaten the dragon so openly. Do they intend to assault the lair itself? Hop on up, kitty. Meow into the mic. I pray they do not. Mighty though my Dravanian friends are, they are yet vulnerable to the Nath's muskets. There is no route save the one before us. Should the beastmen offer battle, we have no choice but to accept. I think we might get to thick-ass thought. That'll be fun. Chug of the orange juice. Are you meowing? You meowing loud enough for the mic to hear? Because I don't think you are. You biting me? You a little bitey kitty? He says yes. They got a guns. I don't know why I bothered to buff that much. These enemies are nasty. See what I did there? Cool. So when I put light speed on, you just stop doing your AoEs? Rude. We're almost up the hill. There's a song recently, like within the last year or two, something about running up a hill. A summoning stone. Do I summon a chocobo right here? Stone bears a striking resemblance to a chocobo. On closer inspection, the stone appears to be a large horn. Perhaps if you blow into one of the holes, you might summon a chocobo. Though it may be prudent to leave a rental fee just in case. That is kind of neat. I like that they didn't put like a chocobo porter out here. It makes sense. I take no pleasure in killing the Nath. It was to avoid bloodshed that I agreed to join you on this journey. Well, it cannot be helped. We may proceed to the courtyard together, but leave the task of hailing its occupants to me. And keep your lance on your back, dragoon. On my word, to the warrior of light, I shall start no fight, only finish it. You're truly beyond salvation. Come, then. But what of my new pants? Sugarheart, Miruku, how are you doing?
Vidofnir!
Gesundheit?
Ah, 'tis thee, little one. From above I did mistake thee for a nath. 'Tis well I chanced to look again, or thou wouldst now be ash.
Dear Vidofnir, how I have missed you. Would that I had come sooner, and not out of dire necessity.
Thou art troubled. Speak that I might know thy plight. Thou wouldst have father admonish his brood brother.
I would end this war without further bloodshed.
How am I to believe thee, little one, when thine own companion beareth Nidhogg's stolen eye?
Oh, this whole thing?
Have care, dragon, or I shall gouge out one of yours.
You forget yourself, sir. We are here on a mission of peace.
My sire's will forbiddeth me from inviting discord to our home. 'Tis for this reason and no other that thou still drawest breath, knight.
Vidofnir, please. We must be allowed to convey our intentions to Hraesvelgar in person, with words of our own choosing. Grant us this favor, and open the way to Som Al.
Thou hast ever been welcome, little one. But I cannot grant thy wish. I am bound to remain here, and protect my kin from the Nath's god.
The Nath have summoned a primal.
Pray excuse my forwardness, but if we were to eliminate the threat to your territory, would you consent to Lady Ysale's request?
Ha! Dost thou imagine thyself equal to the task? To succeed where dragons have failed? 'Tis beyond thee, mortal. But thou art welcome to try, nonetheless. Only know that idle promises shall avail thee naught.
It would seem we have no choice but to make good on Alphino's offer. Why must our every bid for peace breed yet more war?
Dunno. Let's see. Striking, right? No. Scouting. I hope I didn't get the wrong shirt. When we play Stormblood, we're going to be ninjas, and I want to make sure I've got the right attire for my level grinding adventures. Let's see. You're doing good. How am I? I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, I'm excited for it to be Friday. Everything's been kind of nice and cozy. I like the snow personally. And it's been even snowing in my swamp. You're gonna lurk, have a fun stream? You have a fun lurk. Hope you found a nice cozy place on the couch. Rainbow pants. What do they look like? Not bad. At least they match the shirt. Although I kind of like the puffy pants. So the Nath have summoned their god, and thus is the mystery of their newfound belligerence laid to rest. Are you not glad, Lady Iceheart? I thought you would applaud them for summoning a primal to further their own ends. After all, you did. I did not reach out to Saint Shiva to further mine own ends. I desired her strength only to forge a new peace between man and dragon. But what a fool I am to speak of peace to you, a bloodthirsty savage who murders without thought or compunction. That's right, not a single compunction. Enough, enough, I say. If the Nath have truly brought forth their deity from the Aether, we must face it together, or watch our hopes fall apart. All now rests upon the Primal's defeat. But ere we think of confronting it, we must first study its origins. What is the nature of this god? What manner of faith sustains its existence? My apologies. You were right, of course. Let's return to Return to Tailfeather and consult with Marshacham. He knows more of the Gath and their culture than most. There's gotta be several quests in between now and Thick-Ass Thought, right? Oop, that's too far. Gifts of the Outcast. I could check my quest guide. Let's do that real quick. How much further until we get there? There are 4 quests in between here and there. Good to know. I was thinking this was going all going a little fast. Ooh, back again, are we? Huh. Met the Nath, did you? And what is it you'd like to... Summon primal, you say? 7 hells. Well, if I didn't know bugger all about the Nath region... I don't know bugger all about the Nath region, if I'm honest. Beyond their trading habits, there never seemed to be much point in asking. But it shouldn't be that hard to find out. From time to time, we barter with a small hive to the north and west of here. Outcasts of the main tribe, from what I understand. I reckon they'll be willing to tell you a bit about it themselves, if you give them the right incentives. That sounds promising. What exactly would a Nath consider to be the right incentives? Nothing your average hunter can scrounge up in a day or two, but seeing as you're in a hurry, you might want to divide the chores amongst yourselves. You want a good-sized jar of land-trap nectar, a basket of kalim fruit tree, always a Nath favorite, and a generous portion of young Nanka flesh. I shall gather the fruit. Leaping to the lower branches of these forest giants should prove little challenge to me. I shall collect the nectar with Master Alphinone's arcane assistance. That leaves you to bring home the meat. You'll need to carve it from one of the smaller Nankas that live in the rivers. 3 big hunks should be enough, I reckon. Once you got everything together, you'll need to set it down at what we call the trading post. Here, I'll mark the spot on your map for you. You've been most kind, Master Marshacham. Well then, let us attend to our prospective tasks and reconvene at the trading post. I need hardly add that the last one there is a rotten Nanka egg. You didn't have to add that one, but... Alright. Is it night again, or is it just cloudy? I need to get up there. But for some reason, it seems impossible. I guess we go upstream again. Hey, do the regions in the later expansions require aether currents to fly? I'm curious. Because I gotta say, I'm not a huge fan. I think what I need is something like a motorcycle to make me feel better about being on the ground, you know? Wait, Ananka? Oh, you're a cute little guy. For a second, I thought, like, maybe you were like the weird fish people you see in Stormblood. The name sounded familiar. It's a Ninky Nunka. Ooh. Aren't you just adorable? Let's get a good look at you. Like, if it wasn't for the back spores, I think he'd be pretty cute. Lovely time to hydrate. Oh, I'm almost dead. I'm not used to encountering things that can do damage to me, like out in the wild, you know? Like, I'm used to a Realm Reborn where everything was like dying in one hit. And they're doing lovely like 0 damages to me. Because, like, fights like this where you're just smacking them around. I feel like... well, I feel zoned out. Like, my eyes were going in, like, different directions. I was just pushing Y and occasionally B. Like, they could have straight up killed me and it would have taken me a minute to notice. I was able to gather a goodly amount of nectar from these land traps, though I would not have known how to harvest it without Ysale's help. You have the Nonka meat? Yeah. I missed. Splendid. I shall put this with Ystinian's fruit and assemble a suitably generous looking hamper for the Nath.
now we have the new pants. I don't like it. How does it look with, like, white dye? I like it. And what about the pants? Does it look good with red dye? Or does it have the same issue? Yeah, it kind of dyes the rest of the pants too. So I'm going to go with the Snow White again. And I think once we get some new shoes, because the pink trim's not really doing it anymore. Fancy rings. Well, everything appears to be in order. Assuming no one has any objections to my choice of presentation, I shall place our offerings at the trading post as instructed. Were I of the Nath, I think I would be suitably impressed. Well, how long must we wait? Should we have sounded a signal or some such? Meh. Calm yourself, Master Alpha. No, our offering has not gone unnoticed. I like their cute little walks. Long has it been since hunters last came to trade, bearing gifts that filled the air with such delightful scents. Landtrap nectar, curlum tree fruit, ananka flesh. What delectable foods you have brought us. Our meager existence is much enriched by your bounty. Come on, hunters. Come to our hive if you would trade. Cramped and stifling our homes are, but the rancid incense keeps the dragons at bay. Cramped, stifling, and horribly smelly. But better to live in the stench than be cracked and crunched by dragon jaws, yes? Come, come. It's not far. They're cool. I like them. Are they romance options? The answer is yes, actually. If you ever find yourself liking a beast tribe, most of them have beast tribe quests that you can do for them, and they'll give you a special mount. Maybe when I'm grinding up my rogue into ninjahood, I'll pick up some cool mount along the way. I would miss the fat chocobo though, he's so cool. Your presence has been announced by the storyteller. To the storyteller, you must speak to our chosen leader in the words, for we are Veth, we are of the non-mind. What? Welcome to our home, hive hunters. You have brought delicacies much sought after by our people, and we are much pleased. What would you have in return? Honored Elder, pray allow me to begin by thanking you for welcoming us into your home and for accepting our humble offerings. My companions and I are come in search of knowledge, specifically knowledge of your people's God. Knowledge alone, well, strange humans you are, but if words you desire, then words you shall have. We are Veth, the non-mind, and to speak is our fate. You will hear the tale of the Nath's god, of the god of the One Mind summoned in our midst. The One Mind, these are Naths who reside in the main colony. Yes, they are one, connected, but let us begin the story at its beginning. Some moons ago, a single dragon flew in from the east, bleeding and weak. It fell from the sky into the hive, where it was swarmed by my brethren, and with spear and spell and musket the dragon was slain. 'Twas likely, when they had fled battle with my kinsmen. I should commend you for finishing the job. That glance. Dragons are fierce and terrible adversaries. The One Mind would always cower when their winged shadows passed over the ground, but no longer. They have learned the battle that a battle-weary Dravanian was easy prey. Thus did the Overmind decide to heed the words of the black-robed men. The One Mind would call forth our god and unleash his blades upon the dragons. The Dravanian lands would become Nath lands, and even ever larger would grow our domain. But our god ever hungers. The price he demands for crystals far exceeds the rewards for this war. We of the Vath despise and revile his insatiable existence. I heal. I kinda like the Nath. They're pretty cool. Alright. Nathic deity. I call upon the power of a primal for the greater good, conscious all the while that I do so at the grave cost to the land. I reason that it is a necessary evil and willingly shoulder the burden of my sin. In suggesting that such crimes can be justified, you may argue that I presume too much, but you must surely see that I am aware of the magnitude of my transgressions. Not so the Nath. They summon their deity for no greater purpose than to expand their dominion. I mean, to a sign of the seventh dawn, one sworn to eliminate the primal threat, the distinction you draw seems questionable at best. But the fact remains that my own grandfather risked unleashing the power of the 12 in an attempt to prevent the calamity. Thus, while I may not condone your actions, I at least understand them. Not so with the Nath, as you so rightly put it. If they truly seek naught but territorial gain, I can only conclude that they are ignorant of the ruinous consequences of their god's insatiable appetite. The longer this primal is suffered to exist, the greater the suffering it will cause. It must be destroyed. How lightly you propose the destruction of a god, Master Alphino, a being of whom we know not. Has it occurred to you that we may be sending the Warrior of Light to his death? We do it all the time. No, You have the right of it, Ystinian. It would seem it is I who am guilty of presuming too much. Pray forgive me, old. I do not fear my duty. Wait, old need not face his foe alone. Like him, I am blessed with the Echo's protection, and may do battle without fear of primal influence. Let me bear this burden. You truly imagine yourself a second Warrior of Light? Remind me, how many primals have you faced, milady? Not that it matters. We know not where this god resides or how to challenge it, unless you mean to pray until it appears. Stinian makes a valid point. Let us speak with the Vath and learn how to best secure an audience with their deity. In this, at least, we may be of assistance.
The young lord certainly appears eager to prove his worth. It's just classic him, isn't it? So many people to talk to. Kibleroit. We are Vath, we are of the non-mind. We do not hear the one mind's thoughts, we cannot predict their will. Put this idea from your minds, generous hunters. If you meet with our god, then he will have your souls. Surely you are not so generous as that. Okay. You wish to meet our god? Offer yourself as a sacrifice and you will soon be brought before him. We would mourn the loss of such a generous hunter, however. What about you, voracious Vath? You are generous hunters, yes. Many gifts you have brought, but not enough for all Vath to enjoy. Maybe you could bring us just one more? We are very fond of Nanka flesh, yes. The meat of the young Nanka will make a fine repast. That's it? Just one more? There's still a chance we'll be able to do Thok-ass Thought today. But only if the quest is like immediately after this one. Come here, sea slug. Apparently you're delicious. You know, honestly, I'd eat one. I'm not much of a picky eater, and I'm always excited to try new things. I was in Korea, there was a place I didn't get to visit that served live tiny octopuses that you could eat. And I wanted to try them, but we never got a chance to go to that particular city. One day, I will eat a live octopus. I think it would be kinda, well, honestly, it's probably one of the scariest foods to eat. Like, even if you're eating like a live scorpion or something, right? If you know it's edible, you know like the stings aren't gonna kill you, but something about like the suction cups of an octopus that make it feel like it's going to like hang on and choke you. Like, it's gotta be like a high risk of death food. We Vath do enjoy our Nanka flesh. Have you been hunting yet? Ah, here you go, man. Another gift for the Vath? So unexpected. Yes. You will have more of the words you strange hunters hunger for. Listen now. The senses of the one mind are enmeshed with the overmind. What one sees, all see, and what one feels, all feel. Alert a single Neth, and the whole hive is alerted. To reach our god undetected is all but impossible. Okay. The Vather want to allude to certain concepts without explanation, but I believe I'm beginning to grasp a few of the fundamentals. From what I understand, the king-like Overmind sits at the center of the Nath society, and its presence somehow allows its subjects to communicate without need of word or gesture. These Nath, the ones who inhabit the larger hive, are known as the One Mind,
It was by their combined will that the primal was summoned. Those who reside in the smaller hive, however, are the Vath, or the non-mind, who, for reasons that yet escape me, seem to have been excluded from the telepathic bond which connects their Nath counterparts. Thus, the Vath are ignorant of the One Mind's thoughts and intentions, and of the nature of their own god. In summary, we've wasted our time. Not so. Perilous though it may be, the Vath did furnish us with one method of approaching the primal. As sacrifices, should we allow ourselves to be captured in the environs of the colony, the Nath would bring us before their deity and make an offering of our souls. Yeah, that sounds good. We do have everything equipped. Is this it? Breaking into the hives. Yeah, one more, I think. Forgive me, but let us be clear about what it is that you propose. You mean to say that you would deliberately provoke the Nath, surrender yourself into what might generously be termed their custody, and then wait until their god arrives to claim your soul? Aye. That fairly well describes my plan. You will join me in this endeavor, will you not, old? Judging by the great risk you took to prevent the summoning of Saint Shiva, you're not a man to err on the side of caution. Would that I could fight at your side, warrior light, but the power of the dragon is no protection against primal influence. Forgive me, but I must remain here with Master Alphino. That's settled. Old, you and I shall challenge the guards at the entrance to the colony. Once the hive is roused, we shall feign a brief show of resistance, and then allow them to take us prisoner. Okay. Where's the hive? Far to the south, but straight south nonetheless. Is that it? If it looks that big from here, it must be huge. Boop, boop, boop. Monster Hunter Wilds will be available to play next Friday, but I'm still gonna stick to my Final Fantasy Fridays, and we will be playing this again next week. And we will do Thok Ass Thok and probably Somal. I think that comes immediately afterwards. Should be a good time. Ysale, what are you doing in this tree? Be the ready, old. Kicking the ant's nest will summon no few of its defenders. Alright, let's kick him. Alright, I start with you. Though apparently kicking this guy doesn't summon them. They must not like him very much. Oof.
That aren't so bad. I like their cute little runs. Intruders! Your lives are forfeit. So my general feeling when you're attacking any generic enemy is that you use singular attacks unless there are 3 or more. Speak with Ysale, but she's all the way back there. But anyway, that was my conclusion. Back with like the starter classes. And so I don't know if it applies to Astrologians or, I don't know, Machinists or other like unlockable later classes. Dancers, Samurai. The Overmind must now be aware of our intrusion. Let us press into the hive and ensure that we have our host's undivided attention. But I imagine all classes hit pretty much the same. Oh no. He saw me. Oh no, they've all seen me. Hello. I'll just go ahead and pull everybody. It seems like the others gave up. Maybe I shouldn't have pulled this guy. Is that enough? Nope. We need more. Try and sneak along the edge. I tried. But if he's like the others, he'll give up before we get to our destination over there. Perfect. That that should be sufficient. If we did not have our host's full attention before, we must surely have it now. Our audience with the Primal may be granted sooner than after our capture. Pray advise me once you have steeled your mind for the battle to come. Alright. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Old Man Sugarheart. We are going to play this some more next week. If you want, join me next week, 4:30 Central, and you can do Thok with me, or yeah, or don't, or just watch and enjoy if you have been. But I do like bringing friends along for the trials. I'll probably study for this upcoming one a little bit. Trials always make me nervous because you have to rely on other people. I don't want to let them down. But after that, I think we do some all, and it should be a good time. Samal is a dungeon, so you get to do those with NPCs, and we'll have a nice peaceful walk through that. I remember being there a lot, but I can't remember what it's like.